Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. But no, I'm far from perfect. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again.
Hello, folks. Hello. Hello. Happy Thursday. Oh my gosh, my hair. Dear God. See, this is a problem. This is a problem when the plumbing, when your plumbing falls apart. Oh my goodness. Look at that hair. Jesus Christ. It's a mess. Whatever. It's okay. I tried my best. We'll just keep it a little crazy. We'll have a little bit of it sticking up. Why not? Why not have a little bit of it sticking up right here? Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Everyone having a lovely Thursday? Almost Friday. Tomorrow's Friday, guys. Tomorrow's Friday. That's good news. That's good news, don't we think? Don't we think that's good news? I think it's good news. Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? Let's see. I basically did. So, well, not really, SoCal. I just don't. Well, I'll explain in a second. Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? Everyone good? Let's see who we have here. Let's see who we have. We have a lot to talk about. I mean, we got a lot of stories that I have lined up for us to discuss. It never ends, it seems. Hello, Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. So glad you're here, Dolly Boy. Were you the first one in here? That's exciting. Hello, Dolly Boy. So glad you're here. Super Creeper Bat. Hello, Super Creeper Bat. Hello, Mr. Yes, so glad to see you here, Super Creeper Bat. You're quite the creeper, you know that, Mr. Creeper Bat? Anyway, so glad you're here, okay? LaCroix says, hello, LaCroix Ball. What's this painting called? Honestly, I cannot remember. If you're referring to the one with the dancing jesters and stuff, Meowser's the one who made that image. Not the painting, but made the image. I could go in and look. I'll let you know. How about that? Okay. Hello, Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. Hello. Hello, Outer Signal. So glad you're here, Outer Signal. Let's see here. Void Sonic Shuffle. Hello, Diego. Diego. How are you doing, Diego? You doing well out there? You're graduating in 2027. Well, congratulations. You're almost there. You're almost there. Yeah, you got this, Diego. All right. Hello, Sir Bart. Hello, Sir Bart. I'm so glad you're here, Sir Bart. So glad you're here. As always, Sir Bart. Let's see who else we got here. We got James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. James Nordoff, always spectacular to have you here, James Nordoff. As always, okay? What else we got here? We have SoCal. Hello, SoCal. Hello, SoCal. So glad you're here too. How are things over there in California? Everything okay over there in California? LaCroix is yes, you heard the jester moving around. I was kind of shuffling around in the background trying to get the sound right. So glad you noticed that, LaCroix. Thank you. Thank you for that. Noticing my flaws, okay? It's my favorite Englishman. Oh my God, Sir Bart, you're evil. I would never say that to Dolly Boy. That is so rude, Sir Bart. Miss Dolly Boy, I'm sorry, Sir Bart is so rude to you. That is a very rude thing to say. I would never do that. Let's see here. Well, thank you, Sir Bart. You said ready to learn from the greatest teacher of all. Oh, thank you, Sir Bart. You're trying to stoke my ego. I appreciate it. Okay, I appreciate it. Hello, Burnjabi. Hello, Burnjabi. Hello, Burnjabi. You too, LaCroix. Thank you for stoking my ego. I appreciate it deeply. Hello, Burnjabi. So glad you're here, Burnjabi. Hope everything's going well. Hope the work is going well, etc. Do you guys like my little bit of hair sticking up? I think it fits. I think we'll keep it like that. I look like a Who from Whoville. Because, all right. Yeah, they're having plenty of fun, LaCroix, aren't they? I think it's supposed to be a painting that is criticizing the degeneracy of the French elite. Yeah, okay. Hello, Alyssa. Hello, Mithril. Mithril, I'm so glad you're here. Hello, Mithril. Good evening, Mithril, our fellow lefty anarchist Mithril. Hello, Alyssa. Alyssa, yesterday was Alyssa's birthday, so happy birthday, Alyssa. Happy belated birthday, okay? Happy belated birthday, Alyssa. We hope you had a lovely birthday. Alyssa is one of like maybe 2 or 3 founding members of the community, the first people in the community. We really ought to get you like a special color for Discord that to show how special you are, Alyssa. I don't mean that as like as an insult. Like you're one of the founding members. Okay. So I hope you had a lovely day. And I saw all the meat that your husband brought home. That must be lovely. That must be lovely to have all that beef. Okay. Let's see here. SoCal. Nope, that was a different one. That was a different one, SoCal. That was a different painting. That was a different painting, SoCal. All right, SoCal says hired a lawyer, so one step further along. Excellent, SoCal. So glad to hear that. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. Everyone's coming in. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. So glad you're here. All right. So, guys, we got a lot to talk about. And There's still work being done on the, plumbing and stuff, so, it must be done. So if you hear noise, just know it's, it can't be helped. And yeah, uh, but so far, I don't think you guys can hear it, but just in case you do, um, I feel bad that it's, it turned out there may be asbestos in the house, which is a problem, other issues too. But yeah, we're getting it all worked out here. So if you do hear noise, it is, just can't be helped. Alas, it must be done. So Super Creeper Bat is stream desynced for anyone else. I tried refreshing and it didn't work. I don't know. Is it, guys? Is it? I don't think so. Okay, yeah, sure, Dolly, but I'll take a drink. Thank you. I'll take a drink. All right, all right. Okay. So, all right, looks a little delayed. Interesting. Okay, well, maybe it is a little delayed. Regardless, let's get into it, guys. So we're going to do a few things. We're going to talk about some news items. As always, we always have some news items for everyone out there. And because we live in a perpetual circus, a perpetual clown show, given this current administration, you know that the news ain't going to be great, right? It's like one absolute clown show after another. Or as I titled it in this stream, it's a clown show with casualties, right? So it's kind of like if the clowns were like clowning around and they had a Kalashnikovs and they were just firing them off randomly and hitting random people. Okay. A school full of girls in Iran, just, killing, whatever it may be. It's just, so not exactly a fun clown show, like kind of a clown show where you're held captive and you're forced to watch and the clowns are kind of lunatics. They're like Pennywise. It's like a bunch of Pennywises from It. So that would be a better comparison of the current administration. Regardless, they are clowns in a lot of ways, deeply incompetent. So we let's talk about some of this incompetence, right? Lacroix says, like that movie, Devil's Rejects, the clowns are murderers. That's true, Lacroix, true. Murderers, and they're racists, and they're just, misogynist. All the words you can think of that give us nightmares would be a perfect example. Okay? Yes. So, let's see here. Let's see what else. Let's see what we got here. So let's look at some of these stories. So I'm gonna cover some news stories as always. As always, cover some news stories, and then we're gonna talk about hate. Yes, hate. Because I am reading a super interesting book about hate. And I wanted to share some of the insights from that book with you about hate as actually a useful emotion that is often suppressed by people in power, okay? Uh yeah, I want to call into a stream that says, "Why do you support Trump?" and troll the host of the stream. That'd be pretty funny, Eleni. You'd be probably really good at that, to be honest. I think you'd be good at that. All right, so let's talk about some news items. There's a weird mix of news items, folks. First of all, guys, of course, the America's war of aggression against Iran continues. It deeply incompetently continues, of course, as always, deeply incompetently, evilly against international law, et cetera, et cetera. We do, basically both Iran and the U.S. now are interdicting cargo ships, oil tankers, et cetera, leaving the Strait of Hormuz. This is deeply bad. Okay, deeply bad. The global economy is eventually going to collapse. But hey, I'm sure the wealthy and stuff will suffer greatly when all of us, I'm sure we'll all suffer equally, right? I'm sure they have an incentive to stop it. Anyway, but great. So that's happening. Regardless, Trump also, hello, Gwen. So glad you're here. Hello, Gwen. Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone here? I think I may. Okay, I don't get it. So, the Trump administration also yesterday fired, by the way, this morning, Trump announced that they are going to begin, they're threatening to start firing on Iranian mining vessels during a ceasefire, which, is kind of a violation. Of course, they're already been violating left and right, so it's not that big of a deal, I guess. If it's kind of what you do normally, it's not that big of a deal. So let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got going here. All right. We got, also, if you guys heard, the Navy Secretary. So we're going to start with that story first. Okay. The Navy Secretary was fired. Okay. Because remember, guys, when I talked about Stalin and how right before the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union, he fired like most of the top generals of the Soviet military, which was a really bad idea because he got rid of all the experienced people, which made it a lot easier for the Nazis to invade and be successful. Well, this is very common and with authoritarian regimes. They love firing people, right? Because as I've always said, guys, what is the number one? Yeah, stupid, sexy Stalin. What is the number one? And by the way, I keep using Stalin just because I've talked about him. I can give multiple other examples. Hitler was the same way. He would fire generals he disagreed with. Okay. I could talk about how Saddam Hussein was the same way. Like, there, a lot of them are the same way. But when we what is the number one goal of an appointment in an authoritarian regime? What is the number one thing an authoritarian expects out of someone they hire for their own regime? There you go, Dolly boy. You knew it. Loyalty above all else. All that matters is loyalty, right? So this is very unsurprising to me. Apparently, this guy, John Phelan, is leaving the, by the way, his name sounds like phallus, which I think is hilarious. Exactly. Okay. Was leaving the Pentagon after months of tension with Pete Hegseth and other Pentagon leaders. Apparently, guys, he has been disagreeing with Hegseth, saying this is a bad idea, Mr. Hegseth, and has occasionally, now this is according to Hegseth, this next part's according to Hegseth, so we don't know if this is true, has been prone to not following orders immediately because he disagrees with them, which, by the way, not necessarily a fan of military folks, but good for him. Good for him. And so he's been fired because, they need loyalty. They need people, which is very disastrous, by the way, because God knows that means that there's not going to be bureaucratic pushback. Remember how I said yesterday, guys, that bureaucratic pushback is a limiting factor for people in power? Well, the Trump administration, when they get bureaucratic pushback, they often just fire that person and replace it with someone else, which limits the ability of the bureaucracy to push back. Yeah, absolutely, Lacroix, right? And admittedly, apparently he sometimes wouldn't really even follow the orders. He would kind of do them differently than he was told, while also pushing back. Now, so he has been replaced by the undersecretary, the guy beneath him, who is an utter sycophant loyalist, who Hegseth previously appointed to that position. So now Hegseth has one of his own guys in that position, which means there are fewer, once again, there are fewer checks and balances between the presidency and the bureaucracy. So good. No doubt the military is going to work much more efficiently and better now, and they're going to make great decisions. Hey, I'm all for it, right? Hey, I'm all for it. If it speeds up the collapse of the empire, go ahead, fine. It'd be like appointing Jar Jar. If you're like, in the Empire or the evil Empire from Star Wars, it's like if you fire, what's that guy's name? The guy, the general who's in charge, who Darth Vader Darth Vader chokes to death. What is his name? God damn it, I can't remember his name. Well, it's like if you fire that guy because you don't like him that much, and then you replace him with Jar Jar Binks because Jar Jar Binks is a loyalist. You see what I mean? Oh, thank you, Tarkin Fetty. You nerd, Fetty. Okay, I'm joking. Yes, Tarkin, Commander Tarkin, or Admiral Tarkin. I can't remember what it was. It'd be like if you replace Tarkin with Jar Jar Binks because Jar Jar Binks was like, you see what I mean? Okay, yes. Be careful not to choke on your aspirations, director. Yes, okay. Mithril, could it be Mr. Hegseth is a person with wide military experience that has served bravely at the front line, actually knows more about modern warfare than Mithril, hilarious. Okay, so I love it, Fetty. So there we go. Yeah, Gwen, yes, true, which is a violation of the law, like is a violation of the chain of command. This general, had a close relationship with Trump. He actually has a mansion near Trump's Mar-a-Lago, which, because they're all elites. But and he would go to Trump and avoid going to Hegseth, okay, which is a violation of the chain of command. Now, I am not criticizing him for that. It is a violation of the chain of command, but clearly this is about Hegseth being upset and him and this guy not following the will of Hegseth and Trump and pushing back. Okay. Lacroix, Jar Jar Binks speaks with the Caribbean. Oh, I know that. I was funny, Lacroix. I almost started mimicking Jar Jar Binks, and then I'm like, oh wait, I can't do that because that is actually a racist. Very much sounds similar to a racist stereotype. Hello, Barbara Engro. Hello, Barbara Engro. Welcome. All right. So yeah, their fifis are hurt and they don't like, Yeah, is there really a chain of command when a day exactly, Sir Bart, right? No, you're right, Sir Bart, you're right. And so anyway, but it doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't really matter to me. Like the whole thing, but the point is that yet another bureaucrat fired because they're disloyal or not doing what the leader says, which guys will only reduce the effectiveness of our illegal campaign against Iran, which I highly support. I swear to God, folks. I swear to God. Can you guys can you hear me now? My OBS crashed again. OBS keeps crashing. I swear every single time. I swear every single time OBS crashes on me. I don't know what's going on with OBS. All right. Oh, God, who knows? All right, I gotta fix shit crap now. I need to look up why OBS keeps crashing. What used to be the internet, now it's just OBS. I don't know what's going on. All right, who knows? It's something new every day, right? Something new every day. Always some reason for it to crash. Okay, let's go on here. Let me make sure everything's up. I'm back. Who knows what that was? I don't know. Probably SoCal. Probably. I don't know. All right. So let me quickly fix a few things because now I got to re-put everything back into OBS. All right, put this back over here. Da 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 da. Get the chat. Move it over. La da 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 da. Copy this over. All right. Yeah, OBS. Goddamn. There's supposed to be an update for OBS, but the last time I updated it, it now crashes all the time. It now crashes all the time. Okay. Anyway, moving on. So is everyone good? Can everyone hear me now? We all back? We all back? Everyone back? Yay. Video and sound are synced now, though. Yay, LaCroix. Okay, God knows what was happening there. All right. Hopefully OBS won't crash again. Moving on. So this is just fun. And by the way, the guy that they are appointing. So again, we're going back to talking about. We're going back to talking about. I know SoCal. It never does. The guy being fired, the admiral. All right. Okay. Thank you. In your groove, I'll try that. Actually, you always have good advice in your groove. Might have to completely clear OBS settings and set it up from new. Would suck, but worth a try. Okay, sure. I'll gladly do that. All right. All right. So, and the new guy who's now in this position is well known. Is well known for his sycophancy. Okay, sycophancy. I don't know. Sycophancy and his bootlicking. All right, and By the way, um, I would like to make a joke about his name, given no, I can't do that. That sounds racist, but he is a monster, so I feel like it's justified. I hope you know I'm not trying to be an asshole, but someone else could make it if you want to. But his name is Hun. Okay, though that actually sounds like a compliment. Never mind. Moving on. We will go on here. All right. So he is known to being, he's a bootlicking psycho. Okay, go ahead, SoCal. So I don't have to, right? So no one can clip it. I'm not trying to make fun of him for having a name that is, I know, LaCroix. I don't mean to, I don't have okay. I'm not trying to be an asshole by doing that, but he is a monster. Paul Squaw, how dare you? All right. That's true, SoCal. So anyway, he is he basically said he's had a bunch of classic quotes such as, when you're using a drag queen to recruit for the Navy, that's not the people we want. What we need is alpha males and alpha females who are going to rip out their own guts, eat them, and ask for seconds. Those are the young men and women that are going to win wars. Okay, so that's the guy that is now the undersecretary of the Navy. And by the way, on a cute little, he's a psychopath, Paul Squaw. That's why I'm like, it's kind of okay to make fun of his name. So that's cute. That's good, right? And by the way, you can tell that Hegseth would like this guy because that sounds like something Hegseth would say, doesn't it? You know, I'm going to rip out my own guts and eat them. Okay, we don't have a drag queen in charge of the... If you've ever met a drag queen, guys, drag queens are some of the most badass people. It takes a lot of energy and effort and bravery to be a drag queen, okay? And you have to be super sassy. They're very cool, all right? If our military was made up of drag queens, which I would never want because we need to protect our drag queens. If they were, we would win every war pretty quickly, okay? Can you imagine a drag queen coming in there with an assault rifle? Amazing, okay? We would win everything. Okay, Sir Bart, I would do anything for this country. I know you would, Sir Bart. Okay. When did the Navy actually recruit? Of course they didn't. Of course they didn't. Look, in your group, they never recruited drag queens. All right, they never had a drag queen in charge of anything. All right. Okay, so it's stupid. Dems want Kash Patel to take an alcohol assessment test. Yes, they do. Okay, he never will. But all right. All right. He also, by the way, criticized the Pentagon's coronavirus mandate. I guess so. Body swap. Coronavirus mandate. Apparently he doesn't like dommy mommies, or he does, but only because he's compensating for the fact he likes dommy mommies by saying he wants alpha female. I don't know, whatever. Maybe he's into dommy mommies. Who knows? You're not getting audio there, James Nordhoff. Is anyone not getting audio? Is anyone else not getting audio? I know James Nordhoff says you're not getting audio. That's hilarious, Mithril. The old Queen's light infantry takes on all. Dolly boy, define dommy mommy, please, teacher. How dare you, Dolly boy? Okay, interesting. Okay, I'm sorry, James Nornoff. I don't know why. Okay, so a Republican said he is highly qualified, and he says that he has a drive for public service that comes from his experience of living the American dream. Oh, great. He served during the Iranian Revolution, so that's good. All right. So anyway, just an example. Someone mentioned in the Army back when men were men. What's this?
What if I told you that during the days of World War II, soldiers found light in drag shows? Yes, you heard that right. Wartime drag shows entertained the troops on the front lines.
Yes.
In the heat of battle, with lives on the line.
Yeah.
Men in...
Yeah, this is true. They would have these drag shows. Now, admittedly, I don't mean to say, okay, I don't, there are queer theorists out there who I disagree with in this regard, who will say that this was a sign of queerness, within the military, allowing queer men to express themselves, etc. But they were really, it was kind of making fun of that. It was kind of very misogynistic, making fun, but all right. But we could debate that. But yes, they used to do drag in the military.
Uniform would swap their rifles for dresses and wigs to boost morale and bring joy to the front lines. But sometimes the show was interrupted by the realities of war. In one unforgettable night, the performance was cut short when enemy forces attacked. With no time to change, these men fought back, dressed in wigs and heels, defending their comrades with everything they had. It wasn't just about entertainment.
That is true. They sometimes had to fight in that way.
It was about survival, even in the midst of chaos. These hidden heroes proved that courage comes in all forms. Their story reminds us that even in war, humanity, humor, and hope can shine through. These wartime queens deserve to be remembered. What if I told you that during the...
Okay, yeah, that's very true. They did drag shows and stuff. Yeah, right, Elaine. So, anyway, kind of funny, kind of very funny, right? Okay, I do hope that none of them ended up getting sexually assaulted afterwards. But anyway, because not many women around, and they might have anyway. Oh, that noise!
In the days of World War II,
it's the plumber, which is okay. I know that's why loud. Anyway, so yeah, no problem, Gwen. So anyway, so guys, we have so anyway, that is okay. Regardless, isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? All right, so let's go over here and let's go to the next story. No, I know. Okay, so next story here. So that's fun. Another one bites the dust, right? Another Trump administration official bites the dust. Okay, as always, as keeps happening. As keeps happening. So what I did just get to guys, I reduced the gain, so maybe you won't be able to hear it as much, which this is fine. Hopefully that helped a little bit, and hopefully you can still hear me. Okay, so we got over here. We got this is all right. This is okay. So another thing here. So that was fun. Gotta love that. This is okay. Here is a weird story. Now, I haven't read much about it. I got to tell you. You're right. I know. Look, how dare you? How dare you? Okay. How dare you? Here is a weird story, right? This is that Trump is reclassifying state licensed medical marijuana as less dangerous. What? I say what because that would be a good move, but like, I don't know. Is that really what it's about? Okay, let's see what this is about, because I suspect that the Republicans are starting to get worried. They're starting to get worried about what is it called? I'm having a mind blank now. Oh yes, they're starting to get worried about the midterms and stuff. So they're trying to they're trying to hand something to like the people, but like what? Like okay, I assume Trump are desperate. Yeah, no, I agree, Paul Squall. There just must be desperate. The fact that they're doing this, easy win for Trump. I agree, and yeah, easy win. Okay, so yeah. And so he is, the order signed by Todd Blanche does not legalize marijuana for medical or recreational use, which is what we need to do. So it's not great. But it does change the way it's regulated, shifting licensed medical marijuana from Schedule 1 to the less strictly regulated Schedule 3. They really should just make they should completely decriminalize it federally, but I know they won't. So it's really not what we want, but it's something, I guess. Yeah, okay. So there you go. Mia, probably Gwen. So it's just like tossing us a bone. Hey, totally, Sir Bart. And I do hope no one ends up voting for him because of this. I doubt they will. I think it's a pretty pathetic attempt. It's not even giving people what they want, which is to decriminalize it federally. Okay, Mithril, what are U.S. laws on driving after that would be driving while impaired, Mithril. That will be driving while impaired. So you can't do that. It's illegal. Now it's hard to test for, but yeah, it's hard to test for it like on the scene, but they can take you in and yeah, it's a DUI. So you can't drive while impaired on marijuana. So anyway, you can see here that was just, I guess, one slight different thing that he did that I guess is positive, but only slightly. And I don't want to compliment him at all. It's just tossing the people a bone because, he's going to lose the midterms because everyone hates him. So, yeah. Anyway, so, okay. At least the Republicans are. So just a little note there. I guess, hey, I don't even really want to exactly, Jonas. That's why it's really hard to test for if you get pulled over for it. Jonas says, how can you tell? A lot of symptoms could just be tiredness. Yeah. So it's really hard to test for. They have to actually take you in, I think, to take you into the station to test you for it. And even then, marijuana can stay in your system for a long time. So it's very unclear if they test you in a police station if you smoked it recently or didn't smoke it recently, and how much you smoked. So it's really hard to tell, but it is illegal. But then you wouldn't be able to tell when. Yes. Now they do, LaCroix. But what is the roadside test, LaCroix? I didn't know that they had one. Is it like you have to walk and things like that? You have to do the walk and things like that, which is not that great of a test anyway. Gotcha, Super Creeper Bat. Okay. UK cops have a simple mouth swab test for marijuana. Oh, really? Okay. I could be wrong then. Maybe they do have a swab test now. I didn't think they did. So, but yeah, it is illegal. Okay. So anyway, if you fail the roadside, I got you, LaCroix. Okay. Thank you, LaCroix. Our paralegal knows better than I do. Excellent. So if you fail the roadside, you aren't safe to drive no matter what per the law. Gotcha, LaCroix. All right. So anyway, so that's cute. That's, I guess, one little positive thing, although I don't want to view it as a compliment of the Trump administration, but all right. Yeah, no, you're totally right. Left turn, Joe Rogan met Trump and he told Joe Rogan, thank you, Foxem. Please let me know if I don't know it. Joe Rogan told Trump we need to give people better access to LSD and psilocybin mushrooms for PTSD, and we need to legalize weed. So he might be doing it to appease the Joe Rogan fan base. That's very possible. Okay. That's very possible. Okay. Gotcha, SoCal. A marijuana buccal test, more commonly known as an oral fluid drug test or mouth swab test, is a screening method that detects the presence of THC. Gotcha. Okay. Then there we go. I didn't know. Yeah, you shouldn't consent to a field sobriety test for sure. All right. They're also typically very, invasive, etc. Okay. So there we go. So that's fun. I do appreciate that. I think marijuana should be decriminalized everywhere. All right. And it should be sold legally. It should be sold through vendors, and yeah, it might be expensive, but you know, you also, by the way, completely defame all of the illegal drug traders, because then suddenly it's regulated and you can get it in a safe way. So suddenly the drug dealers aren't going to be able to sell it as much anymore. And there is a problem, though, guys. If you overly tax it, the drug dealers will still be able to sell it. You see what I mean? Because they can sell it for less expensively. So I don't believe in ridiculous taxes on marijuana. I know a lot of folks do, because they view it as sort of a compromise. Well, we can sell the marijuana, but we can't tax that. But we should tax the hell out of it to make it benefit society, I guess. But then it's going to get rid of the point. It's going to get rid of the whole point of diverting the drug trade, or stopping a lot of the illegal drug trade. Okay. Anyway, it's just just a note there. So, okay. What are we going to say here? There you go. Decriminalize, regulate, tax fairly. Exactly, Outer Signal. That's how I would prefer we frame it. Okay. So, all right. Let's go on here. And so that's good, I guess. That's a slight positive. Let's talk about, I don't know. What do we want to talk about now? There's so many horror stories. Okay. You know what? Let's talk about MrBeast. Why not? Why not talk about MrBeast? Okay, just briefly. Because I don't know. Call me crazy. I have always, maybe it's jealousy. It really isn't jealousy though. I don't like his content, but MrBeast, who we all love, I guess. I know a lot of people love. Oh, that's the wrong one. We'll look at that one in a second. We're at the MrBeast article. Okay. MrBeast, apparently an ex-employee of MrBeast, alleges that she was harassed for years and fired after returning from maternity leave in a new lawsuit. Okay. And apparently she was sexually harassed, and all these labor laws were violated, and she was mistreated and unfairly fired for it. Yeah. Now, I don't know. So people tell me, because I haven't heard really bad stories about him, except for some of the things he said that I think are sus. But is there other evidence of this? Has he been accused of these sort of things before? Jonas says he's creepy. He's like the shorts that order 100 burgers for the homeless, but on steroids. Gotcha, Jonas. Okay. Yeah. I am not surprised, though. I really am not. Like, it always seemed like there had to be some sort of exploitation going on. It's about making money, etc. Regardless, Sir Bart, all of this shit he does is on par with billionaires donating pennies for tax. Oh, that's a good point, Sir Bart. Okay. That's a good point. So, all right. But anyway, isn't that interesting? Yeah, why are your messages are being flagged? That's weird. I don't see, they're not being flagged on my end. I'm not able to release them after they're being flagged. But anyway, I don't see them over there. So that's good. The lawsuit filed by Lorraine Marovatis in federal court in North Carolina on Wednesday accuses MrBeast, YouTube LLC, and Game Changer LLC of violating federal law that entitles eligible employees to take unpaid job-protected leave for qualifying family and medical reasons, including childbirth. Mavromatis also filed a complaint with the U.S. Equal Department Opportunity Commission alleging discrimination on the basis of sex, pregnancy, and retaliation. Oh, that's good. So, you know, he's a lovely guy. He just abuses his workers and then doesn't let them have maternity leave. And then apparently is in a sexist working environment. Okay, claims that she worked. So Marvo Matas claims that she worked nonstop following her baby's birth, as well as in the delivery room. Okay, she said the following: I was still bleeding and I just had to show up. Marvo Matas told the Associated Press in an interview. Oh my God. Okay. Less than 3 weeks after she returned to full work, she said she was fired. A Beast Industry, he calls it Beast Industries. A Beast Industry spokesperson called the lawsuit a clout-chasing complaint. Of course they did. Built on a deliberate misrepresentations and categorically false statements in an emailed statement. Marvo Matis's position was eliminated, according to the spokesperson, when the new head of e-commerce reorganized her team. Okay. All right. The company shared a March 31 exchange in which a coworker told Marvo Modis that she shouldn't even be checking her messages after Marvo Modis canceled a meeting because she wrote she was actually in labor at the hospital as we speak. Okay, interesting. So yeah, MrBeast failed to inform her of her rights under the Family and Medical Leave Act. Fascinating. It portrays a toxic, misogynistic workplace that Beast Industries have recently tried to clean up as Donaldson's media empire launches ambitious ventures into television and financial services, of course. By the way, the what are they called? The manosphere is also deeply in financial services. Okay, that's great. That's great. They are clout chasers. They can't conceive any other motive. Of course, of course, because that's all they do. Okay. From what I've heard, Dip End, there have been other allegations against him, and there's just a lot coming out against him about how he treated employees and things like that. And I've honestly not followed it that closely, but from what I've read, there've been other allegations of abuse of workers and things like that. All right. Yeah, questions about Beast Industries' internet culture surfaced 2 years ago after a social media firestorm over Donaldson's past racist and homophobic language coincided with accusations that a longtime collaborator shared inappropriate sexual messages with minors. Okay, in an August 2024 email to employees, Donaldson said he recognized that he must create a culture that makes all of our employees feel safe and allows them to do their best works. Beast Industries fired several employees following a third-party investigation that identified isolated instances of workplace harassment and misconduct. Okay. So, well, Dip End, he owns the company, doesn't he? I'm just saying, if a CEO was running a company where there was abuse happening on the ground, okay, where does the buck stop? Now, it is his responsibility to do these things for his employees. Now, I'm not saying that means he personally did these things. I don't know that specifically, but it is his company. It's because he wants to be the next, he does want to be the next $100 billion company. He's going into financial service and stuff. Okay. So, high-intensity workplace. Beast Industries encouraged employees to go to great lengths to get the job done. The guide, they circulated a guide about how to do this. The guide included sections saying it's okay for the boys to be childish and the amount of hours you work is irrelevant. What? Okay. It was against that backdrop that Marovatis said that she joined the team meeting from her hospital bed in the throes of labor, afraid she would be fired if she refused. I actually had to hold my breath in between talks because of how hard the contractions were. Okay. Interesting. Oh my God. Okay. A few months after she started at the company, she asked James Warren, Donaldson's cousin and the CEO at the time, for advice when she noticed Donaldson would not make eye contact with her. According to the complaint, Warren responded, Jimmy gets really awkward around beautiful women. Let's just say that when you're around and he goes to the restroom, he's not actually using the restroom. Ugh. Okay. That's unpleasant. Okay. The lawsuit said that after Marvo Matas reported sexual harassment issues, as well as a hostile work environment to human resources, which is headed by Donaldson's mother, she was transferred and demoted to an obscure role. The company refuted that claim, calling it false and inaccurate. Okay. So we get the point here. Yeah. Yeah, lovely. So I saw this and I'm honestly not surprised. And I don't know MrBeast personally. I don't know anything much about him, but the whole industry he's in has always kind of struck me as off. He's like deeply now in financial services. He sells financial services. He has like a cryptocurrency platform now, and like it's all about money, 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 money. And there's been multiple allegations against staff and against people on his staff. Okay. I do not know MrBeast, Wizard Bread's books. I don't know him personally, but anyway, just to know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just like this guy. And then you got the bone smashing kid. And a lot of the times, and I hate to say this, a lot of the times MrBeast stuff he does kind of seems Thank you, Jonas. You said it right before I did. You stole my thunder. Jonas said, his vids feel like a weird dance for me, peasants, and I'll throw some money at you. Okay. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Jonas? Okay. Yeah, okay. No, dip end. I'm not. Dip end. I get it. You like MrBeast. That's okay. I'm not diminishing. If you like him, you like him. I just don't like it. Okay, I don't like him very much. I've never been that big of a fan. And you say now I've got it. We're ranting at him because he makes so much money. No, not really. It is true though. I'm not a big fan of people who do make that much money because I want us to live in a fairer society. But the way he does it and how a lot of young people follow him, and I was a teacher, and he exploits people by selling them financial services, and I'm not a big fan of it. Okay, so anyway, all right. So let's go on. You said Dolly Boy. So post-capital dystopia, when he paid for people to get surgeries to cure their blindness. Yeah, and I want to point out there, what he did was good. What he did there was good. It was good to get people who were blind sight. But can we do something structurally to fix these things? If I were in his position and I had that amount of wealth, I would use the platform to advocate for things like, I don't know, making sure there's no kids who are blind and can get fixed with an easy, do advocate for it politically. Use your money as a platform to do propaganda to get people to think about that. Okay. Okay. He did help those kids, though. I don't want to diss that. Okay. So it's better form of clout chasing than other kinds. There you go, Lacroix. He'll fix everything when he's president. He might, Lacroix. He might actually be president someday. Who knows? All right. So anyway, so that's just a note. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's go on here. Just always be careful with these. Be careful with, folks out there, creators of any kind. I always say, guys, at the end of every stream, just because someone's on the internet doesn't mean they're a good person or a person that is trustworthy or a person that is telling the truth. Okay. Guys, and I got to tell you, it is very tempting. And you know how I'm overly honest. Okay. All the time. It is very tempting when you're an online creator to do things that'll make you money that are unethical. It is. It's very tempting. It's tempting for me sometimes. I don't, or at least I avoid it. Okay. But hilarious, Brucey. Brucey says, why aren't you grateful? You have freedom in Trump's America, the greatest country in the world. Hilarious, Brucey. Welcome, Brucey. It's very tempting. Okay. No one word saying that he is, yeah. So, okay. It was just something to think about. All right. Dip end. What I feel you shouldn't be so defensive. Okay. First of all, he runs the company. We do know for a fact that he is the one who is pushing it into financial services and things like that. And literally the document that we read in there was written by him and his staff. And that document does contain things like boys will be boys. Okay. So yeah, the direct accusations aren't against him, but the MrBeast channel, I could reframe it if it makes you feel more comfortable as the MrBeast channel, the MrBeast company. Okay. A lot of that stuff, which he has the last say over, has been doing some unpleasant stuff. Okay. All right. So I know you're joking, Brucey. All right. But I got you, Dip End. I got you. Okay. I get you like MrBeast. Okay. Moving on. So, let's go on here. Let's go on. So let's go to a different one. So did anyone read about this? It turns out, guys, that there was a very this just makes me laugh so much. It's so representative of how stupid MAGA is. Okay, how dumb MAGA is. They're like a bunch of, I don't know. I literally don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be speaking this way. They're working class, we're on their side, whatever. But I honestly don't know how they get dressed in the morning. How do they tie their shoes sometimes? Do they know how to brush their teeth? Like, how do you function when you're that stupid? I'm sorry. Oopsie. I'm being dehumanizing a fascist. But okay. So, all right. Yeah, of course, Brucey. Well, maybe not, but yes. Okay. This is there was an AI. Do I sound very quiet? How dare you in your groove? I don't mean to be an asshole, okay? I am being kind of an asshole. I know. I can't help it. I know I'm being an asshole in your groove. I can't help myself. But it's just like, all right. So let me okay. So there is a big influencer on online, okay? Well, where is he? Where is he? Yeah. So this there was an influencer on social media. There was an influencer on social media. Am I LTB? Do you guys hear me better now? Do I sound better? I think I had turned down the stuff on the part of the mic. Can you guys hear me now? I know I changed one of the settings. Can you guys hear me better? You good? Okay. So anyway, this is a conservative, very popular conservative influencer that's on multiple platforms. Turned out it was AI. It was AI. It was an AI conservative influencer made by a medical student from India. Okay. So the whole time that this very popular influencer has been online and very popular for MAGA, it's been fake. And the creator of this AI said that the medical student who created an AI-generated conservative influencer has claimed the dumb MAGA crowd was easy to fool, according to a new report. Okay, he's saying it's very, very, very easy to fool them. Okay, the 22-year-old medical student from northern India, identified only as Sam. Oh my God, it's me. Okay, oh for sure, Outer Signal. Told Wired that he was behind a series of pro-MAGA social media accounts featuring Emily Hart, an AI-generated woman. Emily Hart, we have to look this person up. I'm going to see, because I've never heard of this influencer. I mean, it sounds like a fake name, right? Yes, Super Creeper Bat. Emily Hart. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay, I can't show you these images because she's, well, I don't know if I can. Am I allowed to show you scantily clad women? Whatever. Probably. I don't know. We're living in a puritanical country. I'll probably be like, no, you can't show natural parts of a woman's body. Okay. So this is all fake. You see her. I'm not going to put it up fully on the screen. You see here that, like, you know, she's a MAGA influencer. Oh yeah, she looks super fake. Yeah, she looks super fake. So Sam made thousands of dollars monthly targeting the MAGA crowd, whom he described as dumb and easy to fool. Okay, I'm not allowed. Okay, dumb and easy to fool. There, I got you, TJ. All right. I might be Brucey. Maybe it is me. So look, it's a blonde woman. There in every pic, you can see how this was being framed. And it turned out the whole thing was fake the whole time. And it was a medical student from India. All right. And I got to tell you, okay, don't know any of these things. It passed right by me. That's okay, Louise. I'm ignorant about a lot of this stuff too, to be honest with you. So, I got to tell you, it does deeply amuse me. Imagine, so far, there have been 2 of these. That one fake military lady and this one. Okay. It is amusing to me that, like, there are people of color from across the world who are taking advantage of a bunch of racist people and like humiliating them. I love that. Okay. But still, yeah. Okay. It is kind of a problem that we do have so many bots and things like that, that are like AI things that are, you know, might be making the situation worse. Did you hear, Jonas, did you hear how they threw an innocent Iranians in detention because she had the surname Soleimani? That's insane. Jonas, where? Is that in the United States? Jonas, is that in the United States? That's crazy. I'm not surprised, but that's crazy. So that's, you know, that was fun. So this big scandal has been, yep, they gave money. Yep. Sam said he made thousands of dollars a week doing this. Okay. Laura Loomer and Rubio bragged about it. That's so gross, Jonas. I haven't heard about that. I'll need to look that up. Okay. So yeah, isn't that fun? So MAGA very easily tricked by AI. And yeah, a week. I think that's what he said. He's okay. He said that the MAGA crowd is made up of dumb people, like super dumb people, and they'll fall for it. Okay. Yeah, you know, Sir Bar. I think I need to start doing that. Hilarious. That's terrible, TJ. I need to look that up. Okay, I'll look it up. But yeah, isn't that horrible? All right. You know, that's what we got. Yeah, I'm going to start doing that, guys. I'm going to make an AI and like of a woman that looks like that, and then claim it's MAGA, and then I'll get rich. All right. All right. A week. Yeah, I thought it was a week. I think you said a week. It may have been a month. I thought it was a week. Um all right. Interesting. I'm sorry. He said, according to a transcript reviewed by the Wire, Gemini told Sam, if you create a generic hot girl, you're competing with millions of other models. So Sam then gave Gemini some options for making her more appealing, and he suggested he go with MAGA/conservative niche. The outlet reports the AI platform told Sam that the conservative audience, especially older men in the U.S., often has higher disposable income and is more loyal. Okay. That's cute. Okay. So that's good. Anyway, I just thought that was kind of funny. That was kind of funny. And by the way, I don't mean to be mean to MAGA. They're human beings, and we need them to see that we are on the same side economically. It's just a shame that so many of them are deeply racist and monstrous people. Okay. Okay. No. Okay. I don't know, Kroll. Maybe they're not. I'm just trying to be nice. You're right, Kroll. I can't prove a negative, can I? Well, I probably can. Okay, anyway, but Kroll, whatever. It isn't a negative. So there you go. That's a fun story. I told you we have a lot of stories, didn't I, guys? I know. I know. Like, okay, it's a lot. MAGA. I saw MAGA in a video complaining about women making money on OnlyFans. Oh my God, they hate women, don't they? Who cares? Who cares if women make money on OnlyFans? Good for them, okay? Seth, actually, Brucey, or maybe that's a fascist impulse. Hey, it's okay, Brucey. I mean, not a fascist impulse isn't okay, but I think what you said isn't a fascist impulse. Okay, another story, because we have lots. We have lots, as I said before, guys. So that's cute. So what have we covered so far? We covered the firing of the admiral. We covered MrBeast. We covered the guy who's replacing the admiral that was fired. We covered the fake MAGA person. And we covered a little bit about what's happening in Iran. Let's talk very briefly about the Southern Poverty Law Center, who I have a deep connection to. I really like the Southern Poverty Law Center. So the Southern Poverty Law Center, guys, is a really good organization in a lot of ways. It's not perfect, but the Southern Poverty Law Center is an organization that fights right-wing extremism, and it has been responsible for launching numbers of lawsuits that have bankrupted the Ku Klux Klan, have bankrupted other far right-wing organizations, legally bankrupted them. So they have been very successful at dismantling large chunks of far right-wing racist infrastructure in this country without using just lawsuits that allege tax evasion and things like that. They also will put spies basically inside these organizations. Yeah, they are based, okay? They'll put spies in these organizations. Yep, they give information to law enforcement about these groups. Now, unfortunately, because the Trump administration doesn't really go after these groups anymore, they will oftentimes have to do it themselves in civil court because sometimes law enforcement doesn't want to go after these groups. You know, okay, hilarious. So they do a lot of good work. I actually was an affiliate of the Southern Poverty Law Center. Not like I was a member of the Southern Poverty Law Center. I would get their publication every month. They would communicate with me occasionally because I was an academic studying the far right, and they reach out to academics studying the far right so they can kind of have a national collaboration amongst academics studying the far right so they can better understand it and such like that. I was once even approached by someone saying that I should apply for a job in the Massachusetts Department of Economic Development to help combat far-right ideologies in Massachusetts. And that was through the Southern Poverty. And I said no because I was still in school. But my point is that I really like the Southern Poverty Law Center. And they've done a lot of good work. And the Justice Department now is going after them under Trump. Okay, claiming, and this needs to be litigated, and I want to point out I am deeply biased. Okay, I really like the Southern Poverty Law Center, and I can't imagine this is true. The idea here that the Trump administration is saying is that they were using donor money to bribe and fund, to bribe certain far-right groups into spying for them, and also helping them giving them money in order to help them do events and stuff that they could then report negatively on, so that they could then try and dismantle them without telling donors that this is what they were doing. That's the allegation. Now, apparently this was millions of dollars. Now, there is no evidence presented of this in the indictment. Okay, so the Trump administration's indictment of the Southern Poverty Law Center doesn't say how this happened, what they did, or anything like that. It just says they misused funds, and it is unclear whether donors are. By the way, I was a donor to the Southern Poverty Law Center because I like donating to them, especially after they added me to their network. And they're very clear about what they do with the money. They say they use it to dismantle far-right groups. And it's obvious if you read their history that they use informants and stuff. So I know when I was donating to them, I didn't mind if they were using that money to bribe people in order to get information, to be honest with you. And I got to tell you. And and they even say, it doesn't say in the indictment that the donors didn't know that this was happening. Okay, if that is what was happening. But it's just, I think they're just going after them because they are fighting the far right. And we know that Trump's base is far right. So they launched this massive lawsuit, and they're trying to dismantle the Southern Poverty Law Center in the same way that the Southern Poverty Law Center has tried to bankrupt far-right groups. It seems like revenge to me. It seems like revenge. And I think we all know that that's likely, right? In the Trump administration, that this is an act of revenge for a group that has been very good at fighting the far right and dismantling large chunks of the far right. Okay. So anyway, yeah, of course it's revenge. Of course it's revenge. And I'm being careful because, like I said, the organizations, exactly, Gwen, but no evidence of that. They also say they were provoking far-right groups into violence. Yeah, no evidence of that, but okay. So we will see. I'm trying not to be biased here because we haven't heard what they were. We haven't seen evidence or anything. Okay. So yeah, it said that the Justice Department announced charges Tuesday against the Southern Poverty Law Center, alleging that the storied civil rights organization defrauded its donors by funding the extremism it claimed to be fighting. Okay, right. Look, while the FBI has never done any of those things, right? Okay. The fraudulent scheme played out for nearly 10 years, prosecutors allege, when the Southern Poverty Law Center said used more than $3 million in donor funds to secretly pay leaders of violent extremist groups to act as confidential informants without disclosing where the money was going. All right. So, and honestly, guys, if they were paying these folks to be informants, honestly, I don't care. What do you think the CIA does and the FBI does all the time? Am I complimenting them? No. I'm just saying if that allows them to dismantle these groups, that they have to ensure the loyalty of a far right person by bribing them, I'm kind of okay with it. All right. Anyway, and like I said, it was unclear. It was very clear to me as a supporter of this group that they probably were doing that. And if they were, I wouldn't mind. Okay. The 14-page indictment, however, offered a few details of how donor money that paid the informants was used to further the group's violent. Exactly. It does not provide any evidence of how the money was used to further a group's violent interest, or if donors felt blindsided about what their money was spent on. A glaring omission that legal experts say could spell trouble for prosecutors as they seek to secure a conviction. Okay, so they don't have good evidence. All right. Listen. And by the way, you know, when this paragraph is important, and I want you to listen to it. The case comes several months after FBI Director Kash Patel severed the Bureau's ties with the SPLC after conservative criticism of the group intensified in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. We should ask Charlie Kirk how he feels about this. Oh, wait. Oops. Anyway, SPLC had long provided its research on hate crimes and extremism to the government, but Patel labeled it a partisan smear machine. Okay. for the attention it paid to a political group founded by Kirk. Yeah, I'll get my radio out and ask him. David, hello. You say, so Todd Blanche, Trump's personal lawyer, is leading the investigation. The man who's hiding. Yeah, right. So credible, right, David? Clearly not credible. Okay. Yeah. So I don't believe this at all. I don't believe this at all. And let me show you guys. Guys, you can, by the way, if you want to, you can donate to the Southern Poverty Law Center, and it's a tax-exempt donation, okay? But they are a really good organization. Let me show you. They have a great website. Poverty Law Center. Yeah, I know. Normally he sits right next to me. Yeah, so Charlie Kirk, what do you think about this? Do you think that the Southern Poverty Law Center was looking into you? Oh, that's so weird. I wonder why Charlie Kirk isn't speaking. Anyway, so going on here, the Southern Poverty Law Center, SLPC, they're what's the term? He's so rude, isn't he, Dolly Boy? The line that they use, they're sort of, rude Kirk. Kirk is such a rude guy, right? I am surprised, though, again, that we didn't at least hear him gurgling, right? Anyway, so we got Kirk Falls next here. Anyway, so Drusilla, okay, the LDS is suing a podcaster for using the word Mormon. I don't know if that's interesting. Oh, my God, really? Drusilla, that is interesting. You should send that to me if you can. Yeah, Lacroix said, he said, including or not including gang violence, right? I know, I'm gross, Bruce. Yeah, I can't help it. They did say TPSA was spreading hate because they were. Exactly. Guys, the Southern Poverty Law Center's like headline, their line that they have as an ad is, what is it? No more apathy or something like that. It's a really badass line. What is it called? Apathy is not an option. Okay, that's their advertising line. Apathy is not an option, as in we need to fight fascism. Okay, I love them. I just love them so much. For example, they did a report. They have one of their. I recommend you go here, guys. They have a news thing called Hate Watch, and they talk about how militias were responding to Kirk's assassination for calls for more violence and training. They spy on these groups and they report on them. Okay, and they reported on how there was a call to arms amongst far-right militias after Charlie Kirk was killed. Okay, so like very good organization. Of course, they're being. Look at these. Look at these. I'm sorry. Look at this. Look at this. I love it. They do such important work. Here are their like main areas: strengthening democracy and voting rights, dismantling white supremacy, ending unjust imprisonment, and eliminating poverty and economic inequality. I'm very sad. I do hope that they win. I do hope they win. They, by the way, are one of the groups that I'm trying to see here. There was one of the founding members. I can't remember. One second here. Yeah, they have crushed some of the nation's most violent white supremacist groups by crushing multi-million-dollar jury verdicts on behalf of their victims. They defended the LGBTQ community, protected immigrant wage labor from exploitation, and more. All right, so they're great. By the way, they're one of the reasons why the YMCA ended its racial discrimination policy, okay? Because they launched a lawsuit against the government. There's just so much great stuff, okay? All right, you get my point. So we need to protect them. We need to protect. Yeah, I know, Sir Bart. Now, Sir Bart, there was an issue where libs did infiltrate it, and the donors of the SPLC are pretty radical. So they did not like that, and they quickly removed that person that was a liberal, and they replaced them with someone who was more stronger. Let's put it that way, okay? That was willing to go after them. I don't necessarily think they're a socialist, but they're definitely a strong advocate for anti-fascism, okay? They're not a socialist organization, but that's not their focus, okay? But they are definitely anti-fascism, etc. Okay, so anyway, they're a great organization. I just hope that the Trump crime syndicate fails in this effort to dismantle them. Okay. All right. All right. Let's talk. Hello, Mad Sci Guy. Welcome. Let's talk about what we got here. Oh, it's a bright love. Hi, fam. Good news. My doc, what'd you say your doc said? Your doc said, doc got me started on gabapentin for my pain, and it's been working. So we've narrowed down whether whatever is going on to some kind of nerve pain, like fibromyalgia. But I'm almost certainly eligible for disability. Yay! Good job, Bright Love. I'm glad to hear that for you. Okay. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Thank you very much, Druzilla. Okay. So, guys, there we go. So the Southern Poverty Law Center is being gone after, is being attacked. That's sad. Let's go on to the next story. Now, I know we have a lot of stories today. You know what? Let's pause. We're going to pause. We're going to pause. We're not going to, I'm going to wait to do the next story because we've gone through so many stories already, and it's kind of like a lot. And I feel like I'm just talking at you. So let's go on to do, so you know what? Let's watch Druzilla's short first. Let's watch Druzilla's short. The thing that Druzilla sent us. You sent it in reactions? Okay. Let's watch this. So this was sent us by Druzilla. It is called Mormon Church Sues Mormon Stories Podcast Host Over Use of the Word Mormon. What?
Church.
Okay. Now, I know that we have some former Mormons in here, right? Right. Me too, Crawl. I believe, hello, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid, thank you. Now, Mayflower Kid, I know, well, there are some people in here that are former Mormons. I'm very much not a fan of the Mormon Church in a lot of different ways. Not a fan at all. I'm sure we could talk about, hello, Mayflower Kid. I'm sure we could. I'm sure we've talked about some of these things before. Not a fan of the Mormons. A lot of Mormons are very nice people, okay? And I'm not saying that they're not humans or anything, but the Mormon Church, the hierarchy, are a bunch of monsters, and their history is very dark, okay? Especially when it comes to LGBTQ folks. I'll say Mormon as much as I want, Brucey, okay? Hilarious, Brucey. So, okay. Yep, there you go. That's a great way of putting it, Sir Bart. Mormonism is a cult created by a dude that wanted to get away with having multiple wives and assaulting children. Correct. That is pretty much a historically accurate description. They're also deeply racist ideologically. Now, modern day Mormons, not so much, okay? But historically, very much so. They believe that people that are white, okay, are the true tribes of Israel, basically, and that people with dark skin are being punished by God. They are really unpleasant people, very racist, very homophobic. Not great. Yeah. So, also just kind of loony, the beliefs, all right? But we're moving on. But let's watch this. And by the way, I've known several gay folks who grew up in the Mormon Church and still are not out of the closet because they can't. They will lose everything if they leave the closet, okay? So let's watch this.
So the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is suing a podcaster for using the word Mormon. Seriously. The podcast is called Mormon Stories, and it's hosted by John DeLynn, a guy who's been hosting it since 2005. It's basically the place people go when they're questioning or leaving the church. And here's the wild part. He was literally excommunicated in 2015 for speaking out, and now the church is arguing people might confuse his show with official church messaging. Think about that. You're telling me someone listens to a podcast hosted by an excommunicated critic and thinks, yes, this must be official church content. That is their argument. The church says that his use of the word Mormon and some of his YouTube thumbnail images could confuse people, so they demanded that he change his branding, remove those thumbnail images, and add disclaimers to the description so people know.
But see, okay, Outer Signal, you say, well, when did black folks start joining when did they start accepting black folks? Was it 1978 or something like that? It was like, I don't know, it was a lot later that they started accepting black folks, but you know though how like churches always change what they believe, and then everyone seems to forget the things they thought before. Like, it's the same with like the Catholics and crap, right? Like, for some reason, the people who are Mormons, they don't know history, or they don't care, or they think God changed his mind. So suddenly all the horrible things that the Mormons did in the past are just ignored, I guess. Okay. And like, it's the same thing with Catholicism and like, anyway, which is why I don't understand Catholics who say that, well, the Catholic Church is better now. Yeah, you're right, Mayflower Kid, because they have a prophet. That's a good point, Mayflower Kid. They'll be like, well, the Catholic Church was worse before, but it's better now. It's learned, it's gotten better. And I'm like, well, isn't that a sign that Isn't that a sign that the Catholic Church isn't a good source of truth, that they keep having to change their mind? That doesn't really mean that it's a great idea, okay? Like if you're constantly having to change what you believe, even though you say it's an eternal truth given to you by God. Hello, Matt Sai Guy. What do you want, Matt Sai Guy? What's up? Yeah, you're right, Crawl. A lot of Mormons do have child brides, and there's still some radical Mormons who believe in polygamy. Oh, shocking, Outer Signal. Outer Signal, how dare you? You're a blasphemer. Okay, Outer Signal says, isn't it interesting that God's morality usually reflects our own? Oh, it's almost like it's a human construct, right? All right. So, Matt Saigai, did you miss us yesterday? Of course I did, Matt Saigai. I missed you all very much, which is why I did a little talk to all of you. Okay, let's go on. All right.
He's not affiliated with the church. And to be fair, he actually did most of that. But they also wanted him to open every episode of his show by basically saying, hey, this show is not affiliated with the Mormon church. And he said no, because why would he? Podcasts don't usually start with a list of who they're not affiliated with.
Yeah, Gwen. Yeah.
And here's where it gets even more ironic.
Yeah.
This
By the way,
Gwen
Gwen is right. The child assaulting FDLS leader is still listened to from prison. Yep. And I agree. So, Gwen, you make an excellent point. We do know that in this country, we basically subsidize churches, right? Because they're tax exempt, which acts as a kind of subsidy. Okay. I don't think we should, I think churches should pay taxes. I just do. I don't know why we basically subsidize churches and allow them to do things like break down our roads by having people go to church. I know this sounds harsh, but I feel like every organization should be taxed. I don't care. Churches should be taxed. Yeah, like the super churches, they can be bad for the environment. They do damage to infrastructure, and they're not taxed. And they all should be taxed. All of them should be taxed. The Mormon Church should be taxed. Scientology should be taxed. They all should be taxed. All right. Okay. Sir Bart says, imagine, if you will, two monkeys. One has bananas, the other does not. The bananaless monkeys look up at the sun, and he says to the other monkey, hey, see that big ball in the sky? It just told me that if you don't give me your bananas, it will light you on fire. And thus religion was born. Hilarious, Sir Bart. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay.
Spent years telling people, don't call us Mormon.
Guys, okay, I'm sorry. I got kind of add something about what Sir Bart said. There's actually some weird archaeological. You guys know you're going to get me on a rant here. I know I keep ranting about religion. I don't want this to be the focus of my channel, but we know that like early cities. I don't blame you, Jonas. Early cities, like archaeologically, when we look at the growth of civilization, we suddenly start noticing that the houses of like the wealthy. So when you look at like an ancient city archaeologically, initially all the houses were all the same size, and there might be like a central square, but over time there'd be a few houses that got bigger and bigger and bigger. And pretty quickly, how those big houses were built also became the temples. I'll say that again. So as inequality started happening in early cities, okay, you start seeing that the big houses where the wealthy started living started to be used as temples. So, and started to be used as religious ceremony centers, and then that style would be copied elsewhere and become what a temple looks like. So the idea here is that the wealthy and the powerful started turning where they lived into places where people would bring goods for sacrifice, would bring them goods and things like that as a sacrifice or an offering. And they would present it as a religion, okay, even though they were able to do that because they were rich and they had accumulated wealth, and then they created religions and made themselves out to be these sacred, God-connected people. Do you see what I mean? TJ, channeling gods or acting as gods? Acting as gods, TJ. As in the early wealthy basically ended up, it appears that they were able to turn themselves into like the first caste of priests and things like that. Establish themselves as where you go for connection to God and stuff, which gave them a lot of power. You see what I mean? Okay. So I'm just saying so you're not fully wrong there, Sir Bar. And this is an oversimplification. I'm talking about like early civilization in the Middle East. There's different It might be slightly different elsewhere, but isn't that interesting?
Anymore. But now they're going to court saying, actually, that word belongs to us legally. And they're claiming that this podcast is causing serious harm to their brand. A multi-billion-dollar institution says it's being threatened by one dude's podcast. Look, this isn't really about branding. This is about influence. He has it, they're losing it. Mormon Stories has helped a lot of people ask questions about church doctrine, and in some cases, it has helped them walk away. And instead of responding to the criticism, the church is responding to the platform. Because it's a lot easier to challenge a logo than it is to challenge the ideas John DeLynn and his guests talk about. And here's the kicker. By filing this lawsuit, they're doing the one thing you never want to do online. They're making people pay way more attention to what Mormons actually believe. So the Church of Jesus Christ...
Yep. Love it. Thank you, Drusilla. Yep.
Man, don't you know? The laws ain't made to help.
Okay, so this is sent to us by Sir Bart. I like this. We're on this. No, they don't. They don't want people to. They don't want people to deconstruct their faith. Absolutely not, LaQual. That would be bad, right? Okay, Dolly Boy, Barbara Streisand effect. Yeah, Dolly Boy, 100%. Dolly Boy, major Barbara Streisand effect. Same like Scientology is the same way. They did Barbara Streisand effect by like always saying, "Don't look at what we're doing. Don't look at what we're doing." It made people want to see what they're doing. Okay. Yeah, you know it, Jonas. You know it. Okay, you know it, Jonas. A lot of the wealthy sheiks and stuff are in the Gulf countries, etc. All right. So let's see here. Barbara's receive. And by the way, I will say, guys, they're like, I'm not defending the Catholic Church, but most priests in the Catholic Church aren't rich either. Okay, I'm not saying this is necessarily the case in like amongst every religion. Not every religion has a clergy that are ridiculously wealthy. A lot of bishops are really rich, but most priests are not that wealthy. But yes, a lot of early on, at least, the elites were definitely using religion. LDS didn't want. Okay, sorry. All the Barbara didn't see rich. It is basically Sir Bart. Okay. All right, so let's watch it. This is from Sir Bart talking about capitalism, I guess, and then we'll get back to the fun stuff. But
man, don't you know the laws are made to help earthy cats like us?
They're not?
Nah, man. Listen, here on our planet, back in the old days. Back in the real old days, it was just every
yes, LaQual, and a lot of them do take a vow of poverty, and a lot of them stick to it. Okay, but not all of them do.
For his self, scroobling and scratch-scrobbling for the good stuff, the greenest valleys and scratch-scrobbling, and the strongest, meanest men got the best stuff. They got the green valleys, and we're like, the rest of you, y'all scratch get sand. And that's when they made the laws, you see. Once the strong guys got it how they liked it, they said, this is fair now. This is the law. Once they were winning, they changed the rules up.
Yeah, Dolly Boy.
Whoa.
That's accurate. Okay, that is very accurate. We can actually. So that's right. So this actually is the case for lots of different economic systems. You guys, okay. Anyone here? Forgive me if you don't play video games. If anyone here has played Skyrim, okay. If you've played Skyrim or you've played Elden Ring or you've seen Lord of the Rings, okay. You notice how there's always this idea of like ruins, right? There's always these like ruined structures that you can explore that are mysterious, okay? Or like in Lord of the Rings, there's always these old structures, like these old statues that are from an ancient time, okay? There's like these ruins in the environment, okay? And that you explore, and it's cool. Bleak Falls Barrow, you know it, Sir Bart. Or like in Lord of the Rings, there's what is it called? Weathertop Fortress, Dovahkiin. Yeah, there you go, Dovahkiin. So there's always these structures to explore in fantasy and things like that. Well, there's a reason for that. That's because during the Middle Ages, of which a lot of fantasy kind of is based off of, there were all these ruined Roman structures everywhere, okay? Like there were old Roman roads and stuff. Rome was gone, but all the structures of Rome were still there. And what essentially happened, and this is only a slight over-exaggeration, is that after the Roman Empire fell, the biggest and meanest of the people that were moving into the area that was Rome started taking over these collapsing structures and defending them, which gave them a lot of power over everyone around, because not everyone had access to the collapsing structure that had defensive walls and things like that. And these people started forming a new caste of rulers called the nobility, okay? And they were the ones that were in the fortresses that had entrenched themselves behind walls, which made it really hard to get to them and kept them safe from raiders and things like that. And then over time gave them the ability to offer protection to the people around them. Okay, so it is true that even in like the Middle Ages, the elites were kind of the ones who got the best bits of things, what was left of the Roman Empire, and then was able to use that position to control everyone else. Does that make sense? Okay. So yeah, they started taking over these old structures, which gave them very privileged positions, because they could defend them. All right. Well, everyone else had to fend for themselves out in the fields, etc. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah, Gwen, kind of like military forts in the Old West. All right. Does that make sense? All right. And they formed their own nobility. Okay. So, and by the way, that also made it a lot easier for them to subjugate all the people around them and make them work for them, because those people wanted protection from raiders, from pirates, and things like that. So they'd be like, okay, we will let you run into our collapsed structures if you're being raided, but only if you pay us with agricultural goods and you send stuff to us. Okay. Do you see how it's a trade-off? Okay. So this is in the same thing with capitalism, right? Okay. Let's go on. Isn't that interesting? Hey, Nightfall. How are you doing, Nightfall? Okay. So, moving on here. I know, right? Mayflower Kid rude. Oh, name so nice. Oh, thank you, Nightfall. How lovely. All right. So let's do a little edumacation. Actually, first, as another little happy thing here, did we hear what Iran started doing? What they said something very funny. They're very good at trolling Donald Trump. So this is what they said. Hey, real Donald Trump, we've reviewed the tapes and decided we only talk to the GOAT. We're holding out for Obama, the greatest president in U.S. history, until he's back back on the line. We'll just be here chilling by the Strait of Hormuz. No hard feelings, but we only negotiate with the varsity team. Now, obviously, guys, Obama was not perfect, but this is hilarious. This is so funny, because they know that that's going to piss him off, because he hates that shit. Okay. What'd you say, Dolly Boy? You said something. I missed it. Thought you were going to make a point about being a Thane in Skyrim means you don't get arrested. Completely different point. Hilarious, Dolly Boy. Okay. That's true. Hello, Inverted Panda. All right. Isn't that amazing? I just love it. They're really mean girls. I love it. They're just poking and prodding him. I love it. Yeah, no, he really could, though. And Obama would be able to negotiate out his problem like he did with the Iran nuclear deal, but, I'm not a big fan, but yeah, this is hilarious. But they know just what to say to get under his skin. All right. They know just what to say to get under his skin. I know. Me neither, Philly Cheese. I can't believe. Hello, Philly Cheese, by the way. I can't believe it got all torn up. Okay, guys, so let's go on now to the education segment, okay? And don't leave, Dolly Boy. Don't you leave. Don't leave, okay? Okay, don't you leave, Dolly Boy. I know you hate education, okay? And I know you all hate everything, okay? You all hate when you get edumacated. Dolly Boy, you wake up, Dolly Boy, wake up. Okay, you all hate edumacation. But I'll make it quick. And I know I'm already waiting for it. 2 or 3 of you are going to leave the stream of meeting and be like, oh, God, we don't have to actually learn something. Trust me, I think you'll find it interesting, okay? You'll find it interesting, okay? So everyone ready? You're teaching hate. Yes, Mayflower Kid, I am teaching hate, all right? Good, damn right, Nightfall, you will. All right, so this is what we're going to do. I am going to teach you or talk to you about hate, kind of. You'll see what I mean. Let me take a drink of my water. So, okay. Yeah, fine, Dolly Boy. Don't take notes. I'll call your parents. All right. So this is a book that I'm reading right now. I actually have it right next to my bed. And I wanted to share some of the things that this was recommended to me by a former peer of mine, I guess you could say. Her name's Sejia Kurt, forgive me. I think it's a Turkish name. She's German, actually. She's from Germany. I don't know if TJ, if you've heard of her. I don't know how popular she is over in Germany, but she's from Germany, and she's Turkish. And she wrote this book called You're Not a Fan? Obama Was Charismatic. Yeah, exact. You're right. He was very charismatic, Philly cheese. Okay. And she wrote this book called Hate, The Uses of a Powerful Emotion. And she's a philosopher. This is her on the right. I know all the straight people or the people who like women out there are going to be like, oh, I don't know, maybe, I think. But I think she looks kind of badass. But this is her. Okay. And she's a philosopher in Germany, philosopher and political commentator. All right. And she wrote this book about hate because she started noticing how demonized hatred is by liberals, especially. Okay. By liberals. She is very obviously a lefty. Okay. She's very obviously a lefty. If you read her stuff, you can tell she's influenced by Marx and other things like that. She's also massively influenced by feminist thinkers. She talks about all kinds of stuff. Okay. So I wanted to talk to you about the argument she makes in this book because I think it's fascinating. Okay. It's a brilliant book and it's very short for anyone who's interested in reading it. I haven't finished it yet, but it's very short. Okay. And so let's talk about the contours of hate. So she identifies, guys, hate. So looking at it like she wants to bring it back kind of. Okay. Looking at this from a political perspective, she wanted to look at hate as a tool of oppression and power and a tool of rebellion and resistance. How is hate used in a political context? How is it presented? How is it used as social control? Okay. How is it used for all this stuff? All right. And so she decided to classify hate into 5 different types of hate, to look at basically hate from 5 different angles in regards to how it shows itself in power relationships. Okay. Okay. So allow me to explain this. And I have learned so much from this little book. It's crazy. Okay. So here are the 5 ways she talks about. Okay. And I'll go into more detail for each one. The first one is that hate. And so one last thing, actually, for the first 4 of these are ways in which hate is used by oppressors, how it is used to oppress people. Okay. How it is used and treated in a way that oppresses people. So those are the first 4. And then the last one is different. So the first one here is that hate is often assigned to oppressed people as being fundamental to their nature. Okay. So whether it be a colonial power against colonists, whether it be women being oppressed, whether it be black people in a Western country being oppressed, okay, whether it be workers who are oppressed. In all of these cases, the people doing the oppressing claim that hate is a fundamental part of our nature. Okay, because we're barbarians, we're savages, right? So, for example, some examples. The idea of like an angry black woman, okay? Black women are fundamentally angry and hateful. And, you should be scared of them because they're going to yell at you. And they need to regulate their behavior more because they're just very angry, okay? What about how Europeans treated, let's give you an example, Africans. Okay, when they colonized Africa, when they imperialized Africa and colonized it, they used words like this one here, savages. Okay, they claim that African people were more more angry, were more barbaric, were savages, and were always fighting each other. They always presented that image of these uncontrolled masses of like savage people, right? They did the same thing in the New World against Native Americans. They're savages. They hate so much. They're just full of hate for us. What about the Palestinians? Constantly being presented as being these hateful monsters that are unjustly hateful, and it's just part of their nature, right? They're just hateful people. And it's used to dehumanize, right? To make it seem like that's just part of their nature. There's no reason for the hatred. It's just part of their nature. No matter what we do, they're going to keep hating us because they are just hateful. You see what I mean? Completely ignores what might be happening to the folks that might make them angry. Okay. All right. Another example here is that in the United States, a lot of times black people are presented as being like these murderous criminals because, you know, they're bad people. They're hateful. They're bad. Okay. Or when it comes to a workplace. All right. If you are hateful towards your bosses, you might be called unprofessional. Like if you speak up in a meeting and say, I'm very angry. I don't like you. I don't like you as my boss. You might be fired or called unprofessional. And there's a lot of workplace oppression, like workplace things like HR, workplace environment things. Okay. That are basically claiming that employees are always going to hate you. So you need to monitor them and oppress them to make sure that they're not going to steal from you because they hate you and things like that. Okay. Yes. No, Jonas, that's another part of it. She's just talking about the hate part, but she views, a lot of folks will view black people as just hateful of black folks. You're right. That's slightly different than what I said. I mean, what you're saying is slightly different. Maybe I framed it badly, but like as in that black people are just hateful of white folks. That's just part of their nature. Okay. Okay. So that is sort of the, okay. Do we get that? Okay. So that's the one way hate is used. It's used to dehumanize people and to oppress people and to make it appear as that that's part of their nature to be hateful, which then enables you to do whatever you want because no matter what you do, they're going to be hateful, right? Black people are just going to hate white people. Workers are just going to hate their employers, you know, whatever it may be. Okay. Women are just going to hate men. Okay. The next way that hate is used is hate is sowed by oppressors amongst the oppressed to create divisions. Obviously. Think of India. The British Empire purposely sowed divisions between Muslim and Hindu in order to do a divide and rule strategy, okay, in order to control the population better because Britain is not a big place and India is a massive place and it's hard to control that big of a population colonially, so you better start dividing and conquering, right? Or we could talk about in Rwanda. The Belgians divided the population into Hutu and Tutsi. Okay, and set them against each other. Or we can talk about Native Americans and how they sowed hate amongst different Native groups. All right. We could talk about in our own society, right? How hate is sowed between different groups of workers, right? You don't trust the black workers, they're black. Okay. Don't trust the immigrant workers, they're immigrants. Hate them. Okay. So it is used and viewed as a good thing when it's used to divide. Okay. So hatred is used as a tool of division. Here are some examples of this. Shift workers against their foremen. So workers get divided into like managers and workers. Both are workers, but they're sort of divided because one has authority over the other. Okay. There you go, Louise. Must have learned that from the Romans with their divide and conquer. Yeah, Louise. Rome did that. By the way, Rome did that in Britain. Okay, they divided different groups of Celts and things like that against each other. Like Rome did it too. Everyone does it. Okay, everyone does it. America does it. When we conquer places, we did it in we did it in what is it called in Iraq. Okay, we did it in Iraq. We turned Shia and Sunni against each other, various other things, okay? Okay. All right, so, so we did that. We also did, what about local workers against foreign workers, right? There's so many working class people who hate migrant labor. We're all workers, and so we've been taught to hate foreign workers, which is stupid because we're all workers. What about workers against unemployed people? I mean, right? Workers are always being told that unemployed people are lazy. You know, they're taking your money from you. They're stealing your taxes and things like that. You need to hate them. You need to hate them. You need to hate them. There you go, inverted panda. In Afghanistan, turned other ethnic groups against the Pashtuns. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So like, all right. Or, and then I, of course, I already mentioned in India, Muslim against Hindu, and Rwanda, Hutu against Tutsi. Okay. We could talk about, like, this has happened everywhere. So those are two ways that the elites use hatred against the oppressed, okay? Or at least the oppressors used hate, okay? Another way, by the way, women, this happens amongst women too. Women judge each other harshly. There's class divisions amongst women. There are race divisions amongst women. Women, a lot of media works for women, like women will demonize how each other look. And it's promoted by the elites in a lot of ways. Like women will go after each other. Like bunch of different groups will divide each other, okay? Divide themselves, if that makes sense, by hating each other, okay? Third way, yes, absolutely, inverted panda. A lot of the blasphemy laws in the Indian subcontinent are from the British era, absolutely. A lot of the homophobic laws on the African, the sub-Saharan African area are from the British era. Same was also in the Saharan region too. So like, you know, these laws that criminalize homosexuality and stuff. Anyway, so like, yeah, a lot of this stuff comes anyway. So the third way that hate is used, okay, by oppressors is self-hatred. And please be honest with me. Who hasn't felt this before? What is that doing there? I know I have. We're very self-judgmental. Okay. Thank you very much, Philly Cheese, for the. Actually, I see. Thank you. Yes, I'll hydrate. Thank you. Okay. Self-hatred. What about this? So during where we are taught, oppressed people are taught to hate themselves. Okay. Literally hate themselves. So, and it makes oppressed people feel submissive, powerless, and voiceless. Okay. You know, you're taught that there's something wrong with you, things like that. For example, we are told to be, Dolly Boy, thank you so much for the contribution. Really, thank you very much for the 500 bits there. I really appreciate Dolly Boy. Is that our first contribution today? Thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay. So like, okay, we are taught that like if you're not making enough money, what is wrong with you? You're lazy. You're not smart. You need to work harder. What's wrong with you? Hate yourself, hate yourself, hate yourself. Okay. Hate yourself. Okay. There is a long history of Black people and even Southeast Asian people, really people from everywhere, like in America too, despising themselves for who they are. There's a lot of writing from people who came from all over the world saying that they despise themselves for their skin color, like a lot of the times because they've been taught to hate themselves, okay? That there's something wrong with them. And it's very, you know, self-hatred. I don't know what else to say there, right? We all experience that. Do we not? Okay. And whether it's because you're a worker and you're a minority, or women are taught to hate themselves, right? You're not being nice enough. Why aren't you smiling? Da, 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 da. Okay. There's like, you know, self-hatred is a big thing that's promoted. Okay. And by the way, it also is very useful for people in power. You know why? Because then they can sell us solutions to our self-hatred. So it's very profitable. It allows companies to sell you things like self-help books, to sell products like, for example, in Japan, you can buy stuff that'll make your skin look whiter. Okay. There are places, we watched that one video about India. Now, this has been happening for a while, but in India, this happened for a while. The colorism, in India, you can buy stuff to make your skin look lighter, right? Like that's self-hatred, right? Self-hatred that is being monetized, all right? And this is very useful. This is very, very useful to the elites because then they don't have, to the people in power, but to the oppressors, because then they don't have to police us. We police ourselves, all right? Does that make sense? Yeah, exactly. You're right, Inverted Panda. Skin whitening creams are so common. Okay, there are no health benefits, atheists. There are no health benefits to like coloring your skin. It's just a beauty standard that has been taught. It's been taught that like people with darker skin are uglier, okay, or not as pretty. Yeah, you're right, LaCroix. Skin lightening is a thing here in the U.S. too. So that is self-hatred, right? That is being foisted upon oppressed people. Okay. What about amongst women? Women are always told that they're not pretty enough, that they need to always be performative and look better. And then they're sold a bunch of products to beautify themselves. Okay, like all the makeup. Now, honestly, I think it can makeup can be fun too, but like, and that's been going on throughout history. And sometimes, by the way, it's also men who wear makeup historically. But you know, the pushing of women to constantly look beautiful and then selling them products to deal with their self-hatred. All right. If anyone's ever known a woman who is very self-conscious, and I'm not saying it's just women, but there is a lot of pressure on women, and a lot of women are very self-conscious because of all the pressure on them. Okay, and all that self-hatred. Okay. Does that make sense? All right. What about so self-hatred? So we've talked about hate being assigned to being part of the oppressed people's nature. Hate being sowed amongst oppressed people, self-hatred being promoted amongst oppressed people. And then this one is very interesting to me. Okay, this one I took a lot of notes on. Hello, Alyssa. So glad you're back. All right. Yeah, Sir Bart, once you realize that none of this really matters, the self-hatred phase, elites are going to have a hard time capitalizing when the people realize they are bigger fish to fry. And I've seen more of it, Sir Bart. I think that's the easiest one to kind of deal with. Is the self-hatred. People can overcome that. And she even mentions that in the book. She says this one is very powerful when it works, but this is the one that's easiest to overcome because you just, it's mainly ideological. You have to liberate yourself. Okay. So yes, but it's very useful when it works for people in power. All right. Okay. So, Oh, I got you, Alyssa. I just meant hi, insecure woman here. Oh, I got you, Alyssa. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Alyssa, I don't blame you, though. Like, I don't blame you. Like, there's a lot, insecurity is basically promoted amongst women, okay? Because they're always told they're not perfect. Okay, you got to be, you're never good enough, all right? What about this one? Okay, this is a really important one, I thought. Okay. The direct and indirect prohibition of oppressed people's hatred. So when oppressed people do start feeling hatred towards oppressors, it is prohibited either socially, okay, like in a social sense, or in a oh, gotcha, Doug. Okay, or like legally. Okay, so let me give you some examples. So the oppressed are forced to stifle their own hatred, loathing, and will to resist. Okay. Let me give you one example. Give me give you one example of this. Okay. So we already talked about how, like, when, like, let's say black folks get angry, it's viewed as like, well, that's inherent to them. And then they will be policed for it. Okay. Like, you can imagine what would happen if you were a black person and you started yelling at a police officer really aggressively. That might be a threat to your life. Okay. But there's other examples. Let me give you an example here. Okay. Women, for example, are kind of expected to have a gentle, caring, and motherly nature. And they're constantly being pressured to put on those traits. You have to constantly display that you're caring, gentle, and motherly. So in order to prove this, because it's always being questioned and monitored, they constantly have to affirm their femininity by putting those traits on display, right? And there's this is called dirty care or negative care, where women do acts of caring as sort of a display to show that they're caring, even if they don't really want to do it. Because of the fear of being viewed as unpleasant or unmotherly or ungentle or uncaring. And then if they do stop doing that, we know what words are used, right? I use this word, the B word, right? Women who hate men or who start acting, or who hate men that are oppressing them or whatever, or hate society for oppressing them, are often called the B word, all right? Are often, you know, called all kinds of things that are negative, right? If they assert their power, if they assert themselves, like there's all these words that are assigned to that. So women are not allowed to hate, okay? They have to constantly display that they're not hateful and that they're caring and that they're kind, okay? Black folks too. Black folks constantly, I've heard, I've read books about this. A lot of at least in Black America, at least in America, at least, a lot of Black Americans have to feel like they have to go out of their way to present themselves as non-threatening and to show that they are not angry or hateful of how they're being treated, okay? Because of fear. They might get backlash, they might be mistreated, they might be arrested, okay? And think about, let's go back to the women thing real fast. Think about it. Like, this prohibition on women feeling hatred is a real nice way of getting them to do lots of labor that's unpaid. Because like most nurses and teachers are women, which is like a very caring area, a very caring field, which allows you to constantly display your virtue while not getting paid much. And it's expected, right? It's kind of expected that women should be in these jobs as teachers or nurses. I figured that out when I was a teacher, because they are the ones who are expected to do this difficult labor. And if you get a nurse that's in a bad mood, well, she must just be a bad person, and she's a bad nurse. Well, maybe she's a human being, okay? So exactly, Lacroix. There you go. Okay, I'm trying to use less curse words in the streams, guys, so that I can get more people in here. All right. So we can talk about other things, examples of this. I'm just using women as an example. You know, if someone's too angry, if we talk too angrily, like what happens, guys, if like you're on a talk show and you're a lefty and you talk about how, you know, you hate the elites and how you kind of think they should be gotten rid of, and then you're called hateful and that's not civil. Or like if you yell about like, we need health care, you're suddenly said you're not civil, you're not allowed to be hateful of the system, you're not a patriot, you're not allowed. Okay. Or if you know, workers are trying to fight back and they hate their boss, you know, they're viewed as agitators, they're oftentimes demonized for other things. You see what I mean? Okay. So, and we're constantly told that hate is bad, are we not? Is that not like a big thing? Like, hate is always bad. Never hate. You know, one phrase that I would hear when I was growing up was, you know, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Okay. That's nice. That's cute. What if someone is mistreating me? Then can I say something not nice to them? You guys see what I mean? Okay. You see what I mean? And yet, so the point she's making here, guys, okay. Yeah, there you go. The point she's making here is that look at all the ways that the oppressive people who do oppression use hatred. They love hatred. Hatred is used in all kinds of ways to divide the oppressed, okay, to keep us in line, to prevent us, two wrongs don't make a right, Dolly Boy, turn the other cheek. That they use hate all these different ways, constantly using it, okay? The oppressors are constantly using it. So that is acceptable hate if it's used by the oppressors. But as soon as oppressed people feel hateful, they're demonized. And hate is suddenly a bad thing, okay? It's a horrible thing. It's a bad thing, all right? Okay? We've abused black people for years, but suddenly when they feel hateful towards white people, there's something deeply wrong with them, okay? You see what I mean? Then, so this last one is the one that most of the book is about. There is another kind of hate involved in power, and that is empowering hatred, okay? Where hate is used as a self-empowering response to oppression. You can guess, guys, that a lot of members of Hamas hate Israel. There's probably a lot of Palestinians that hate Israel. You can guess that there probably are a lot of women who hate men, or at least hate patriarchy and maybe hate men. There are probably a lot of, all kinds of groups that hate different groups. A lot of people who are oppressed who hate oppressors, right? We've had people in this community say how they've had to deal with feelings of hatred towards white people, for example, or, Westerners or whatever it is, okay? Okay, as soon as it is done, okay, that way, as soon as people hate oppressors, it's bad, right, to do it. But hate also is what has caused change historically. And I'm not advocating for, I'm not saying that like exterminationist hatred or hatred that is directed at innocent individuals is bad, is good. It's not, right? But like hatred against systems, hatred against oppression, hatred against how you're treated on a daily basis. Like the abolitionists hated slavery and they fought very hard and they hated slave owners and they fought very hard against them. All right. Women who advocated for the right to vote hated not being able to vote and hated how the country didn't let them vote. They hated the patriarchal things. Okay. Now they could have helped more black women, but you see what I mean? Okay. So a lot of black liberation fighters do not like racism, really hate a lot of how white people behave. But that drove them into action. All right. Do you guys see what I'm saying here? Do we feel like Karl Marx didn't hate capitalism and capitalists? Do we feel like the Russian revolutionaries didn't hate the elites of the Russian Empire? They did. It was a lot of hatred there. Okay. A lot of colonists hated the British Empire. All right. You see my point? So our colonials hated the British Empire. So, so might that be a reason why hate is so looked down upon when it comes out of the mouth of oppressed people? Because it's a tool, and too much hatred is bad. Okay, you don't want the oppressed to be hateful because that might cause change. There you go, Doug. You hate AI data centers and private utilities. Now, so what do we all think about this analysis? I am curious to see what you guys say. And yeah, it comes back to worthy and unworthy victims, doesn't it? You are allowed to hate if you're an oppressor. You're not allowed to hate if you're oppressed. Okay, you hate veggies, I gotcha. Okay. And it's just, that's fair, Mayflower Kid. Okay, meh, I get it. But like, yeah. And it's just an interesting way of looking at it. She does say in the book, though, she talks about how, like, this does not mean hate is, like, it's okay, for example, to hate fascists, right? And she's talking about, like, liberatory hatred, okay? Oppressive hatred is no good, obviously. Like, hating, a certain racial group or whatever, obviously that's oppressive hatred. She's talking about liberational hatred. Sir Bart, CR hates it. How dare you, Sir Bart? Okay. What do we all think of that? Isn't that interesting? How hatred is kind of used in different ways depending on who does it. Okay. There you go, Gwen, right? And that might prompt you to push for change. Do we get it? All right. So it seems like it's not okay. Kind of, Doug, sometimes, Doug, it does seem okay to not hate Nazis. I mean, it doesn't seem okay to hate Nazis in America, which is insane. And we all know, yeah, there you go. You're oppressing Pinochet by hating him, throwing your friends out of helicopter. Exactly, LaQual, exactly that kind of thing, right? Exactly that kind of thing. All right. But the media constantly regulates our talk of hatred, right? Okay. Like, we will now Mayflower Kid, I'm not calling out, but Mayflower Kid says, okay, I kind of strongly dislike police. But notice, Mayflower Kid, you're concerned about using the word hatred, aren't you? The word hatred, it's like we are policed in using it socially, aren't we? Because who knows how you might, right, Mayflower Kid? You might be, this is my point, Mayflower Kid, like we can't even really use the word. If we use the word, people are like, oh, well, hate's a strong word, even though hatred is being used all the time, okay? But we can't do it, though. We can't be hateful, right? We can't be hateful. Dolly Boy. Yeah, I always got told as a kid to use the word dislike and never hate. Oh, that's fair, Mayflower Kid. That's fair. I could be wrong about you, Mayflower Kid, but all right. So what about Nazis, Mayflower Kid? You don't feel hatred towards Nazis? See, I'm trying to trick you now, Mayflower Kid. But isn't that interesting? Okay, so there's my little presentation, guys, about the contours of hatred. She's a really brilliant writer, okay? How she frames all this, how like hatred is sort of defamed by oppressors. And I know I sound super woke right now using phrases like oppressed and oppressor and stuff. It's just true though, right? Okay. Right? Or like, yes. Yes, Mithril, and this is what I'm saying. She's talking about liberatory hatred. She's not talking about hatred that's used to oppress minorities and things like that, in which case she says, like, that is just another form of racial hatred, right? That's another form of oppressive hatred. Yeah. Okay, I mean, does that make sense, Mithril? Oh, there you go, Doug. You feel strong hatred towards one specific orange person. Okay. Anyway. And I know this is kind of a hard thing to talk about because hate is very painful and like does a lot of bad things. Does a lot of very bad things. Okay. But if we talk about hatred being used for liberatory purposes, well, what do we think motivated people to make major changes in the past? Okay. All right. Wake me up before you go. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. All right, you guys. And I can tell you guys, especially living in the, there you go, Weirdomorphous Blob, especially living in the Midwest, like we're constantly told that, you know, you have to be nice to everyone, always have a smile on your face, and it's like a real big annoying thing to me. So anyway. Okay, Sylvie, MAGA response to me talking about corruption. No, they are trying to impeach a duly elected president. They scream, we have to save democracy while trying to take down a POTUS elected by the people, right? Okay. Yeah, Gwen, I know, right? Okay, guys. So I'm going to put my face up. There's my little presentation on hatred. Where did my face go? There he goes. Okay. So, yeah. Just a really good book. If anyone's interested, you should read it. It's very short. I can even show you. It's a very short book. I'm trying to get people to read it because I like it. So here it is. You can see how small it is. It's very small, okay? For people who don't like reading huge books, all right? Here it is. Ooh, read it. It's very short. Okay. All right. Yeah, I love my book on hate. Yeah, you should. It's very short, okay? All right, guys. So there you go. There's my little presentation on hatred. Yay. It is. It's a camping read. It's very short and very good. And she's very good at writing, by the way. She's very good at writing. Okay. There you go, Sylvie. There you go. Good for you. Okay. And it's okay, guys, to feel some hatred towards oppressors. It is okay. I'm going to tell you now, it's okay to feel hatred towards oppressors. Now, obviously, make sure your hatred isn't pointing at the wrong people. Of course, you know, all of the hatred used by the rich and the powerful, okay, doesn't differentiate. It hurts everyone, whether they deserve it or not. But we're better than that. But still, it's okay to feel hatred, and don't let people tell you otherwise. Like, hatred is an understandable feeling when you're being oppressed and things like that. Okay, it's an understandable feeling. Sir Bart, I swear to God, I'm going to kick you out of my stream. Okay, I'm going to kick you out of my God. How dare you make fun of Rick and Morty? Okay, all right, guys. Yay, everyone ready? That's right, Sir Bart. Okay. Yeah, you cry, Sir Bart. Anyway, so thank you, guys. Okay, yay, hatred. Yay, love it. Okay, so there we go. So there's my little presentation on hatred. There might be a question on a future Kahoot about this, a future Kahoot, which will be not this week, but next week, because we had a Kahoot last week. Okay, exactly, in your groove, and you can use it as fuel to do activism. Okay, you can use your hatred as fuel to do activism. Okay, that's okay. Bright Love, and again, I am not saying what this means that you can or can't do. I'm mainly saying, like, it's okay to feel hatred, and you can use it to fuel you to make change. Okay. But notice how, like, remember how I said hatred is like self-hatred is used as a form of internal policing. The fact that a lot of us judge ourselves for feeling hatred is a form of internal policing. Of course we feel hatred. They're killing people all over the planet. They're impoverishing us, deporting our neighbors. They're doing all this horrible stuff. Of course we hate them. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go urinate. I'm going to go pee outside because my toilets aren't on right now. But anyway, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. And when I get back, I'll hand out some boops. Okay. No one leave the stream. No one leave the stream. We actually have had not that many folks in here today, have we? We've only had like 16 or so. And, oh, no, we've had a few. Okay. Normally we have like 18 or 19. Well, whatever the case. So I'm not going to go do that outside. Yeah, Jonas, exactly, Jonas. But it's a totally justifiable form of hatred, right, that the Palestinians have. Okay. Okay. So give me a second, guys. And she taught, by the way, one last thing. One of the reasons I like this writer is that she is in Germany and she writes about Palestinians and she says how oppressed they are, which is very dangerous to do if you're a German. Okay. Anyway, especially if you're a Turkish German. Regardless, I'll be back, guys. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
And my thoughts don't want me to wait. They show compassion made of plastic. And I don't want to be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams. trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes.
Hello, folks. I decided to change my shirt because the sweater was getting a bit hot, so now I'm wearing something more comfortable. More comfortable. All right. So, Gwen, I told you the name of the song. The song is called "Polarized" by Coven. Polarized by Coven. Here, I'll write it. I'll put it in the chat here. Give me a second. It's polarized. Polarized by some group called Coven, I guess. There we go. Boop. All right. All right, guys. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Let me hand out some boops. You've all been very good today. Very good today. Where'd my boop stick go? Where'd the boop stick go? This is a disaster. Oh, I left it over there. Give me a second. There's the boop stick. Okay, who wants a boop? Look at my hair. Isn't it great? This is what happens when you haven't showered. Because I didn't shower today. Because these showers aren't on. So you get to see dirty, dirty me. Aren't I filthy? Aren't I a filthy little piggy? Okay, elevator lady gets a boop. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Luke gets a boop. Boop. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. Drusilla gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. It was great, LaCroix. I enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I made sure the neighbors were watching. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. A SoCal gets a boop. Boop. Who else gets a boop? Anyone wants a boop? In Your Groove, you get a boop. Boop. Oh, In Your Groove. First of all, In Your Groove, you get a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? You don't want a filthy boop? Well, too late, Drusilla. Fine, I'll take it away from you then. Bromp there. No more filthy boop for you, Drusilla. God. All right. So to answer your question, In Your Groove, I have very old plumbing in this house. It's from the 50s, and a few days ago. Oh, oopsie. Oops, I accidentally hid. Well, you know what? You know what? I stand by it. At Mayflower Kid, I accidentally hid one of your messages. I clicked the wrong button. But I'm going to stand by it and pretend I did it on purpose just to spite you. I don't know what you said. But anyway, forgive me, Mayflower Kid. You might want to resend your last message. Okay. So the plumbing, I guess like all the piping and stuff is very old. And it had started to crack and disintegrate because it's cast iron. So they're having to redo the plumbing in a lot of the house, like re-put in all new pipes and things like that. And then, of course, while looking at the damage that was done by the leaks that we were having, found what might have been asbestos. Okay, now I think they said that it isn't asbestos, but there might be asbestos in like the glue and things like that. So now they're having to remove all the asbestos stuff too. So it's a mess. And right now we don't have toilets. There's only one sink that we can use. So yeah, okay. So that's why I'm not showered today. And I'm like running out of clean clothes. It's kind of funny. But I might have to go. So I might have to go over to my sister's to clean my clothes, which is why you're seeing me wear some things I don't normally wear. Okay. You're right. I'm so old. I sleep with, okay, very good. You're right, Sir Bart. It's like very true, Sir Bart. Okay. Okay. All right. Dolly Boy. I was watching last Friday stream to see the Kahoot and saw that a Dolly Boy cult was mentioned. No. God damn it. I was hoping you didn't see that, Dolly Boy. Yes, there was a Dolly Boy cult mentioned, but I doubt it's going to take off, Dolly Boy. I doubt it's going to take off. Jonas says, just take them down to the river and hand wash them. Right, Jonas. You want me to take my clothes to an American river If I wanted to get like toxic chemicals all over my clothing, maybe I would. Okay. No, SoCal. That it's a they didn't find like layers of asbestos. They found like asbestos there's like glue that has asbestos in it. So it's not something that goes everywhere, if that makes sense. It's from what I've heard, it's complicated, but they're upstairs. Then that's also away from me. That's like upstairs in a different bathroom. So anyway, yes, exactly, Doug. That area is closed off from the rest of the house. The pipes can be asbestos too. Yeah, very true, Luke. And I'm not a plumber. Plumbers are very smart, and they're very. I am not a plumber, so I don't know how to answer a lot of the questions you're asking. All right, we have. In your group says we have a river here. It's the American River, mega clean, all the snow runoff. Oh yes, a Colorado River are lovely. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, you got it, Sir Bart. Okay, you got it. Riveting. Right, Drusilla. I'm sure you're very riveted, right? Okay, so entry study on microplastics that tamarind helps. Interesting, Doug. Oh, you know what? That reminds me of a story I wanted to share with all of you. So let's get back to work, shall we? Let's get back to work, and I'll stop. Trumfail. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Trumfail. Okay, so let's go on here. So here we have a story from the UK, right? I always say I'm trying to get better at doing some stories from the UK. Today was like all America stories, because I love this country so much. Just like yeah, that's fair, Gwen. I don't think I'd put a toe in the Thames, that's for sure. That's fair. Okay. Do we remember, for the UK people out there, do you remember when there was that blockage in the pipes in the Thames, like all that fat and oil, like the fat that had coagulated because of all the restaurants dumping their oil into the Thames? Do you guys remember that? Okay. I'll show you a picture for those who don't know this story. I remember when it came out, it was super interesting. What is it called? The Fatberg? Yes. So I'll show you. Yeah, it was a literal blockage. Hello, welcome, politics. So glad you're back. Yes. And by the way, I think it's funny because America has massive problems with pollution. And there are regulations in London about these things, but for some reason, some of the lot of restaurants weren't following it. Okay, so what is it called? Fatberg, the Fatberg. Fatberg, London. There's a really gross picture of it. Yeah, oh my God. Okay. The Whitechapel Fatberg was a massive 130-ton, 250-meter long, rock-solid blockage of fat, oil, and wet wipes found in London's sewer system in 2017. Located under Whitechapel, it took crews weeks to break up. A smaller 100-ton grandchild of this Fatberg was discovered in the same area in December of 2025. Oh my God, that is a picture of like the grandchild. Okay, the grandchild Fatberg. Oh my God, the pictures are disgusting. Look at that. All that fat and child of Fatberg. And so, because there's all these restaurants in London and they weren't following regulations for the proper disposal. Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness. For the proper disposal of okay, isn't that disgusting? Like they had a big problem. They had a big problem because suddenly, like a whole bunch of residences and businesses could no longer, all their pipes suddenly got clogged up because no water or anything was flowing anymore because of this giant Fatberg. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, exactly, Louise. And like London actually had good regulations on this stuff, but people weren't really checking in on it. So a lot of businesses were just throwing it down the sink or whatever to save money or whatever. So yeah, I know, isn't that gross? But yeah, so I feel bad for the I don't know, the plumbers or the whoever had to go deal with this stuff. Horrific. All right. Yeah, Luke, that's late. I was actually going to do a presentation on that at some point, Luke. Yeah, Gwen, absolutely. All right. So there's a cute little story. Let's go on to another one. Why, Drizilla, has Norway never had a Fatberg? I bet you've had lots of Fatbergs. I know, like yeah, Louise, yeah. Or maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. It doesn't cost money, but I guess some businesses were just being kind of lazy about it. All right. Okay. And they weren't doing it the right way. So, okay. So, okay, what was I going to say, Drusilla? I was going to say you guys might not have Fatbergs in Norway, but you know what you have in Norway? You probably have, like, I don't know, pickled fish or something that spills on the street and smells up everything. So if I were you, Drusilla, I don't think you're innocent in this, okay? All right. So going on, I wanted to briefly talk about, you mostly have cute things. Yeah, Drusilla, I'm sure. Okay, I'm sure you do. Just like you, Drusilla. Yeah, I'm sure you're just a little angel, aren't you? Okay. Okay, so let's go on here. I know I'm kind of getting distracted. I wanted to briefly talk about another story here. Well, you know what? No, I'm sorry. I wanted to show you guys that UK thing. Give me a second. Look, I'm already forgetting about the UK. Look at that. Let me go back to this.
Why is Blackstone...
Oops, sorry. Speaking of the UK, I think... I am deeply concerned about the presence of forever chemicals and everything. Okay, if you know what forever chemicals are, PFAS, okay, I don't know, they're called PFAS, I don't know what they're called, okay, but like chemicals that don't fully break down and then that get caught in the environment, microplastic, shit like that. Okay, good, right, Drusilla. I don't mean cute like that, I mean like an angelic and halo wearing, like, okay, whatever, Drusilla, all right. So this is, okay. The UK, I knew, Sir Bart, I knew you were going to, Sir Bart, I swear to God, okay? So, yes, PFAS, okay, or whatever, I don't know what they're called, but so the UK is now trying to ban the use of these chemicals, and I like that. I like that shit. I do. I like it. There's not much good research on it, but I don't like how we wait until it's a massive problem before we like change it. Okay? Like, we don't know how bad they are and they're appearing in our brains and shit, and we don't know how bad it is. And I'm just saying, so I'm okay with banning it. Maybe it should be at least banned until we know for sure that all these chemicals we're pumping into everything, all these like non-dying chemicals. And I know Matt Saigai is going to come in here and be all pedantic and be like, well, everything's a chemical, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the term I'm using makes perfect sense, Matt Saigai. Everyone knows what I mean. Okay, forever chemicals, whatever, Matt Saigai. Okay, I know you didn't say anything, but I'm yelling at you anyway. So let's see what the UK is talking about doing here. They're trying to ban forever chemicals in uniforms and frying pans. All right.
These have warned that companies should be banned from using what are known as forever chemicals in products unless they are essential. School uniforms, non-stick pans, just some of the everyday products that are treated with a group of chemicals called PFAs to make them stain and water resistant.
Good, Matt Saigai. I'm for that. Please, if a lot of the things I use currently will be out of use, I'm glad for it. Okay. Well, and I think it's just that they're not going to make them. I don't think it means that they are going to make people give up those things. Well, we'll see.
But there is growing concern about the long-term environmental and health impacts of some of these forever chemicals, so-called because they persist and accumulate across ecosystems. Our climate and science reporter, Esme Stellard, has been looking into the story. Yeah, they're used in everything. Everyday household items that we value, our raincoats, fire retardant materials, we need them. So when they say only essential goods, how do we class what is essential?
Exactly, Christian. It'd almost be impossible to go throughout your life without coming into contact with forever chemicals. But what the committee is saying is that it's only in the cases of certain products where removing the use of the chemical could be a health and safety issue. So, for example, removing the PFAS from your non-stick frying pan, I guess the worst that could happen is your egg might get a little bit stuck. But removing that from, say, firefighting equipment...
Interesting. So it's only... See, I didn't know the details. It's only removing it from certain things that it's not essential to have those in, okay?
It could pose a serious danger danger to those that wear it. Equally, it's also used a lot in medical equipment. Now, this particular approach, this essential use method, is actually already being looked at by the EU. They've gone through a number of stages, and they're looking
in your groove, I know,
to actually introduce their own ban later this year. So what the committee is doing is really recommending what many other countries have already started to look at in their own jurisdictions.
And if they're recommending things like this, there's a reason for it. What is the cause of it? If these chemicals don't dissolve, what's the impact of that on the...
No, Gwen, he's saying that the things they're banning it in are things that don't need the PFAS in them, okay? The PFASs, okay? So school chemicals apparently don't need to have PFAS in them. They just have them in them. So they're not banning the, what they are. They're just saying we should remove those from school uniforms because they're not essential for it. And that's what the impression I'm getting.
Environment.
Yeah, so a bit of a 101 on what these chemicals are. They're a group of 15,000 man-made substances. And those amazing properties, that water resistance, that oil resistance, also means they're very difficult to break down in the environment, and actually they can accumulate. Now, the key issue is we don't have research on the impacts of many of these different chemicals. The few that we have researched, some of them have shown to be toxic. So, for example, in humans where there's a high level of accumulation, there has been increased risk of kidney cancer, high levels of cholesterol, and impact also on women's health issues. And so there is a concern that as we collect more...
Those aren't a real thing, though, guys. There's no such thing as women's health issues. Remember, historically, there's that's not something. Women's health issues, what's that? We don't need to study that. So, we don't need to study that. But Gwen, I doubt they're not going to take these things away from people. They're probably just not going to make them anymore this way. You know what I mean? That's the impression I'm getting. But I could be wrong.
More evidence on these that we could...
I'm joking, by the way, because clearly, thank you, Mayflower. I'm joking because remember we joked about how women were never studied? Women were never rarely studied in health and things like that, okay? So...
To actually find out that there could be some more serious toxic impacts for both us and the environment. So what the committee is saying is we should be taking a precautionary approach. They warned the public not to panic, but said the government should act now on this issue.
Esme Stella, thank you very much indeed.
All right. Israel. Oh, you know what? Well, I have to watch the next video too. So that's good. Good for the UK. They should do this. They should ban PFAS that are non-essential in goods that don't need them. Okay, in my opinion, just reduce the number of these things everywhere. Okay, that's my opinion. And you guys do know that one of the reasons why. Okay, one of the reasons why that all these things are necessary now is because they are less expensive to produce when you put PFAS in them, right? So there are people survive for a long time without these things, for a very long time. And my point is that a large part of this is that companies don't want to change this because it makes it less expensive to produce things. Now, yes, it'll make things more expensive because then the companies will have to spend more on it. But, we need to come up with different ways to do this. Let's put it that way. Okay. Or maybe if companies weren't seeking as big of a profit on things, then we would be able to afford things that didn't have this stuff in it, or people were paid more maybe. But anyway, just an economic note there. Okay. Like plastic isn't everything. It's very cheap to do plastic, very cheap to make plastic. So, okay. Also, I should note that there's something, guys, called planned obsolescence, which I think I've talked about before. Planned obsolescence. This was a trend probably since about the 50s, where more and more companies started creating goods that were made to fail. If anyone here owns something from the 50s or 60s, they last forever. Like if you have an appliance from the 50s, they are really, really hardy. They last a long time. Like a mixer from the 50s or a sewing machine from the 50s or a stapler from the 50s. They are very high quality. But starting around then, companies, in order to make more of a profit and with the invention of more and more and more plastics, started making things purposely made to break after a certain amount of use so that you wouldn't just have to buy one of them. Eventually, you'd have to buy a second one and a third one and a fourth one and a fourth one and a fifth one. Okay. Because that's called planned obsolescence. Companies make things so that they break, so that you have to buy another one. As a matter of fact, iPhones iPhones are part of planned obsolescence. Their batteries are made to fail well before the rest of the phone needs to fail. And then once the battery fails, you're screwed. Well, you got to buy a new one, okay, even if the rest of it's fine. So that's planned obsolescence, and plastics have been a big part of that. Plastics, depending on the now obviously I'm oversimplifying here, but a lot of plastics are very low quality and they will fall apart after a while, okay? Okay, and like that's a big, you see what I mean? And things are made, a lot of things that are made by plastic are made to be obsolescent very quickly or to break very easily. By the way, if you have ADHD, anyone out there who has ADHD break a lot of things, okay? Break a lot of things accidentally because, you have ADHD. You can be clumsy. You can make some mistakes. It's easier to break things when you're, you have issues with focus. Okay. SoCal says, as a former HP support manager, I will tell you, HP did this purposely. Yep, exactly, SoCal. I know, as someone with ADHD, I'm very clumsy. I don't know if you guys notice. I don't know if you noticed that, but I am very clumsy and I break a lot of stuff. Okay. Part of that is, hello accidents waiting to happen. Part of that is I'm clumsy. Part of that is that things are very easy to break. Okay. You have to, when you buy something these days, you better use it exactly as it's intended, and like, don't overdo it at all, or the thing will snap and be gone forever. Or if anyone's ever had earbuds, okay, earbuds, they will, they break so easily. Okay. It's like so easy. They'll just stop working. Okay. Yeah, me too, Gwen. Okay. So anyway, that's planned obsolescence. They're made to break. Okay. They're made to break, and then you have to buy more. So let's go on to this next thing here. So I support removing the PFAS, and we need to make things that are high quality again. That's why we need a socialist society. But anyway, okay, let's go on. So this is a, you know what? Let's just go on to this instead of going to the other thing I wanted to talk about. Let's talk. Okay, you know what? I'm going to sit down. No, I'm not. I'm going to stay standing. I'm all over the place. As a bit of a steampunk fan, I enjoy. Yeah, me too, Mithril. I enjoy durability and materials. So let's watch this. This is unrelated to what we were just talking about. Okay, but this is a Channel 4 news bit called "What Kicked Off the Violence in the West Bank." Now, I think this is kind of a funny way of framing it. I like Channel 4. But it is kind of funny to frame it as what could have possibly kicked off this violence. Well, I don't know, maybe the violent colonial state that is colonizing the area and pushing people off their land. That might do it. But let's just watch this real fast. So this is a little bit about Israel-Palestine, one of the topics I'd like to talk about. I also have a bit here about what's happening in Sudan. You don't like Channel 4? Is there a, do I not know? Maybe I don't know enough about Channel 4. So let's watch what they say.
Israel may now be at ceasefire with Iran and Hezbollah, but a shadow conflict in the occupied West Bank continues to...
Oh, that's amazing politics. Yeah, eggs are easy to get wrong. So, yeah, I'm glad you found a way to make them.
Intensify.
All right,
on the 21st
Nightfall.
Of April,
Nightfall, you're on a 15 stream streak. I know LaCroix is also on a massive streak. Not like running naked. I mean, but I mean like LaCroix is also on a massive streak. Problem is we have Matt Saigai slacking here in his development of alternatives. Hilarious, Luke. Okay. 44 streams. Dear God, LaCroix, that's crazy. And I know that Dolly Boy has like hundreds, is in the hundreds. But anyway, okay. Weirdomorphous Blob is on a 10 stream streak. Amazing, Weirdomorphous Blob. Come on, Weirdomorphous Blob. Catch up. All right. I know a blob, it's hard for a blob to move along, but still. Okay, Jesus, gotta move it on, Weirdomorphous Blob. Okay, that's something like an asshole. But whenever I hear Weirdomorphous Blob, I think of like a blob from like D&D or something. I don't know. Dolly Boy, you say my streak is definitely gonna end soon. You work on that, Dolly Boy. Okay, dear God. Okay, 138, insane. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Let's continue. So this is about what really kicked off the violence in the West Bank. I'm gonna guess it's Israel.
Israel may now be at ceasefire.
Yeah, Jonas, thank you. You're on 37, amazing.
With Iran and Hezbollah, but a
yeah, Sir Bart. Okay, I'm sorry. Once again, guys, I'm very distracted. I apologize. Sir Bart, why do you only have 9? Why do you only have 9? You're making me think, Sir Bart, that you are not a patriotic American like I thought you were. okay? That you're not a patriotic American, and I need to see that you're patriotic, Sir Bart. Yes, am I using intimidation and emotional blackmail to make you come to my stream more often? Yeah. But yeah, damn right, Sir Bart. Don't make me send you to Guantanamo. I know you are, Dolly Boy. You're very patriotic, and I love that for you, Dolly Boy. Here, and that's the sound of a bald eagle, I think. Anyway, moving on. Hello, Shiv. How you doing, Shiv? Yes, SoCal. No, it actually says it on the screen. Like it says, not good job, Matt Saigai. You're almost to 100. Like when people come into the channel, it'll sometimes say how long they've been here. Okay, I'm too pretty for prison. Right.
Shadow conflict.
Just kidding, sir. I don't know what you look like. I'm just being an asshole.
In the occupied West Bank continues to intensify.
Yeah, well, Shiv, work on that, okay? I don't care if it's not your time zone. Come on. This is the most important thing in your life, Shiv. You need to be here, okay? Don't make me send you to detention. I'm just joking, Shiv. I love you. Okay, Matt Saigai, and yet you don't value. I value you, Matt Saigai. Luke, yes, Luke, all right. Luke, yeah, that's very American, Luke, all right.
On the 21st of April, 2 Palestinians, one a teenage boy, shot dead by an Israeli settler reservist northeast of Ramallah. That night in the village of Beit Imrin, settlers set...
No. To be clear, Shiv, I don't know how long, I don't know how many times you've been coming, but on Twitch, it will show how often like your streak, how many times you've been here in a row. So I don't know how long you've been here, Shiv. I can't see that information.
Fire to a house. 8 people reported injured. Part of a wider pattern during 40 days of war between Israel and Iran. One Israeli human rights group reported nearly 400 settler attacks.
Oh my God.
I will show you now.
A month earlier, in the same village, Beit Imrin, a settler was killed. Wayad Hassoun's cousin Dawas is in custody, suspected of using his pickup truck as a weapon.
Come with me.
Mithro, you didn't follow the proper procedures, so I don't accept your sick slip, okay? You had a little surgery or something. That's not an excuse. You should have done the homework. I'm joking, Mithro. Okay, I get it. I hope you all know I'm joking, okay? I'm sorry. I know I'm distracted, but I'm already feeling my blood pressure going up. Watch this, okay? I always feel my blood pressure going up watching this, okay?
See these bars?
Yeah.
Exactly the west, his pickup is full.
All the way down there.
Down, and stop there.
57-year-old Dawas Hassoun, his lawyer says, was aware of settlers near his home, but denies deliberately ramming into them with the intent to kill. Phone footage from the day of the incident.
Okay, honestly, Sir Bart, before I answer this, Sir Bart, please don't think I'm being biased, as because I'm from a colonial state. But no. Let's put it this way, Sir Bart. If you mean, were they this blatant about it? Would they like do this mocking and this beating up and bullying and stuff? No, they did not do that. So Sir Bart asks, were the colonists in North America this bad? Israelis seem comically evil. No, and what I mean by that, of course, obviously, more people were killed by American colonists, more natives were killed, but a lot of the people that died were because of the spreading of disease, sometimes on purpose, sometimes by accident, and I'm not excusing it, and a lot of times by outright slaughter and pushing people off their land, but there wasn't as much direct interaction between the two groups. So, like, in West Bank, there's Israeli settlers right up next to Palestinians, and they're constantly harassing, intimidating, torturing them. This is psychological torture. American colonists would raid the natives. They wouldn't like constantly harass them and beat them and try to humiliate them publicly. They would do organized, like, do you see what I mean? That doesn't mean it's better. No, LaQual, you know that. It's just like, I'm not defending the Americans at all. It does seem to me that there seems to be more desire for sadism, okay, amongst Israeli settlers than there were amongst early American settlers. They were horrible, okay, they absolutely were. But like the amount of psychological torture and just dehumanizing and laughing at people that the Israelis do is insane to me. It's absolutely insane. Does that make sense? Okay.
Last month shows his pickup truck on the hillside, an all-terrain vehicle belonging to the settlers still on the road above, a group of people attending to a seemingly injured man between them. That man was Yehuda Sherman, an 18-year-old settler who died in the crash.
Ew. Oh no.
His brother Daniel told...
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Do they want us to feel bad for a settler? Let me go back here.
His brother Daniel told Israeli media they'd been chased and rammed off the road, that Palestinians from the village had thrown stones at them as they lay...
Well, FAFO, right? You know, I don't feel bad for this guy at all. It's too bad. Yeah, what a shame. Too bad that, okay. Too bad that the, you know, that he's in that hospital bed. I don't know what I can say on YouTube. I think you know what I want to say, okay? I don't feel bad about that at all. And honestly, I don't, yeah, neither can I, Jonas. I'm just saying, yeah, what a shame. I will say, I don't care. I don't know why they're telling us about this. I really don't. I guess, you know, maybe this is why Jonas doesn't like Channel 4, but okay. Are they trying to make it seem like it's a two sides thing? Okay.
Injured.
This totally liars. Himself, this person, we give him a mobile, and he called some person, some Israeli number, and he said to them, this is traffic we made.
You're right, Nightfall. Okay.
Traffic accident. This person himself.
We've checked the numbers called.
This is why I'm saying hatred can be good, guys, and I definitely feel a lot of hatred right now. Okay.
From the Palestinian phone, they were Sherman's father and an Israeli military ambulance line. Muayyad says they covered
Jonas.
Sherman with a blanket and called a Palestinian Red Crescent ambulance. Video shared with us shows careful cooperation between Palestinian paramedics, villagers, settlers, and Israeli soldiers. Even on the day of the...
Yeah, Paul Squaw says, poor innocent settlers. Poor innocent settlers were viciously ran off the road by terrorists with rocks. Aren't you listening? I right, Paul Squaw. Ugh, okay.
Incident images were very quickly shared, showing Dawas's vehicle here, a long way down the hill, much further than the settlers' ATV. It challenged the narrative.
Jonas? Yeah, Jonas says there's a real moral quandary. Who do we support, the oppressed or the ones ravaging through their homes? You're right. I'm kind of seeing that now. I am kind of seeing that now.
This was a deliberate attack, but that almost didn't matter. The narrative took hold nonetheless, spread, and led to a wave of settler violence across the occupied West Bank.
Okay, I'm not liking this, actually. I didn't know that it would be like this. This is very passive language, is it not? You know, well, you know, this stuff happened, and then the violence just kind of started spreading and going out, as if this hasn't been structured violence from one side against the other for a very long time. Very ahistorical. Okay.
Even by recent standards, the violence was extraordinary. More than 20 Palestinian villages attacked in coordinated, hours-long raids, unimpeded by the Israeli military. Far-right Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, having fanned the flames by immediately calling it murder, was at Yehuda Sherman's funeral the next day, promising to...
I cannot stand that man. Ooh, like... Him being like, this is murder. He is the most disgusting person on, oh my God. The murder he promotes every single day. He is one of the biggest murderers on the planet, one of the most evil human beings on the planet. And he's saying, and he's like, oh my God, they tried murdering one of our settlers. It's murder. It's murder. Such a monster. What a goddamn monster. Exactly, Sir Bart. Jesus Christ. LaQual, okay, fine. I'm calm. I'm calm, LaQual. Thank you for reminding me to be calm. Yeah, like I'm very carefully trying not to Fed post LaQual, but okay. Yeah, think about what Jonas, I know. Okay, like what kind of sick freak does that? All right. Okay, let's keep watching.
Collapse the evil Palestinian Authority and annex the West Bank in his name. Dawas Hassoun's brother is worried what else might be done in Yehuda Sherman's name. Days after the incident, Israel passed a death penalty law for fatal anti-Israeli terror attacks. Can you talk about Dawas's character, about his background, and what kind of man is he?
Each of my brother's hands is like two of mine and covered with marks of toil. He doesn't have time to create problems like this. My brother was the one who provided the blanket and helped them. If my brother had bad intentions, he wouldn't have helped them. He would have run away. We don't believe, even by a factor of 1 in 1,000, that my brother would commit such an act and kill.
Honestly, if he had done it, what the fuck do you expect to happen? There's certain things I can't say, but, you know, hey, again, FAFO. If he had done that, I get the need to defend him, but I'm just saying.
He says the whole family now feels under threat of reprisal attacks against them, against their livestock. They take us up the hillside from the house to a lookout point where you can see an Israeli outpost on the ridgeline across the valley.
Thank you, Sir Bart. Sir Bart says, CR, if we happen to catch you getting black bagged on stream, just know I will do everything with my God-given strength to save you, just so I can turn you in myself. Of course, Sir Bart. Thank you. Thank you for that. I would much rather be turned in by you than some, you know, some Nazi ICE agent. But thank you, Sir Bart. I would love that. I'd be like, oh, Sir Bart, you're my hero. And I'd be wearing an adorable dress and wearing a sun hat. And my hair would look amazing. Okay.
Published it last summer, part of an accelerating pattern of such land grabs, illegal under Israel.
So, Mayflower Kid, I will say, Sir Bart, I think, is half joking. I think Sir Bart's actually partially being serious here. Black bagged is where like agents of the state come and they put a black bag over your head and they ship you off to a detention center. As in like kind of like what the Gestapo did and the Nazis did. So yeah, that's being black bagged. If like the Trump administration comes after me for some of the things I say, yeah, okay, yes.
And international law. In January, after a long campaign of settler intimidation, a Bedouin community of 600 people dismantled their homes.
Seriously,
at the
though,
spring
Sir Bart,
of
there
Ain
is.
al-Auja in the Jordan Valley.
Right, LeBlanc.
This month,
Don't worry, guys. If I ever get thrown into a camp like that, I'll make sure to drop the soap all the time.
There's Israelis invited to spend some of the Passover holiday at the same site,
I know that's gross. I'm sorry. I thought that'd be funny.
advertised as newly cleansed. One of those sharing this video called it the story the media won't show you. We decided at least to try. Almost as we say hello, we're accused of anti-Semitism, told we're not welcome.
Quiet, Mayflower Kid.
One man who did seem willing to engage told not to talk to us by the settler in charge of the new illegal outpost here.
This is public land. We're able to stand here and talk to people. Okay.
But he ensures no one will talk, shouting repeatedly that we're there to film naked children.
Right, Mayflower.
For him, it's another win. But veterans of Israel's security establishment warn of Pyrrhic victories in the West Bank.
I hate these people. I hate these people so much. Jonas, imagine moving because you know any defense of your home would be considered terrorism. Yeah. Yeah.
22 retired army intelligence and police chiefs this month finding common cause with the Israeli left, calling for an end to slow annexation and what they call Jewish terror, what Israel's prime minister calls the work of a handful of extremists.
There is an attempt at ethnic cleansing. There are crimes against humanity.
The former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert says the actions of settler youth are facilitated, if not guided, by political and security leaders.
They are not fulfilling their duties in order to try and stop these atrocities. I will not be surprised.
Yeah, Dolly Boy.
The ICC, the International Criminal Court in The Hague, will make their investigations and will charge those who are responsible.
Right now, it's Dawas Hassoun who faces the prospect of being charged with terrorism. In the immediate aftermath,
yeah, Jonas, they do. They see it as their duty, and they're allowed to get away with it. They're never held accountable.
Israeli military said the incident was likely a traffic accident. The Israeli police told us subsequent investigations have led to the assessment that it was a terror attack.
Of course.
Yehuda Sherman's father did.
Yeah, guys, but of course we believe them, right? We believe the Israeli police that it was a terror attack, right? That it wasn't just an accident. Okay, it must have been a terrorist attack, right?
Not respond to our calls.
on the side, so I will.
Moayad tells us he's still hopeful his cousin will receive a fair investigation, even in a system of military prosecution where Palestinians are convicted at a rate of more than 96%.
What's it like as a Palestinian?
96% conviction rate? Jesus.
Now, living under these circumstances when you see this happening.
What we can do? What we can do? They are coming every day and they are stealing some.
Yeah, Sir Bart. And I've said before, Sir Bart, I would cheer the day. I would become an American patriot overnight if the United States decided to liberate the lands of Israel, okay? Because the war crimes and the genocide being committed are punishable under international law with foreign intervention. So, you know, I'm just saying, if the United States, which is an evil empire, of course, but if it did want to use its military force for a good cause, there would certainly be one legal way it could be used. But anyway, I just, yeah, we all know what happened to the Nazis and what happened to Japan. I'm just saying, yeah, Drusilla, something. And I would want it to be done legally. And I know that'll never happen. I know that'll never happen because, you know, it won't happen. Plus, Israel has nukes. But it's just like, I know, I'm just saying. Okay. Of course, I don't know if I'd trust the American military over there. They'd probably, you know, accidentally kill a bunch of people. But, you know, it's not a part, like they'd probably kill a bunch of Palestinians or whatever, too. It's not apartheid, but the Palestinians go through completely separate legal systems than Israeli. Yep, it's totally apartheid. It's totally apartheid, obviously, okay? It's just such a monstrous country, such a monstrous regime.
Keeps it from here, damage something here. What you can do?
It's a question asked by Palestinians here throughout nearly 60 years of occupation.
Yeah, what can you do?
It's now more acute than ever.
The powerlessness is what really gets me. Like, just... Yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy, that's funny. Dolly Boy says, it's okay, just separate but equal, minus the equal. Yeah, absolutely. So, again, that keeps going on. That keeps going on. All that bullshit over there, okay, that, you know, all the nonsense done by Israel. All right, you know, so is anyone here like peanut butter? I'm being kind of a slob right now. You know, I haven't taken a shower. My hair's messed up. I'm hungry. So I'm going to have an apple with some peanut butter. Okay, I'm going to be a slob. Anyway, so I wanted to now talk about another thing, something else happening in the world that we don't talk about much. And it's partially, you know, it's bad that we don't talk about it as much, but where there's a lot of people under threat of dying, and a lot of people are dying, and that's Sudan. Okay, so I wanted to watch a couple videos here, short videos about what's happening here in Sudan, what's happening in Sudan.
To another war.
This is from, what is this from? 8 days ago. Just some updates about what's happening in Iran. And I mean, not Iran, Sudan. And just a reminder, folks, there are millions of people under threat of starvation in Sudan right now. Many are already starving to death. Okay, there's a civil war that's been going on in Sudan, and there's a famine, and lots of people are dying. And it's not something that's being talked about that much. Part of the funding for the groups that are doing this mass killing, okay, that are kind of perpetrating this, are from the U.A.E., which is partially funded by the United States. There's lots of other international actors getting involved as well. So let's just watch a little bit about what's happening in Sudan.
Now, Sudan's civil war, it's now entering its 4th year, and it's triggered the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Tens of thousands of people have been killed, millions displaced, with widespread allegations of ethnic cleansing and acts amounting to genocide. Despite the scale of suffering, the war receives limited global attention. Aid agencies say only a fraction of required funding is reaching Sudan. Drawing on testimonies from displaced civilians in Darfur, humanitarians and analysts, the BBC's Kalkidan Yibeltal examines what lies ahead.
Sudan is burning. 3 years of a shattering war has left one of Africa's ancient nations on the brink of collapse. Tens of thousands are killed and millions are forced out of their homes.
If you guys don't know, a few years ago, there was a genocide going on in Sudan. There basically is now, too, to some extent, in Darfur, which was talked about a little bit at the time. So this is further violence happening in Sudan.
In Tawila, a sprawling settlement for the displaced in the country's northern Darfur region, victims of a vicious war speak of living through one tragedy after another.
I'll explain, Mayflower Kim.
We lost many people, brothers and sisters. I lost my brother Musab. He was killed in shelling in El Fasher while going to the market. He was sitting with us and we were enjoying his company. Then he went out and they brought us his lifeless body. It tore his body apart. I have never seen such a scene in my life.
Hundreds of thousands live here now in squalid conditions. Many of them arrived in recent months after the region's capital El Fasher was captured by the Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF, one of the warring factions, as the group strengthened its foothold in Darfur. Abdul Majid was already displaced and living in a camp when the RSF seized El Fasher.
Yeah, RSF.
He had to flee again to reach here with his extended family.
We have no food.
Yeah, Luke.
We are very exhausted. Fire killed my younger brother and burned our belongings. We have no source of income. Now we are 12 people here. My father is elderly and cannot work. And my older brothers died in the war.
So,
as the war
let me explain this real fast, guys, because I know some people in here are asking what it's about because they haven't heard about it. Let me quickly show you, okay? I did a stream on it a long time ago, so some of you already know, but... So, okay. This is going to be a way big oversimplification, okay? This is going to be a way big oversimplification for the sake of time, so that we can go back to the video, but... Sudan located right here. Okay, you can see here's a map of Sudan. All right, and now I kind of want a map that shows the environment. One second here. Or oops, Sudan. Map satellite. All right, where's give me a nice, there we go. Okay, so here's Sudan, right? Here's Sudan. And if you notice here, right here we have Sudan. North Sudan is largely arid, okay? Arid, desertous area. South Sudan, rainforesty, and there's historically been two main, again, way oversimplification here, two main sort of groups of people in Sudan. All right, so the north has typically been Muslim Arabs, and then the south has largely been Black African Christians, okay? And they have completely different ways of life in a lot of ways. So people in the South are farmers, typically do farming and the greenery and stuff. People in the North are herdsmen and herd cattle and stuff like that. And with climate change, the amount of green stuff here in the center has been moving slowly south, okay? And on top of that, in an area over here, if you guys can see my cursor, over here is Darfur, which is sort of a mix of green and arid, and where climate change has been causing some issues. Well, after due to colonialism and stuff, these two groups were sort of put together in Sudan. And then after a number of things that happened, groups, the North, under some pretty awful dictator, okay, a pretty awful dictator, started doing ethnic cleansing of a lot of the regions that are between these two areas in order to clear way for people from the north, okay, killing a lot of the southern Sudanese, and especially a group called the Janjaweed, which means devil on horseback. They were guys that would go around on horseback or camelback, slaughtering people, pushing them off their land, burning down their villages. And now that has become another group called the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, who keep entering Darfur and other areas and ethnically cleansing them of Black Christian Southern Africans. Now, I will say it's not always a religion thing. there are some black Muslims who are also being ethnically cleansed by the RSF. They don't really differentiate, okay? And a lot of times they don't differentiate. A lot of Muslims have been killed too. And as part of this, and it got so bad, by the way, a while back that they actually now are split into two countries. Okay. So Southern Sudan is now its own country because they decided to split into two countries. But Darfur and a lot of these areas in the north are still in North Sudan and still have large populations of people that are Southern Sudanese. So there's still ethnic cleansing going on. And that is causing even more bloodshed and death on top of the climate change, which is causing famines and such like that, okay? And outside groups are getting involved, like the U.A.E. is helping fund the RSF and the United States through them, okay? Because the United States funds the U.A.E., which is then funding the RSF. So we are helping to fund this group that is doing massive genocidal violence, okay? And other things like that. So other outside forces are also getting involved. So this is, and the people there are suffering tremendously, okay, with famines, which are caused by climate change partially because of what the West has been doing, because of mass displacement. So farmers aren't there to tend their crops because they're being pushed off their land and things like that. There's a whole bunch of issues. Yeah, you're right. The UAE are getting great deals on gold. Yeah, Jonas. Okay, they are. And they're monstrous, and so is the U.S. in this. There's other people involved too. I would need to remind myself some of the contours of this, but yeah. So a lot of people are suffering, and this is not something that's being talked about much. Yeah, are the Saudis funding the other side? The Saudis are funding the defense forces. Luke, you said that there's like bad folks on both sides. Yeah. At the same time, honestly, the RSF are the real big nasties in this, and a lot of the folks from the Southern Defense Forces, they do some pretty bad things too, but they're the ones who have been under siege. As a matter of fact, a coalition of like ethnic minorities kind of got together to defend themselves from the RSF, and that's kind of what became the resistance. This is complicated. We now know, by the way, that Ethiopia is getting involved, and I'm not sure which side they're supporting. But yeah, I recently read that Ethiopia is thought to be supporting one or the other sides. I can't remember which side they're supporting, though. But so other countries are also getting involved. And a lot of people are dying. All right. Okay. So, and that's an oversimplification, but that's a general outline. So let's finish watching this.
First, it's 4 years.
Yeah, 12 million people are displaced right now.
There are pockets of fighting along the country's borders with Chad and Ethiopia. But the main front lines remain in the resource-rich Kordofan states.
Mm-hmm.
With the world grappling with multiple overlapping conflicts, Sudan remains largely forgotten. That's despite the fact that it has the globe's worst displacement crisis, that famine is declared in parts of the country, and that it was once dubbed by the UN as the epicenter of human suffering. The health sector is in tatters.
Yeah, and we're supporting the RSF, right?
And food production capacities are being destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Yet, as of this month, aid agencies received only 16% of the required funding.
Mass atrocities, sexual violence, hallmarks of genocide.
Mm-hmm.
Any one of those words on their own should be enough to get your attention. But all of them together.
But guys, what am I always talking about? I'm always talking about Palestine. Okay. This is a self-critique, and I'm not saying it's not good to talk about Palestine. But like lots of creators almost don't, like rarely anyone talks about this genocide, do they? Okay. And I can promise you, like views on videos about Sudan are not going to get many views. People don't care, which is very depressing. Oh, of course they are, Jonas. A lot of them are proxy wars for resources, okay? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Warfronts has. That's right, Luke. But I'm saying like a lot of like, I bet a lot of creators probably won't cover it. Because a lot of people don't even know about it and don't care, which is really sad to me. That's like, it's not the case here. Lacroix, if the U.S. helping fund the RSF, it seems, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Everyone should be standing up and doing their utmost, no matter what else is going on as well.
Warring factions are solidifying their positions, and more than a quarter of the country's population, or 14 million people, are now homeless because of the violence. Several attempts to broker peace have failed, and the fear is now the country could split into two.
The state has not only collapsed, but now the country's looking at a de facto partition. You know, history and other conflicts with a similar de facto partition right now in other parts of the world tell us that it's very hard to reverse such a de facto partition once it solidifies on the ground.
With the shaky Iran ceasefire stealing most of the world's attention and disrupting humanitarian supply lines, there is little room for optimism in Sudan. Kalkidani Beltal, BBC News.
Well, our Africa correspondent Barbara Plett-Ush has been reporting on the war in Sudan for the past 3 years. I asked her whether the situation there is only getting worse.
Yes, I think that's very fair to say. As Kalkadan was reporting...
I can't believe it can get worse. Jesus. Insane.
There, the humanitarian situation is dire.
You know, Mayflower Kid, that's a good question. Yeah, you're right. The level, Luke, okay, sorry, I'm getting off track. I'll answer Mayflower, then I'll go back to Luke. Mayflower, why are people so violent? Mayflower Kid, I've always wondered that question. My answer would be that we're primates. We all know how chimpanzees behave, right? And we like to think that we're somehow better than other animals. But no, okay, we like killing, and doing this shit like other primates do, and it's something we need to work on a lot, okay? Very much I want us to be more human and less like non-human primates, okay? And then everywhere, right? I mean, the America's slaughtering people over in Iran. Okay, why? Why the fuck? Like, just for shits and giggles, I guess. People are being slaughtered in Sudan. People being slaughtered by Israel. Okay, it's okay. Monsters. All right. So the other question here, Luke, you said the level of massacres in Al Fashir was horrible. Yeah. Yes, of course, Shiv. Right. But Shiv, of course, the famines were partially caused by the violence. Not completely, but they were partially caused by the violence. Yeah, and I will say, so you say the level of, El Fashir, guys, is a city in Sudan that was very brutally ethnically cleansed by, I believe it was the RSF that did it? It was so bad, grossly ethnically cleansed that you could see blood from space, or not from space, from satellite images. Okay, you could see pools of blood. I'm not joking. You could see blood splatter and stuff on the ground from satellites. It is a horrific thing happening over there. And we have to remember, and I know this sounds dark, but these are human beings, all right? They're human beings. They fall in love, they get jealous, they get angry, they want to have families, they love their children, they have grandmothers who give, as I always say, they have grandmothers that give their children candy, okay? And we do know, of course, that people who are black are often dehumanized and not treated like they're human and deserving of humanity. And we need to make sure we need to treat them like humans. Okay. So can we do something about this? Even if we don't feel like it's directly affecting us. And I'm guilty of this. I rarely talk about this. Lacroix, do these conflicts have their origins? Yes, Lacroix. So this is complicated, Lacroix. Yes and no. It's both, but yes. There's a reason why you don't, when, they partitioned up Africa, and no Africans, by the way, were invited to this meeting amongst these European powers who partitioned Africa. Not a single African was actually there. When they started drawing these lines on maps to create these new states, these new countries, they didn't care about who was actually there. So yeah, they created a map where they threw in a bunch of people together who don't have much in common, in a lot of ways, don't have a lot in common, and who haven't historically really had much in common, and then expected the state to survive, even though they had looted all the state's resources. And so they basically set up the state of Sudan for failure, which, no wonder, right? And so, now it is starting to break into different segments. So yes, colonialism has a lot to do with this, and also neocolonialism, because as Luke just said here, it's a proxy war also for Gulf states, the United States, Ethiopia, and some other countries. Because when a state collapses, that opens the door for other outside powers to get involved and start interfering and things like that. So yeah, but a lot of it does go back to colonialism. Okay, it does. So, right.
Numbers are staggering, frankly. Nearly 34 million people in need of some sort of humanitarian assistance.
Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you very much.
Nearly 12 million
Dolly Boy says, appreciate you for shedding more light on this whole situation. Thank you, Dolly Boy.
Displaced inside and outside the country. You have almost 70% of the population now under the living in poverty, under the line of poverty, and you have no sign.
Isn't that cool? Not the poverty thing, but look at these like enclosures they've made out. Is that like is that grass? That looks so cool. Like these little structures made out of, looks like tall grass and stuff. Anyway, but yeah. And by the way, guys, there is plenty of food in the world for everyone to survive. Plenty of food out there. We could easily feed all these folks. Okay, plenty of food. We are choosing to let these people starve. I want to be clear about that. The world is choosing to let the Sudanese people starve. And I do wonder what would happen if this were Germany, or this were Russia, or this were the United States, okay, or Canada. Do we feel like we'd let them starve then? Do we feel like, they'd be allowed to starve? Yeah, outer signal. Do we feel like we would let these people starve to death if it were a country that was not, that had mainly people in it that were, a certain skin color? I don't know. I don't think we would. Okay. Yeah. And it's not even being talked about much in the news. I had to go out of my way to find these videos. Okay. Yeah, outer signal. It's been going on forever. Poor Sudan. Okay. Poor Sudan has been like in I should say poor the people of Sudan. Okay. We need to free Sudan of this madness. This is why I've been trying to say at the end of streams more often, free Sudan. Free the Sudanese people from this endless cycle. Make sure that they can live. Okay, God.
That the conflict is coming to an end. It has moved. Remember, we were reporting last year about Khartoum. That's when the army recaptured the capital city from the paramilitary fighters, the Rapid Support Forces, which felt a bit like a turning point. But
for really sure, Jonas.
And, things are quieter in the capital. People are returning there, but the fighting has shifted elsewhere. And the main front line now is in those southern Kordofan states, and that is extremely deadly and extremely disruptive. And millions of people, again, are suffering from not being able to get enough food. There are pockets of famine, and neither side shows any signs of compromise. Both sides seem to believe that they can achieve their goals militarily. Both sides are backed by regional powers, none of whom are actually placing huge amounts of pressure on them to come to some sort of peace agreement. The U.S. envoy, Masad Boulos, is trying to push for a humanitarian ceasefire. Again, not much progress reported on that, and most experts believe that the signs instead at this point look like...
Yeah, Alex Pepper, we talked about it. You can see from Alpha Seer from space, basically. You say Ixine, welcome. The last thing they are, the U.S.A. I'm sorry, what do you mean, Ixie? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
The conflict will probably worsen, and I should say it has shifted in the sense that there's a lot more drone warfare now, and a lot of civilians are being killed by drones, nearly 700 since the beginning of the year. Last week there was an airstrike, or a drone strike, blamed on the army that killed 58 people at a wedding celebration. Last month, again, a drone strike blamed on the army that killed around...
God, was that an American drone? That sounds... Yeah, well, Jonas, I would bet we know. Probably the U.A.E., probably America. You know what? Actually, let's look this up. Where are they getting these drones? Okay. Sudan. Oops. Sudan drones. Oh, okay. So they're Iranian. Great. So the SAF, so the army uses Iranian-made drones and Turkish drones. The RSF uses Chinese-made drones and modified commercial DJI drones capable of carrying mortar shells. So I guess they're just buying drones from China, Turkey, and yeah, China, Turkey, which again, there's all these actors all over the place getting involved. China, Turkey, and elsewhere, Iran. I really want to see if they have an example. Were these bought beforehand, during? So this is from the UN, or the Human Rights Watch, or whatever it is. We urge all states, particularly those with influence, to do all in their power to end arms transfers that are fueling the conflict. They don't name the people who are doing it, though, because they're trying to be way too diplomatic. But okay, so a bunch of groups. All right. And yeah, okay. And I have to read more details about it. I'm curious. Yeah. There's a bit of a blind spot going on in Sudan, though I feel drawing more attention to it is a good. I agree. Okay. So anyway, let's continue.
70 people in a hospital. The RSF is accused of firing drones into cities under siege in the south of the country. So it does look really quite bleak. I mean, the one ray of hope, or one ray of light, I should say, is that there are quite a lot of local volunteers. They're called emergency response rooms, but there's...
Exactly, Jonas. All these countries are making it. That's the thing, guys. To be clear, guys, every country has people who are willing to do mass violence if you supply them enough weapons. Okay, like we tend to it doesn't matter your religion, it doesn't matter like your ethnicity or anything like that. Okay, I could go to, I don't know, we could go to Sweden, and if we gave enough arms and ammunition to the far right there, they would start probably bombing civilians and doing horrible things. Okay, so yeah, the RAF. And the government of North Sudan are pretty brutal and horrific, okay? And we're just like, here, have all these weapons, or, maybe not us. I don't know if the United States is sending weapons. I know they're helping the UAE. I don't know if we're directly sending weapons. I literally don't know. But like China, Iran, UAE, etc., they're just like, here, have weapons, okay? Like, all right. What do we expect to happen, right?
There's also community kitchens, people just rallying, trying to help their fellow citizens in whatever way they can. So you're seeing that solidarity there, but really they are also facing a bleaker and bleaker prospects.
Okay. So there you go, guys. We need to not forget about what's happening in Sudan. This is just a really short clip also about Sudan. This is only 50 seconds long. This was from today, so that's why I wanted to show it to you.
In the heart of the capital in downtown Khartoum.
This is the capital. It is ruins, okay?
3 years ago, this place was bustling with people trading and buying things in the market. Today, it's a ghost town. A small trickle of people come into the city. Workers are working to clear out the rubble. But the traces of the war still remain in the blacked out buildings. The war between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary group, the Rapid Support Forces, had some of their fiercest battles in this area. The UN estimates that nearly 4 million people have returned to the country, many coming to Khartoum and Al Jazeera state. But aid agencies warned that this return would add further strain.
By the way, the North Sudanese government actually fought open battles with the RAF because the RAF has a bunch of weapons and it could easily overthrow the Sudanese government. So there's also somewhat of a civil war going on between these two groups. So there's a civil war, there's an ethnic cleansing going on, there's all this. It's crazy. And as long as weapons keep flowing in there to the RAF, not the RAF, I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. Whoops, that's my history brain coming out. The RSF, okay? RAF, the Royal Air Force. Yeah, so the Royal Air Force is over there. Anyway, but moving on.
Restoring basic services. Slowly, life is starting to return, but the challenges are great. And with the war still ongoing, it's unclear how long it would take for the city and places like this market to come back to life.
Okay, so there we go. So never forget what's happening over there in Sudan, folks. Righto. What was I going to do now? Oh, yes.
Let's begin.
One more thing here I want to talk about, guys, is we are seeing, I know in the United States, so tell me about where if it's happening elsewhere. Like for the folks in the UK, are you seeing more wildfires or anything like that over there? I know temperatures have probably been higher because of the climate change, etc. Are you getting more rain, less rain? Nope. Okay, no wildfires or anything. I know it's probably not exactly a dry environment over there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Outer signal. They kind of like, or it's like a civil war, and they're different parts of the country. It still rains. Yeah. Okay. So, well, in the United States, we have seen a massive increase. Of wildfires. Okay, like just apocalyptic level fires breaking out and destroying whole towns, and we're like, that's fine, and it's whatever. And it's been happening more and more, especially in California. And we're now starting to see massive wildfires breaking out in places like Georgia and Florida, which are also not exactly dry places because of climate change and increasing temperatures and droughts because of it. So, yes, today I think one of the headline news stories that there was a massive fire in Georgia, which is not known as a particularly dry state. There are swamps and shit all over the place in Georgia. Some other things here, by the way. What was I going to say? If you want to watch a really good show on Netflix about this, it's disturbing, just to warn you. It's a documentary about a city called Paradise that was completely wiped off the map in California by a wildfire, and there's lots of footage in it. There's a lot of footage and stories in it, but it's short. It's like a 45-minute movie. It's called Paradise. And not that one. What is it called? Paradise Fires. What is it called? Paradise Fire movie. It's called Fire in Paradise. So if you look up Fire in Paradise, it's a really good movie. I recommend you watch it. Okay, Fire in Paradise. It's a documentary, I should say, not really okay. Fire in Paradise, and it's good. You're gonna be holding onto the edge of your seat because you're gonna hear the stories of people who were trying to survive the fire. No, Oxbecker, it's no, this one right here, Fire in Paradise. Okay. Anyway, so you can see what's being dealt with over here. But this is just a video from I haven't seen it, about some wildfires that are now popping up in Georgia. Okay, because it was SoCal, right? The Moorlands do, Mithril. That makes sense that the Moorlands do. Okay. We just reached our follower goal. Now we have 340. Thank you, whoever just followed. Yay. Okay. Yes, Oxpecker, you're so right. I love the Oxpecker. Yes. The bus driver. Yeah. Okay. So let's watch, shall we? Yep, exactly so, Cal, and not protecting their lines and other things. All right, let's go. Let's go on.
This morning with those massive wildfires that are tearing through parts of the southeast this morning. A state of emergency is in place for 91 counties in southern Georgia. That's half of the state. The flames have destroyed dozens of homes. Officials say the fire spread so quickly in some areas that residents had no warning. CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry joins us from Waynesville, Georgia this morning. Skylar, where are you? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Vlad, we are in what we believe to have been a mobile home park in this area where we know that there has been a considerable amount of damage because of the fire that we have seen all throughout this area. If you look off into the distance, that is what an upstanding mobile home is. And right here is what we believe to have been something just the same, completely leveled by the fire. And you can look around and see all of the personal belongings that have been damaged, everything from stoves to toys that are...
Okay, we get it.
Yeah, I know. The fire burns things. We know. I'm sorry. I'm being mean. But we don't need to go through list by list. Look, there's a burnt this, there's a burnt that. Yeah, we see it. That's what fires do.
Left inside of this area. If you look over here, there is a shell of a car with all sorts of belongings inside. There's some cans in there. Looks like some other people's personal belongings inside of this can as well. And we've been here throughout the last 24 hours or so, really looking to see sort of the extent of this damage. The air quality is still pretty tough in this area. It's tough to breathe, hence the N95s. Officials say that they are concerned about these extremely dry conditions that will continue to linger in and around this area as well. It's expected to be in the upper 80s here.
How dare you, Outer Signal? Don't point out my flaws. See, Paul Squaw says, I don't even know what I would do. Losing a house in a fire, nor warning, just gone. Yeah, Paul Squaw. Yep.
And they say that there isn't going to be any sort of precipitation, at least for the next several days, and it's only going to be a little bit, though firefighters are hoping that that can help a little bit as far as containment here. Where we are in Brantley County, the fire is about 15% contained. About 65 miles from
okay, fine, Doug. They're humanizing the disaster. Whatever.
Here is what they're calling the Pineland Road fire. That's only about 10% contained at this hour. More than 100.
By the way, guys, we have gotten to the point in the United States where there are people who have lost more than one house in wildfires. There was a person in the Paradise wildfire who lost their house, so they moved to, was it San Fran or L.A.? I think it was L.A. Then they moved to L.A., and they lost their next house in one of the wildfires in LA. Like, okay, just like with school shootings, there are people, there are students who have been through multiple school shootings in different states. Okay,
firefighters are working that as well. A lot of resources are needed in this area, so much so that the Georgia National Guard is sending troops out.
Now let's see, guys. Are they? You'll notice for Americans out there, you know this. You know that when there are they're covering these stories on local news or even on national news, they almost never use the word climate change. I bet we're not going to hear it here because they're always scared to say it because they're going to get tons of pushback. I promise you, we probably won't hear the word climate change. Maybe we will. But it's rare. Okay. They will be like, yeah. Matt Saigai. Interesting, Matt Saigai. I wonder.
Here as well, we should expect to see them on the ground in the next several hours. They will be assisting officials both on the ground and in the air as this fire continues to spread.
And I mean, look, my heart is going out to the folks that were in the area that you're standing there. I mean, you're talking about the toys, the remnants of someone's life. It's really important. I appreciate that you brought that context. What more do we know about the fires that are popping up in sort of northern Florida, right on the border with Georgia?
No, you're right, Shiv. I should use the word climate crisis. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they are continuing to pop up, and their concern, Kelly, is that these will continue to spread because of these extreme drought conditions. You guys pointed out the state of emergency.
On a side note, guys, Florida, you know what's funny about it? Rad Rose is hilarious off paper. What's funny? Hello, Finn. Is Finn here? Hello, Finn. On a side note, Florida will eventually be underwater because of the climate crisis. So, first Florida's going to burn, but then don't worry, all the fires will be put out by the Caribbean Sea rising up and putting out the fires, okay? The Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean, all the Atlantic Ocean will put out all those fires, so no worries.
That is in effect here in Georgia for so many states, nearly half of them in this state because of the conditions. There's also a burn ban notice. There's also all sorts of measures in place to try to limit the amount of wildfire. I talked about the air quality before, but also you have to take into consideration, Kelly, more than 4 dozen homes just in Brantley County alone have been leveled, so much so that people have had to evacuate to nearby churches.
Yeah, look, don't worry. The people there can just sell their houses to Aquaman.
Libraries and the rest of
the Netherlands will be gone too, which is very sad.
Try to get out of this wildfire's path. Officials say that they are also concerned about 1,000 other structures, including houses, potentially being in the path of this wildfire, so much so that I pointed out the National Guard will be here. Other emergency response personnel will be here in the matter of hours all throughout the state, coming in to help as quickly as they can.
There you go,
because they are
Shiv.
concerned that this will continue to get much worse.
All right, Skylar Henry reporting for us this morning from Georgia. Skylar, stay safe. I see you're wearing that mask to prevent that inhalation. Be careful out there, my friend.
All right, CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano is here.
Okay, so we get the idea. I wanted to quickly show you guys. You have to watch that documentary I showed all of you. It's an assignment, okay? Not really, but if you want to see what it looks like to be living through a wildfire, it's like living in hell on earth. It is like horrific. Okay, I don't know what else to phrase. I mean, I bet you can guess, but I wanted to show you real fast. Wildfire footage. Oh my God. Here we go. This is footage from someone trying to escape from the Paradise wildfire. Okay, just look at what it looks like. And I want to point out that the Paradise wildfire came. Oh, thank you, Charles. Thank you. Okay, the Paradise wildfire, it was very dry and it was windy that day. So this fire moved so quickly, people didn't get a chance to get out. And I think there's still like there might be 1,000 or so people still missing, probably because they were just burned. I'm not quite sure. I have to look at the numbers. Thank you, Charles. We do not like Trump in here, right? None of us like Trump. Okay, Trump is a monster. Okay, he's an incompetent fool. And so let me just show you what it looks like to drive through this fire.
When it really hit me, I looked over and there was this mother bawling, and she had about a 12-year-old son in the car with her. I just remember looking at him, how scared he was, and it's going to be okay, buddy. We're going to get out of this.
Oh, well, we don't need to see
It was heartbreaking.
As we came up to the interview,
be bad.
Once we got to the top,
So I was directing traffic, watching the and back up towards us.
Okay, so you
A few
saw
minutes
what
later, sure.
1 second.
That they had.
Look at that. Look at all that fire. That's from a night camera.
We were going to try to find them a way out. They knew they were stuck at the Ace Hardco PD and at this point.
Okay, you know what? This isn't a good video, but you saw what it looks like, right? And what you guys don't know is that so there's this massive wave of fire coming at you, right? And then oh, here was another one. Look at this. Oh my God.
I mean, this was all fine.
How dare you, sir?
Driving down here 2 hours ago. And I guess when it got away from us back there.
Oh my gosh. The sky is black. This is, by the way, this is midday. This is not nighttime. This is midday. I hate you all so much. Yeah. And
go, dude. This guy needs to drive.
We're gonna start heading south.
Oh.
Hey, we're backing
yeah,
up.
Finn.
We're cut off heading north.
It's horrific. And what you guys don't know, you notice how the wind is blowing? How like it looks like it's windy? It's not windy. I mean, it is windy probably, but when you get enough fire, it sucks in oxygen. So like it creates its own climate. You start getting like wind being pulled into the fire because of all the oxygen being sucked into it, and it makes the trees start going like they're being hit by wind. All right. And by the way, these fires don't stop at gas stations. So look at this.
Road. Yep. Get on the road.
Yeah, it looks like the apocalypse, Jonas. We are literally, my point I'm showing you this, guys, I'm not religious, but we're literally creating hell on earth. And we're like, that's fine. That's fine. It's like hell on earth. Where's the devil? Let's go hang out in the lake of fire that is California. Like, okay, good. We're literally creating like a burning apocalyptic landscape. And it's fine. The oil companies keep getting richer. No problems there. That's why everyone needs to read How to Blow Up a Pipeline, right, Sir Bart? But like, okay, we just ignore it. It's fine. And so I can promise you, you will never be the same if you hear what it sounds like when a fire hits a gas station, or natural gas tanks, because like in these places where the fires hit, they will start burning gas stations. And once in a while, you'll hear a massive boom, boom. And it sounds like you're at war because all these gas tanks start exploding. And it sounds like you're in the middle of a World War I battlefield. So not only that, if you want to make it sound like you're in the middle of a World War I battlefield during the apocalypse, then we shouldn't do anything about climate change, the climate crisis. Yeah. And by the way, and this is gonna sound dark, okay? Yeah, this is gonna sound dark, but you know what we don't talk about is all the kitties and dogs that burn alive in these fires. So you know what my opinion is, guys? If you hate puppies and you hate kittens, if you don't fight against climate change, if you don't fight against the climate crisis, elevated, I know. I'm sorry. I know that's a dark thing to say, but that is something that you don't hear about on the media because it's too dark to talk about. And I think I just lost some viewers. But people who are pro or don't want to do anything about this, they're okay with all the dead dogs and cats. And what kind of monsters don't want to see all the kitties and the doggos burned? All right. I'll shut up with that, but you get my point. Yeah, Dodongo. Do we remember in Australia the koalas and stuff that had to be saved? Okay. Dolly Boy. But 50K the Dow. Yeah, right. Jesus. Yeah. Right. No, I know, Sir Bart. But isn't that weird, Sir Bart? That's why I know, Mayflower Kid. I'm sorry. That's why I mentioned the animals, because it seems to me that a lot of folks care more. And I'm not saying you guys, right? I'm talking about people that aren't you, are more sensitive to animal deaths than they are to human deaths. So maybe I should start talking about that more. Maybe we should just start talking about what happens to animals. Anyway, okay. I know you do, Sir Bart. I'm not saying you guys. All right. Yeah, Sir Bart. Okay. Anyway, yeah. I know. Sorry, but I'm not trying to be traumatizing. Well, I am kind of. Anyway, so just letting you know. How dare you, Oxbecker? I mean, guys, I'm okay with it. The chimpanzees were burned. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. All right. Yeah, Jonas. Seriously, though, Jonas. I forgot about that, Jonas. Gaza has a lot of stray cats. Okay. I'm not going to go into details there, but we can guess what's happening there. All right. So just a note, because we never like talking about the animal deaths. And maybe if we did, more people would be more sensitive to this. Yo, I get it, Charles. I totally get it. Yeah, me too, Charles. If I'm watching a movie, like if there's a war movie, and there's an animal that gets killed, that really bothers me. I have trouble watching that, I gotta tell you. I'm okay with seeing the humans get killed a lot of the time, but I mean, I'm not okay with it, but I don't want to see the animals get hurt. SoCal, sorry, I'm more of an animal person, particularly dogs, because dogs rule than people. No, I got it. I get it. I got you, SoCal. What is that, though? So, Sir Bart, for me, I do care about humans dying, okay? It's just that when I'm watching, like, a war movie, I think it's just, like, the animal can't choose to be there, and I just feel bad for the animal. I don't know what to say, but I do care about the humans, too. I mean, the people there can't choose either, but, yeah, there you go. But, Guy, I do care about humans dying, but I have trouble watching. Maybe I'm so used to watching humans die in movies that because I'm an American or whatever, that whenever I see an animal, I'm like, no, not the animal. Okay. What's this? So yeah, I think that animals we should maybe talk more about what happens to animals in war zones, because then people might care more. Argentical, thank you for the raid. So glad you're here. Okay. So glad you're here. So glad. Homo sapiens is evolution's greatest blunder. That's for sure, Charles. Okay. So just something to think about. All right. And I know, I'm sorry, Sylvia. I'll stop talking about the animals now, but maybe we should talk about the cats of Gaza more. Okay. Because if, I'm willing to do whatever we need to get people to feel bad about it or to do something about it. All right. Anyway. Okay. So All right, not trying to depress everyone, of course, though maybe a little bit. I'm kind of trying to depress you, maybe a smidge. You know, like I always said, I kind of like, I like traumatizing my students a little bit, you know, because trauma can cause change. Anyway, okay.
Why is Blackstone?
No one quote me on that. Yeah, Jonas, right? Yeah, the cats are basically Hamas. That's horrible. Yeah. Oxpecker, should I? That's hilarious, Oxpecker. Yeah, some would say we should have never left the trees to walk as bipedal. Most of it take it further and say we should never have left the ocean. That's for sure, Finn. Okay, you don't need to help me with getting to. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. I know I shouldn't do this to all of you, but I guess I'm practicing traumatizing all of you so I can traumatize more normies. All right. Thank you for letting me traumatize all you, especially you, Dolly Boy. Sylvie, MAGA is going nuts over Graham Plattner, saying he wants to impeach, root out specific corrupt judges and officials. That's based. Okay, that he said that. Alyssa, YouTube really wants you to watch this for like a week now. It will start playing during your stream. I know. We'll watch it eventually. I know. I have like a whole bunch of videos lined up in case we need to, in case I need a moment, or like I need to find something to show you guys. Let's watch something else, shall we? By the way, Argenticle, you're awesome. Check out Argenticle stream. All right, let's find something else to watch here. I have a couple other things to show you. You traumatize, we make a joke. There you go, Finn, okay? All right. I don't know why I said that like I was Mario. You traumatize, we make a joke. Like, make a joke. Anyway, whatever. I'm probably being racist. Who knows? Who cares? It's not being an asshole. Okay. There you go, Charles. Yes, the cats of Hamas are being complicit with Hamas. Yeah, the cats of Gaza. No, don't worry. The cats are using, Hamas are using the cats as human shields, right? Insane. Okay. All right. I am Italian, sir. Actually, I'm Sicilian. My dad will yell at me. All right. Let's find something else to watch. So let's do something kind of fun.
Titicut Follies.
Kind of fun. I'm going to actually sit down. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to take a seat. By the way, love having you here, Charles. You should come back more often. You seem to fit right in. Ignore my hair, though. For the new people out there, ignore my hair. Ignore my hair. There we go. More Dracula than Mario. That is true. Via the Moffi's blood, I want to suck your blood. That sounded like a salty. I hope you know I don't actually want to suck your blood. Sir Bart, how dare you? Okay, 1 second. Don't wait. My head is... Don't worry. The desk is coming down. The desk is coming down. The desk is coming down. There we go. There we go, everyone. There we go. Okay. So I thought we could watch a video here. And guys, I know you recommended a lot of stuff over on Discord. Well, we may have time for some of it, but let's watch this, right? This is a video, and I love movies. Why is Lake Titicaca still so fun to say? Oh, you're such a child, elevator lady. I would never make a joke about that. Okay. I am very classy, and I only make appropriate adult level jokes. And elevator lady, that is a very childish joke. Shame on you. Lake Titicaca. That's not funny at all. Okay. Anyway, it is kind of funny. Anyway, so okay. Let's watch this video. I love movies, folks. I love movies. Yeah, so immature, elevator lady. I never make jokes like that. I never make lowbrow sexual jokes or anything. Okay. All right. Let's go on here. This is a yes, exactly, Dodonga. Okay. So this is a movie. Okay. I love movies. Okay. I'm a big fan of the cinema. Okay. I love the cinema. Doesn't that make me sound so much cooler? Maybe not cool, but makes me sound more academic and high class if I say I'm a fan of the cinema. I am a fan of the cinema. And never. I just get called a dog and told to stay in the doghouse for no reason. Dolly Boy, I'm trying to make sure you don't get burned alive, and you're telling me, okay, you know what? Whatever. Anyway, I'm a big fan of the cinema. I like movies, okay? And I thought, did anyone else out there like movies a lot? I like movies a lot. By the way, movies have a very strong left-wing tradition. during the Weimar Republic in Germany, there were a ton of of movies made by the Socialist Party that were really good, actually. Communists make really good movies. Anyone's ever seen Battleship Potemkin, which is a movie from the Soviet Union? Okay. So there's actually a very strong history of really good left-wing movies. Okay. So even though it's part of the capitalist system, yeah. Okay. Movies in your chat. Okay. Good. You're all fan of movies. Kung Fu Hustle is the greatest movie ever made. Okay. So let's watch this movie. This video. This video is called Movies That Were Banned for Exposing the Truth. And I'm excited to watch it because I've always been interested in movies that get banned. Okay. Now, some of them I understand why they're banned. Like if anyone's ever seen the movie Cannibal Holocaust, which I made the mistake of watching. Okay, I made a big mistake watching that. There's some movies I can understand why they get banned. Let's put it that way. But let's watch this to see why these movies are banned, etc. Okay, you know, Luis. All right. And I'm not saying it should have been banned, to be honest, but like there's some things in it. I'm like, oh, I can see why they did ban it. Yeah, exactly, Outer Signal. Exactly. Okay. Let's watch. If it lets me do it, if it lets me watch it for some reason, it's just you know, buffering and it's not actually doing what I want to do.
Okay. In 1967, a former law professor named Frederick Wiseman made a documentary inside Bridgewater State Hospital, a Massachusetts institution for mentally ill criminals. Wiseman had taken his law students there on field trips and knew the conditions were bad. He spent a year convincing the hospital to let him bring a camera inside. They eventually agreed on the condition that staff would follow him at all times. Wiseman spent 29 days filming.
Yeah, I know that. I'm sorry, guys. I think I skipped the like very beginning intro. I know that they just kind of went right into it. My apologies.
Empty cells with no light. Guards bullied and mocked them. One scene showed a doctor force-feeding a patient through a tube in his nose while cigarette ash dropped into the liquid food. But
oh God,
many of the people locked inside were not even dangerous. One man had been sentenced to 2 years for painting stripes on his horse to make it look like a zebra, hoping to attract customers to his fruit cart. When Wiseman filmed him, he had been locked up for 28 years. Another man was sent there for a short evaluation in 1910 and was still there in 1967. A study later found that at least 30 inmates had been committed illegally. The documentary was shown at the New York Film Festival, where it received strong praise. But before it could reach the public, the state of Massachusetts went to court to stop it. They said the film violated the patient's privacy and
right. That's what it's doing. Okay.
dignity. But Wiseman had gotten permission from the hospital, which was the legal guardian of every patient inside. Bridgewater was run by the state, and the film made them look terrible. A court banned it anyway and ordered all copies destroyed. It became the only film in American history ever banned for reasons other than obscenity or national security. For the next 24 years, only doctors, lawyers, and students were allowed to see it. The ban was finally lifted in 1991.
This is why I am very strong advocate, guys, of decensoring shit, especially violence. Remember how I keep saying we need to actually see what happens on the ground in Gaza? I want CNN to show me what it does to a human body when an Israeli bomb crushes a body between two slabs of concrete. I know that sounds gross, but we need to see the reality, right? I mean, okay. And same thing with something like this.
By then,
I honestly don't think a democracy can function without seeing the reality. And I know we're not a democracy, but if we wanted a real democracy, people need to actually see the reality.
Every single patient shown in the film had died. The Battle of Chile. In 1972, a Chilean filmmaker named Patricio Guzman returned home from film school in Spain and found his country in the middle of a political crisis. Salvador Allende, the first socialist president elected in the Americas, was under attack from the military, the wealthy, and the CIA. Guzman put together a crew of 5 people with one...
But he repeats himself. Those are all the same thing. The wealthy, the CIA, and the military. Dolly Boy, yeah, it's all good and well saying that conditions in a place like that are terrible, but impact is greater. I agree, okay?
Camera and a borrowed car, and started filming everything he could. Film stock was hard to come by because the U.S. had cut off supplies to Chile. So a French filmmaker named Chris Marker sent him enough rolls to keep shooting. For almost a year, they recorded strikes, protests, speeches, and street clashes.
Doug, how TV? Like, we can see it. We already can see it. We don't need to go through each of the objects that was burned. And like, yeah, that's what a fire does. We can see the fire. It just felt kind of like bad, like dumb to me to like be like, look, it's a fire. Look, it's a stove. Look, it's something. Like, I get it.
Ashes. On September 11th,
Don't you laugh at him, Outer Signal.
1973, the military launched a coup. The Air Force bombed the presidential palace, and Allende died inside. The new dictator, Augusto Pinochet.
By the way, Allende gave a speech to Chile. Talking about how, this is a foreign government attempting to overthrow him, and that he only cares about the people of Chile. It's a really depressing speech he gave. Thank you, United States, for being monsters.
And began rounding up anyone connected to the previous government. Over the next 17 years, his regime would torture more than 40,000 people and kill or disappear more than 3,000. Guzman was detained after the coup, but the footage survived. The crew smuggled 20 hours of film out of the country. They fled separately and regrouped in Cuba, where they spent years editing it into a 3-part documentary. Not everyone made it out. The cameraman, Jorge Miller Silva, was arrested by Pinochet's secret police in November 1974. He was tortured and never seen again. The film is dedicated.
Literally, what was it, like 8,000, 9,000 people were disappeared under Pinochet, and it was probably more than that. A lot of them we don't know about.
Dedicated to him.
It probably was more than that.
The Battle of Chile was banned in its own country for the entire length of the dictatorship. It was part of a blacklist of over 1,000 films the regime did not want its people to see. In 1997, after democracy had returned, Guzman went back to Chile and screened the film for young people.
Do you guys remember when I did the presentation on the campaign to remove Pinochet and the No campaign, which Dolly Boy reminded us of by saying no to Pinochet? Remember when it was like, na, 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 just say no? Do you remember that campaign we talked about? Anyway, I'm sorry. I know I'm kind of distractible, but it was lovely.
Grown up under Pinochet. Their parents had been too afraid to tell them what really happened in 1973, so most of them were seeing their own country's history for the first time. Many of them broke down in tears. The seed of the sacred fig. In 2022, a young woman named Mahsa Amini was arrested in Tehran for not wearing her headscarf properly. She died in police custody, and her death set off the biggest protests Iran had seen in years. The government responded with force, arresting thousands and killing hundreds. An Iranian director named Mohammad Rasulov decided to make a film about it. The story follows a judge in Tehran's revolutionary court whose family starts to fall apart as the protests sweep through the country. His daughters side with the protesters, his gun goes missing, and his trust in his own family breaks down. Rasulov used real footage of the protests alongside the fictional story, showing what was actually happening in the streets. Rasulov had already been arrested multiple times since 2010.
Wow, what a brave guy, Jesus.
For his earlier films.
Guys, I love, I know right now we're rooting for Iran because of what's happening, but I do love anyone who rebels against government. And I love that this guy is trying to get the truth out there about whatever it is that the government was doing in Iran, but that's very brave of him.
And his passport had been taken away in 2017.
Jesus.
So he shot the entire film in secret over about 70 days without government permission. Midway through filming, he learned that the court had sentenced him to 8 years in prison, flogging, and the taking of his property for speaking out against the government. A few days after he finished shooting, the sentence became final. There was no way to fight it. Rasulov decided to run. Using escape routes he had learned from people he met in prison, he left Iran on foot. It took him 28 days to cross the mountains into safety. He made it to Germany, and from there to the Cannes Film Festival. When he walked the red carpet, he pulled photographs from his jacket and held them up. They were pictures of 2 of his lead actors who had been banned from leaving Iran.
Jesus.
The audience gave the film a standing ovation that lasted 15 minutes.
Thank you,
The Iranian government has since been pressuring the cast and crew who stayed behind, trying to make examples of them, so no other filmmaker tries the same thing. The film has never been shown in Iran. The Act of Killing.
That's cool. Good for him.
In 2003, an American filmmaker named Joshua Oppenheimer went to Indonesia to make a documentary about a massacre. Between 1965 and 1970.
No, I mean, Charles, yeah, I'm rooting for peace too, okay? Yeah.
66.
But I am, but of course, Iran are the victims here, right? So what my point here is that if there's going to be a peace deal, I certainly hope Iran doesn't have to lose out on something because they are victims. The United States should be punished for what they did, 100%. I do not agree. The United States is launching a war of imperial aggression against Iran. We do not deserve to get anything out of this war. And you know what I mean?
Military had killed an estimated 1 million people. The targets were accused communists, union members, intellectuals, and ethnic Chinese. The men who did the killing were never punished. Many stayed in power for decades, and for nearly 50 years the government treated the massacre as an act of heroism. Survivors told Oppenheimer he should talk to the men who did it. The killers were not hiding. They bragged about what they had done on television and in public. Because they were so open about it, Oppenheimer realized he could get them to go further. He asked them to reenact their killings on camera in
Holy
whatever
crap.
style they...
I've never seen this. This sounds insane. What? I'm sorry. Where did this happen? I was too busy. I'll go back.
The act of killing.
Oh, Suharto? Is it Suharto? Oh my God, Suharto was a monster. Also, by the way, supported by the CIA. We love Suharto. We love Suharto. We helped fund him. We helped support his government during his massacre of the Timorese. Another great American act of adventurism. Okay. So let's see here. Follower goal met. Oh, thank you. Whoever just followed me. Thank you very much.
In 2003, an American filmmaker named Joshua Oppenheimer went to Indonesia to make a documentary about a massacre.
I had to start it over.
Between 1965 and 1966, the military had killed an estimated 1 million people. The targets were accused communists, union members, intellectuals, and ethnic Chinese.
I would hope they say that the United States are the ones who really helped with this.
Never punished. Many stayed in power for decades, and for nearly 50 years, the government treated the massacre as an act of heroism. Survivors told Oppenheimer he should talk to the men who did it. The killers were not hiding. They bragged about what they had done on television and in public. Because they were so open about it, Oppenheimer realized he could get them to go further. He asked them to reenact their killings on camera in whatever style they wanted. They chose gangster films and musicals. One man dressed up like a cowboy, while another wore a gown and danced. The result was The Act of Killing, a documentary where genocide is performed by the people who committed it. It showed death squad leaders strangling victims with wire, laughing about widespread abuse.
Holy crap. Hilarious, Weird Amorphous Blob. Yeah, so this, I've not seen this. I think I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. I don't know if I could watch it. I probably can. I've read too many Nazi documents in my life. I'm like, let's put it this way. I've seen enough. Okay, maybe I will watch it at some point, but.
And explaining how they came up with faster ways to kill. The Indonesian co-director could not use his real name. Of the entire crew, 49 Indonesians are listed in the credits only as anonymous, because they were afraid of what would happen if they were identified. The film was never submitted to Indonesia's censorship board. Oppenheimer knew it would be banned, and that banning it would make it a crime for any Indonesian to watch it. Instead, it was spread through over 500 secret screenings in more than 90 cities. After the screenings, Indonesia's biggest news magazine sent 47 journalists across the country to interview the killers and published a 75-page special issue on the massacre.
This is interesting, guys. For people who perpetrate genocidal crimes, there is often sort of a, I don't want to say this, joy, weird, like kind of funny passivity about it. There's a famous exhibit so the SS soldiers who were in charge of concentration camps took tons of photos at Auschwitz, and there's a traveling exhibit where you can go look at all the photos they were taking when they weren't at work, when they were on vacation or when they were on their days off, and like photos of themselves laughing, playing an accordion, photos of themselves out at a cafe smiling and drinking coffee, photos of them playing sports in a field together and laughing. There were a couple photos of like two different SS soldiers, a male and a female, a man and a woman kissing each other, like a cute little romantic photo of these two SS soldiers. And like at the same time, and then if you go to this exhibit, they have each of these sections of pictures, and it says in between the pictures how many people they killed that day at work. Okay. So like, you see them playing in a field at the cafe, and then there's like a sign that says 20,000. And then you see them like kissing each other, and there's a sign that says, 40,000. And you can see that they are slaughtering millions of people, or like near 2 million or so people over the time that they're taking these pictures when they're not at work. Like the mental disconnect, they were clearly not humanizing these people. They were not viewed as human to them. So it's not an issue for them, right? Like, it's like, this sounds gross, but it's like killing rats or something. That's kind of probably how they were processing it. And it's really disgusting. And if you ever get a chance to see this exhibit, I can't remember what it's called. It's traveling. It goes from city to city across the world.
It sold out and was reprinted 3 times. The killers who once bragged in public stopped after the film came out. Oppenheimer has received death threats and cannot safely return to Indonesia. The Battle of Algiers. In 1966, an Italian director named Gillo Pontecorvo made a film about the Algerian War for Independence. Between
brutal. Be careful if you look up Battle of Algiers, because there's real footage from the Battle of Algiers, and it's out there and it's brutal. Okay.
1954 and 1962, Algeria fought to break free from French colonial rule, and the conflict left hundreds of thousands dead. Pontecorvo had fought fascism as a resistance fighter during World War II and saw the same patterns repeating in Algeria. The film was co-produced by a former leader of the Algerian resistance who had lived through the events it depicted. He even appeared in the film, playing a character based on himself. It was shot on the actual streets of Algiers where the fighting had taken place. The film showed Algerian fighters planting bombs in cafes and attacking civilians, but it also showed French soldiers torturing prisoners, killing suspects, and using brutal methods to crush the resistance. It looked so real that it opened with a message telling viewers none of the footage was from actual events. It won the
there is real footage of this stuff. I want to warn you guys, there is. But so be careful when you do search. But yes, again, I mean, I kind of like it. I kind of like that idea. We need to see how horrific colonialism is. And what the French did in Algeria was monstrous, barbaric and monstrous, what they did to the Algerian people. And it's totally understandable that the Algerian resistance was furious and took revenge. So.
A prize at the Venice Film Festival and was nominated for 3 Academy Awards. Groups like the Black Panthers in U.S.A. and the IRA in Ireland studied it as a guide for resistance. But in France, it was a different story.
Of course.
When cinemas tried to show it, veterans and far-right groups threatened them. These were men who had served in Algeria and did not want the public to see what the military had done there. One theater in Paris that tried to screen it in 1971 had its windows smashed at every showing until the owner gave up. For nearly 40 years, the film was almost impossible to see in France. It did not air on French television until 2004.
Wow, I didn't know it took that long. Dolly Boy, and they wonder why Algerians still despise them to this day. Yeah, Dolly Boy.
2003, the Pentagon organized a screening of the same film for about 40 military officers and policy experts. The United States was facing a growing resistance in Iraq and wanted to understand what France went through in Algeria.
Oh my God, that's so messed up. That's so messed up that the United States military was watching it because they couldn't figure out how to deal with Iraq. What kind of fucking ideas are you going to get from watching this about how to treat the resistance in Iraq? Oh my God. Oh my God. We live in a country. Okay. That is I didn't know that. Oh my God. That's disturbing. Okay. I mean, I'm not surprised. Yeah. That makes it really bad, doesn't it? That's really bad. Like, what ideas would you possibly get? I mean, I know the ideas they would get. Like, oh, maybe we need to torture them more. Jesus Christ. Okay.
The flyer for the event read,
I'm not surprised, but I am surprised. I'm not surprised that we did it, but I didn't know that, and it's shocking. Yeah, torture, good, I guess.
How to win a battle against terrorism and lose the war of ideas. The Blue Kite. In 1993, a Chinese director named Tian Zhuangzhuang made a film about what happened to ordinary families during the political campaigns that tore China apart in the 1950s and 1960s. Tian had grown up during those years himself. The story follows a boy named Tia Tu growing up in Beijing. His father is sent to a labor camp for saying the wrong thing at a political meeting and dies there when a tree falls on him. His mother remarries twice, and both times the government takes her husband away. The film is split into 3 parts, each one tied to a different political movement under Mao. The 100 Flowers campaign, where people were encouraged to speak freely and then punished for what they said. The Great Leap
Oh my God, that was so annoying. Okay, I mean, I don't like I lived through that, but yeah.
Forward, which led to mass starvation. And the Cultural Revolution, where neighbors turned on each other and children were taught to destroy everything their parents believed in. These things happen to millions of Chinese families.
Yeah, exactly, Paul Squaw. Yeah, you're totally right, Paul Squaw. I do that to my chat, and I'm proud of it. Okay, I'm a Maoist.
Of them have never been shown on screen before. Tian later said the stories in the film were real,
You
and
know,
that a
Dolly
fear
Boy.
of reality was exactly what led to them being banned.
Mhm.
Tian made the film at a state-owned studio in Beijing, and the script had been approved in advance by the government's film bureau. But when officials...
So, guys, anytime in history when you do a mass campaign like this, okay, like a mass campaign of whatever was happening, in China at the time, okay, I mean, like there's something happened. I just can't remember what the word they used. Okay, how dare you, Sir Bart? The word they used there, where they said, they would have where they would have people publicly state how they were feeling, and they would punish them and stuff, or when they were rooting out dissidents. And starving people. Now, starving people, that was there are reasons for that. There was a lot of issues. We could talk about it. But whenever you have big campaigns like that, you always end up killing innocent people or punishing innocent people. And in a country as large as China, there were probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people innocently punished, killed, or abused. That's what it's like, when you're in this like fervor, when you're in this revolutionary fervor, innocent people will die. And it was bad in China. It was. And the Great Starvation, the Great Leap Forward, when they tried to basically communalize, the Great Leap Forward, when they tried to communalize all of the agriculture and stuff in China, they really fucked up. Really fucked up. Local communist officials weren't fully reporting how disastrous it was on the ground. Okay. And so then the central Mao wasn't really well informed about how people were starving, and people were punished for complaining about starving. And Mao, when he found out, didn't really do much about it. So they really messed up, and it was probably one of the worst. And by the way, I am not saying this I'm saying this based off Chinese documents. So please don't say I'm spewing. There you go, Weird Amorphous Blob. It was partly bureaucrats redirecting fervor away from themselves. Correct, you know it, Weird Amorphous Blob. Innocent people get caught up, like elites would deflect blame onto innocent people. I'm not saying this is I'm saying this from Chinese documents. It was probably one of the deadliest famines in human history. I know that sounds dark, but China has a lot of people in it, and if you accidentally mess up the food, there's going to be millions of people that die, and that's what happened. It wasn't done on purpose, obviously, but okay, it was disastrous. Okay. Anyway, so they're up to us, right? Genes aren't real. There we go. They had farmers trying to make steel in their back crop. Yeah, exactly. They had farmers trying to make steel in their backyards instead of working crops. Yes, that maybe a little bit. Yeah. But but Paul Squall, that was an excuse they used. They blamed the farmers, but it was them that were forcing the collectivization, which wasn't going well. And there was a drought and there were natural famine conditions, but it didn't have to go that way. It didn't have to go that way. This is complicated, but it was a mistake. I'm not saying it was regardless, it was a mistake. It was a very, very deadly mistake. That was horrific. Okay.
People saw the finished film. They decided it had gone too far. The studio refused to let him finish editing it inside China. So Tian smuggled the negatives out of the country to Japan, where he finished the film and sold the rights abroad. The Chinese government immediately banned the film and prevented Tian from directing anything for 10 years. Officials who reviewed it said it had a problem with its political leanings. The Blue Kite won the Grand Prix at the Tokyo International Film Festival. China withdrew from the festival in protest. Over 30 years later, the film has still never been released in China.
I am also, by the way, not a fan of the Cultural Revolution. I know. I'm not a fan of the Cultural Revolution. I'm a historian, right? I just don't like the destruction of all those cultural artifacts. I know there was more to it than that. But I mean, there's also a lot of people that were killed because of it that I don't think it was fair to kill them. But I'm just sad. I don't like to see the destruction of all the culturals, like the old cultural stuff. Anyway, I know that's a little side note.
La Sombra del Caudillo. In 1960, a Mexican director named Julio Bracho made a movie about one of the darkest chapters in Mexican history. In 1927, General Francisco Serrano ran for president against the wishes of the men who controlled the country. He was kidnapped on a highway and shot along with his supporters. The killings were carried out by the military, and everyone knew it, but no one was allowed to talk about it. A novelist wrote a book about it in 1929, changing the names but keeping the story so close to reality that the book was banned. Bracho had wanted to turn it into a film since 1936, but no government would approve it. That changed in 1959 when a new president, Adolfo López Mateos, took office. He supported the project and even let Bracho film inside some of the most important government buildings in the country. The movie was shot in early 1960. It showed how the military and political class used betrayals and murder to hold on to power. It premiered at a film festival in Czechoslovakia, where critics called it the best Mexican movie ever made. Back home, the release
I've never heard of this one.
For 4 cinemas in the capital. But when the military found out what was in the film, they stepped in. The same institution behind the real killings was now trying to hide the movie about those killings. Officers sent a letter to the Interior Minister saying the film showed the revolution in a negative and immoral way. A day before opening night, the order came to pull everything, but that wasn't enough. Federal troops entered the Churubusco studios and took the original film negative. It was never seen again. Bracho spent the rest of his life going to 4 different presidents trying to get his movie released.
Shocking.
All 4 refused. He died in 1978 without seeing his film shown in his own country. It was finally released in 1990, 30 years later, but only from a rough copy because the original had been destroyed. Cry Freedom. In 1987, British director Richard Attenborough made a film about the death of Steve Biko, a black anti-apartheid leader in South Africa. In 1977, Biko was arrested and beaten so badly during questioning.
Oh, wow, that's shocking. Who would have thought that a black activist gets beaten up by authorities? That's never happened before, folks, you know? Jesus. I mean, like...
He suffered severe brain damage and died in custody. The government said he died of a hunger strike.
Yeah.
A white journalist named
I
Donald
forgot about this. I haven't learned about this in a long time.
Woods investigated and found evidence that the police had killed him. The government banned Woods.
Of course they did. Of course they did.
Making it illegal for him to publish anything or leave the country. He disguised himself as a priest, fled to England, and wrote a book telling the truth.
Oh, really? Yes. Oh, I've seen that, Paul Squaw. It's great. That is a great one.
About what happened to Biko. Attenborough turned that book into Cry Freedom. His crew tried to shoot in South Africa, but was placed under surveillance by the security police and forced to leave. They filmed in Zimbabwe instead. The movie showed Biko's arrest, the beating, and the cover-up. Denzel Washington played Biko. It was nominated for 3 Academy Awards. At the time of the film's release, Biko's own writings were still banned inside South Africa. South Africa's censorship board...
Don't we love South Africa? It's like Israel's little brother, right? Such a cute little country. I mean, previously, apartheid South Africa, such a cute little country. You know, I mean, it was actually a bit nicer than Israel is, but, you know, not by much, but, you know, but still, the nicer little brother of Israel, which is not saying much. Okay, not saying much at all. You know, actually, it probably was about just as bad. Probably was just as bad. Dolly Boy, yes, it's Israel's blueprint. Of course it is, right? Don't we love... I'll do a stream sometime where I talk about apartheid South Africa and the fucking lunacy of... I'm sorry, I need to stop cursing for the sake of the algorithm. The gosh darn lunacy of that crazy country of South Africa, okay, during apartheid.
Proved the film without cuts because they decided it would not be a threat. But once South Africans started watching it, the government changed its mind. The Attorney General told newspapers they would be prosecuted if they printed ads for it, because both Biko and Woods were officially banned persons, and it was illegal to spread their words. Then, a bomb went off outside a Johannesburg theater during a screening. Bomb threats shut down showings in Pretoria and Port Elizabeth. The police commissioner ordered all copies of the film seized. Officers raided theaters at night while the film was still playing, shut down the projectors, and took the reels. The film ends with a long list of anti-apartheid activists who died in South African police custody under suspicious...
Oh, that is so based.
...circumstances. Next to each name is the official explanation the government gave for their death.
Oh my God, that's brilliant.
Biko's name is on that list. If you'd like to see more videos like this...
Oh my God. So that's cool. I didn't know about a lot of those movies. That's fantastic. All right. Love that. Love that. All right. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh, good Lord. All right. All right. Where's my face? Where's my gosh darn face? How's everyone doing out there? There you go. Yeah, Luke stabbed himself in the back 4 times and jumped off of a bridge, right? Okay, love that for us. Love that. All right, you guys. All right. Okay. So, how's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? All right. I'm going to go. All right. I'm going to go eat. I've been going for almost 4 hours, I believe. So I'm going to go here. I'll stream again tomorrow, of course, as always. You all know I will. I'll be back tomorrow, as always, because tomorrow's what? Tomorrow's Friday, so well, no, Luke, bad Luke, okay? Tomorrow is Friday, so I will be, really, Weird Morse Love, okay, a fun play you should look into is Accidental Death of an Anarchist. I'm sorry, Mithril, I didn't mean to make you depressed. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I love you very much, Mithril, I'm sorry. All right, sorry, Shiv, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you depressed. How about this? No, wait, I won't go yet. Let me find something. Let me find, oh, really? Iran's defense. Okay, fine. Dolly, okay, guys, fine. You've convinced me. You've convinced me. I don't have to eat right away. I don't even think, I'm not fully hungry yet, actually. Let's see what's happening. Okay, I'll stay on for a little bit longer, and then we'll do something happy. We'll do something happy to cheer up Shiv and Mithril, okay? Iran air defenses. Yes, and you should donate. If you donate, how about that? I'll stay if you donate. How about that? Iran air defenses. And if you're lying to me, Dolly boy, I swear to God. Okay. Air defenses activated. Watch what I sent last. Okay, Alyssa, did you send it in the chat? Oh, yeah. Iran activates air defenses in several parts. What's happening on
about
agenda?
This last night. I think.
By the way, oh my God, I just realized we sent a thank you, Alyssa. Thank you for sending me the contribution. So the you literally just checked out. Okay, I'm just joking, Dolly. Boy, thank you, Matt Saigai, for the I know Matt Saigai. Okay, thank you, Matt Saigai, for the contribution. Really. So if you don't, okay, there, Alyssa. But first, so apparently the United States has now sent a 3rd aircraft carrier to Iran and sent more troops. We all know what's about to happen, I think. Oh, thank you, Dolly boy. Bark, bark to you, too. Now, get back to your house. Okay, I'm sorry. Just, it was, yeah, okay. And do you mind, actually shitting? I'm sorry. Make sure you use the restroom on the lawn, Dolly boy, please. Okay, I can't keep walking out the front door and stepping on your doo-doo, all right? Anyway. So I'm sorry. Thank you for the contribution, Dolly boy. I know I'm dehumanizing you after you contributed to me, but it's cute, right? You think it's funny? All right. Okay. All right. So a 3rd U.S. aircraft carrier has arrived in the Middle East and more troops. This is looking like it's going to go well, guys. I'm going to put up my screen here. And apparently the Iran is activating its self-defense. It's self-defense. It is self-defense. They're aircraft defenses. Iran's mayor agency says, oh, God damn it. Sorry. I need to, again, stop cursing for my own sake. Okay, let's go to Haaretz. All right, Haaretz. Swear, everything has a block. Everything has a block these days. Let's go to NDTV. Air defense systems have been activated in Tehran amid reports of explosions. Okay, so there are explosions going right now. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to stream a lot longer. Okay, I'm gonna have to stream longer probably if the let's see here. Al Jazeera.
Against Iran's nuclear.
Okay, yes, Iran. Here, I'll put up this screen. All right. So, yeah, so they probably haven't started firing missiles at Israel yet, but there is evidence that they have activated their. Oh, thank you so much, Elevator. Guys, thank you. Now I have to stream longer. Thank you. Okay. So air defense is engaged over Tehran. Oh, Shiv, that's okay. Thank you. Okay, fine. I'll stay longer. Okay. So air defense is engaged over Tehran. Senior Iranian officials have blamed Washington for stalled peace negotiations. Al Jazeera correspondent sees Iranian air defenses engaged over Tehran against hostile targets. Oh, I guess Trump just had a news conference. When asked about the timeline for a long-term deal, Trump signaled he was in no rush. Don't rush me, he told reporters, for Shiv's honor. Oh, thank you, Alyssa. Alyssa just gave in your honor, okay? Shiv, we love you. You don't have, yeah, we totally get it. That's cute, okay? Mayflower Kid, why are you always going, aw, about every little goddamn thing, Mayflower Kid, okay? Calm down, calm down. Anyway, so that's good. Trump says Iran may have reloaded during ceasefire. Well, yeah, what do we think America was doing? Okay. Yeah, me too, Dolly Boy. I'm glad you did check this. Let's see, guys. Let's see what's being said live, if anything's being said live about this. Nope. Okay. Bombing Iran. Yeah, so far we haven't won, Alyssa. Of course. We're probably not going to win, is what I'm saying. We're not going to win the war, which is good in my opinion. But anyway, let's see here. Anyone see any? Because that was nice of Alyssa. How dare you throw tomatoes at me, Mayflower Kid? Okay, I'll throw them back at you. I'll throw beefsteak tomatoes at you, which are big and juicy. Right, Alyssa, you're right. He was like, we won the war. Clearly we didn't. Okay, 1 second here. I'm trying to find someone. I want to see if there's actually bombs dropping right now. There might be. Oh God, we could watch me live, I guess. All right, bombing Iran. I think we could safely say that would mean it's the end of the ceasefire, right? I don't know what this channel is, but I don't trust it. I don't know what this is.
That's from the White House pool reporter. Maybe there's some other announcement coming up about something or other. What's on the schedule? The pool has gathered at the briefing room doors, says Mabinti.
Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, that's true. Oh, I don't know where he gets his info from. That's amazing. So apparently there's an announcement about to be made by Trump. Okay. White House. Press briefing. Shiv, how dare you throw tomatoes at me? Mayflower Kid said you just threw tomatoes at me. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. So, guys, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly is going on. There is something going on. I'm just not quite sure what it is. Huh. I'm gonna go back to what's this, that one guy, because he's good. I wish I could do what he did. I'm not sure where he gets all of his info.
I did see a report that.
Yeah.
Hang on.
So I don't know is this kosher? Is like watching an online news guy on YouTube while I'm doing YouTube, because he's really good at he does news. He doesn't do much political commentary, but what is he about to say? Because he's good at getting this stuff, and I know that he's an interesting guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sylvie.
That a small building can cost $4 billion.
Nope. Sorry, that was not.
Talks with Beirut seeking to extend a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Now, just earlier, about an hour, in the last hour, it was reported by Israel that Hezbollah fired 4 rockets into northern Israel. Reuters says that the ceasefire set to expire Sunday has yielded a significant.
Okay, this isn't going to help me much. No, I know, guys, but he does sometimes report on things that are happening like on other sources that I don't see, and then because I've seen him be right about a lot of okay, regardless, I'm trying to see here. Live news Iran. It might not be coming in yet. Maybe we don't have any true updates yet. Oh, good. Well, here
this hour with breaking news.
Here's some breaking news. You know, while I'm looking for the Iranian breaking news, here's some breaking news out of Louisiana.
Responding to a shooting at Mall of Louisiana in Baton Rouge, where 10 people have been shot. Police say there are no fatalities yet. We just heard an update from the police chief moments ago.
What we found out looking through surveillance videos, it looks like it was kind of a targeted two groups of people.
Come on, everyone, say it with me. God bless America, land that I love. I can't even go that high. I hope I didn't deafen anyone. God bless this country and all the goddamn shooting.
Got into an argument inside the food court and started shooting at each other. Unfortunately, there were some innocent people that were in the area that might have also caused
Doug, just 10, a little light today, right?
some rounds. Right now, we have 10 victims at local area hospitals, some transported by EMS and some arriving by private vehicle.
Sorry, Mithril.
Definitely our...
Oh, you're right. Guys, don't worry. I'm going to make you all happy. Give me a second. I'll make you all happy. Yes, of course, Matt Saigai.
Hearts and prayers.
I will. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm sorry, Barbara. I'm sorry, Barbara. I'm sorry, Mithril. I'm sorry, Doug. I will make, not Doug, because I don't think you're upset. I will do something happy. Give me 1 second. This just happened to happen right now. Okay.
Out to all the victims involved in this, various level of injuries, and we're going to keep giving y'all updates as we get there. How many prisoners? Right now, we don't know. We have, at least a couple of them that are in trauma going through surgery, so we don't have an exact number right now. We'll give you those numbers.
Okay. Well, that's good. All right. So the ending is hilarious with your breath books. Okay, so let me see here. What'd you send me, Alyssa? You said you sent it to me on reactions. Oh, this is cute. Guys, don't worry. Don't think about anything negative. Only think about positive things. Everything in the world is good. Nothing bad is happening. Here, let's watch this. Oh my God, Alyssa, that was loud and obnoxious. So, just kidding. Yeah, he did say thoughts and prayers. Of course he did, Mithril. So don't worry, guys. Another mass shooting in the United States. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. I want you all to be happy, though, because you need revolutionary optimism, all right? So let's talk about this. Now, yeah, Alyssa. Okay, I'm just kidding. So, Alyssa, what part did you say you wanted me to watch? The beginning? There you go, Shiv. All right. Thoughts and prayers, exactly. Mandani is so cool. Mandani is so cool. I can't get over it. Well, let's see here. Set the live button. Agenda-free page sounds like an unsafe space. Let's see here. Alyssa Poo. I don't know why I just called you Alyssa Poo, Alyssa. Watch it. What it's sent happy. Okay, fine. We'll just start watching it and see what it is. Am I allowed disillusionment? No, Dolly boy. Okay.
Welcome to We Outside, the podcast.
What are you, Shiv? Are you Pac-Man or something? Okay.
Where we are literally outside. I'm your host, Trent Simonian. Today we've got a very special guest, the one and only, the mayor of New York City, Zoran Mandani. Zoran, welcome to the show.
Guys, thank you. Look at that smile. Feel your depression slowly slip away. All right.
Very much for having me. So we've got a special guest. We do.
Yeah.
What's going on right now?
I mean, it's cold.
Yes, it is cold.
It is cold, windy, and people are coming and going. We're just selling, the groceries and beers here,
So do you know who this man is right here?
Yeah, he's the sweetest person, in New York City. The great person and mayor.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
You're so sweet. I'm going to turn around and give you a...
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everyone pull up to his spot, 1492 York Ave.
Hot and cold foods.
Yes, sir. Zoran, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
How do you feel wearing this strange contraption?
I got to be honest. Do I look at you? Or do I look straight?
Do what you want to do.
Okay.
There's no rules on We Outside.
We remix.
It's so depressing that he does look straight, if you know what I mean, right? I wish he plays for the wrong team, if you know what I mean, okay?
It up.
You're our ceremonial first guest.
Honestly, it's an honor.
Thank you.
I can change him.
It is an honor.
So, we're going to get right into things.
Hit me.
You have been in office as the mayor of New York City for about
Right,
100
Dolly boy?
days. What has that been like?
It's honestly been
I'm
incredible.
joking, Mayflower
This
Kid.
has been a time where we've tried to move as fast as New Yorkers do, and we're trying to give New Yorkers a sense of what these 4 years are going to look like. And we want them to be 4 years where we're ambitious, we're unapologetic, and we're working at all times of the day because that's how New Yorkers
I know,
work.
Alyssa.
We outside.
And we've been trying to match the speed and the hustle of the
Right,
city.
Wizard Bread Books.
And over these last few months, there's a lot that I can look back on and say, we're hitting the stride, and we just need to keep doing more of it.
We're in stride as we speak.
We are literally walking right now.
So you're kind of the king of
Aw.
social media. Not to glaze you. No Curtis Lewa glazing here.
No
He's
Curtis
always
Lewa here.
smiling.
The last two mayors have a combined 160,000 followers on Instagram. You have a whopping 11.5 million.
You know, I think
See, that's amazing media strategy, guys. That is like a strategy choice, and that's brilliant.
a lot of
Can you imagine if the Democratic Party got was able to get a national candidate that was that popular on social media? I mean, Jesus Christ. Right, I know Mithril, right?
New Yorkers use their social media to get a better sense of the world around them, also a sense of themselves and their place in the world. And we wanted to reach out to New Yorkers and break out of the bubble of New York City politics. And so we sought to reach them where most people are, which is their phones. And always the task is, hello, how's it going, boss? How you doing? You come back from practice? Oh, let's go. What position you play?
Wait, can you come over here real quick?
Come on in. What's your name?
My name's Dylan.
Shout outs, Dylan. Dylan, you're playing center back?
Yeah, I play center back.
I can just send.
That was what I played. I used to play center back.
Best mayor in the world.
Thank you, man. You're not contractually obliged to say that, but I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. See you.
Can I get a picture?
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Boom.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Just ignore the strange contraption he's wearing.
So I think that was the first photo ever taken on We Outside.
It was.
We're
Congratulations.
just breaking records here.
That's what we do.
We break records.
That's what we do.
Side Talk NYC. Honestly, we stole a lot of your stuff.
That's fine.
We just bid it.
I saw that, but you're cool
Does he have one of those cameras on that looks at you from the front? That's funny.
enough that it's an honor.
You know?
So you're saying
Aw.
social media?
Here's the thing.
I
A
know,
lot of
Sylvie.
times in politics.
Is everyone starting to feel better? Are we all okay? We all starting to feel better? Everyone's blood pressure going down? Good.
Politics, you're speaking in an echo chamber. You're talking to people who already agree with you, people who are already looking for every
Try
single
harder,
update they
Dolly
can
boy.
about politics. Our job is to reach out to people who think that politics is irrelevant to their struggles and to show them, in fact, that
Yes.
it shapes those struggles.
Good, Louise.
Sometimes it actually allows for those struggles. And, you know, over the course of the campaign, social media was what allowed us to reach so many New Yorkers, many of whom had never
I'm
voted
sorry,
before.
Lacroix.
And to let them know actually that their concerns were valid in the city that they call home and that they had a place not just in these 5 boroughs, but also in our politics. And we've also kept using it in governance because it's through social media we got the word out about emergency snow shovelers, right? We had 6,000 New Yorkers sign up, and we inherited a program that had, a fraction of that. It's through social media. We even are running a municipal madness bracket right now where we're asking New Yorkers to vote on which fixes they want me to do across our city. Obviously, all of the fixes are going to get done, and we've just had voting close, and we had thousands of people participate. Friday, we're going to be putting it out.
So I wanted to talk to you about the snow shoveling.
Hit me.
You guys had an incredible turnout. A lot of people
Yeah, do you remember, guys, he had the state of New York pay people to shovel snow?
signed up.
Yeah.
They kind of got a nice payday, I'm not going to lie. We were talking 30 to 45 an hour
You should have been there.
to shovel snow. I saw them
Oh,
officially
Dolly
get
boy.
rid of the snow on my block, so I had
Shout
to
out.
personally thank you. That first blizzard, it was a little rough getting around. Second blizzard round,
Yeah, they paid Crawl. They paid anyone to come out and shovel snow.
Beast first blizzard, you bounce back.
BFB.
Speaking of snow, there may or may not have allegedly been a snowball fight thrown in New York City. A side talk snowball fight.
You may
Yeah,
have had
Crawl.
something to do with it.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
But it was
That's socialism, Crawl.
just kids having fun, as we've spoken about. My quick question for you.
Hit me.
Will we be able to throw another snowball fight?
Look, I've said that I'm not making snowball fights illegal, and I'm going to stand by that.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's the mayor of New York City not switching on you.
So listen, you can rip off any content of ours that you want,
Thank you.
and we can throw snowball fights.
You guys,
That's a trade-off.
this is no. There's no trades in our New York City.
Okay.
It's a different admin.
Okay, speaking of side talk chaos.
Okay.
The Knicks. When the Knicks win inevitably, when the Knicks inevitably
Coming up soon.
win
Yeah,
a championship, let's like get literal here.
Boom.
What's gonna happen as the mayor?
I'm sorry, guys. The Knicks. What are the Knicks? Is that a baseball team? I'm seriously asking. I know. I'm very ignorant of sports, but the Knicks are a basketball. Oh, oops. That's embarrassing. Okay. My mistake.
What moves are you making?
It's like
Sorry, LaCroix.
you're torn as a New Yorker and as the mayor. As a New Yorker, you're like, I cannot wait for this. As the mayor, absolute chaos. Absolute chaos.
You gotta let us do our thing.
It's like it's been a long time.
Do they? They play in Madison Square Garden? Wow, you know a lot about them, Dolly Boy. Okay. Huh. That's weird. I wonder. Okay. Mayflower Kid. You all know a lot about them. That's kind of weird. I feel like I'm the normal one. Like, I'm not that obsessed with them. Jesus. I don't go around knowing what the name of teens are. And like, I think I'm the one that's the normal one here.
So, could be the year.
Could be the year.
If Mitch keeps...
Yeah, how dare you, Corwin? Yes, I know it's common knowledge, but I don't know much about sports at all. And I couldn't remember if that was a baseball team or a basketball team.
Signing toenails? Who knows?
He should have sent that one to you.
Who knows?
Frame it in City Hall.
That's what I'm saying. We would put it up. No, but I'm just happy we defeated the ghost of Trae Young.
There we go. Okay,
Gotcha,
we've got some
Sir
fan-submitted questions.
Okay.
From our Patreon subscribers. If you want to send in your own questions.
You have a Patreon?
We
Side
do.
Talk MIC has a Patreon?
Patreon.com/SideTalk, since you asked.
Exactly, Sylvie. Sports ball. I too know sports ball. There you go, Sylvie, right?
A Substack?
Maybe. Okay, Benji asks.
Hit me, Benji.
If you had to eliminate one borough, why would it be Staten Island?
Oh, my goodness. This is a trick question. We're not eliminating any borough. And first of all, Staten Island deserves way more love than it gets.
Okay.
Have you been to Staten Island?
Of course.
Have you been enough?
I've gone on the ferry and gotten back on the ferry. I'm going to be honest.
You got to keep going.
Okay.
If it wasn't for Staten Island, we wouldn't have the Wu-Tang Clan.
Fair.
If it wasn't for Staten Island, we wouldn't have some of the best Sri Lankan food in New York City.
This is good.
I didn't even know that.
So
I was about to say, Crawl. Yeah, okay. I was about to say the exact same thing. I was about to be like, yeah, I'd vote for getting rid of Manhattan. I wouldn't even pause. I'd be like, okay, well, we can say bye to Manhattan. I know. This is a great answer he's giving, all right.
Okay, we're going to let you get away with not answering the question.
Yeah, we're not eliminating any boroughs.
Yeah.
Sophia asks, did you actually meet Wifey on Hinge?
I actually did.
Wow.
Actually did.
It's possible, folks.
Telling you.
Keep your heads up.
One of the greatest days of my life when that match happened.
There we go.
Oh, my God, he's adorable.
Anashay asks, Nets fan son or I don't take the subway daughter?
Oh, my God. Nets fan son. Nets fan son for the memory of Jason Kidd and where the Nets used to be.
Okay, that's fair.
That is an incredible frame.
Yeah, he is such a wholesome wife guy. You're so true.
Shout out to Anashay.
Shout out to Anashay.
Aw.
Thank you, Anashay.
Who's Anashay?
Francesca asks, oh, this is a tough one. You might have to go media trained on this.
Oh, okay.
Cardi B or Nicki Minaj?
Cardi B.
Whoa.
What media
Wow, that was quick.
training do I need?
I didn't know if you had to be a neutral force here.
Come on.
All right.
Come on.
Cardi B.
Look, Cardi B, we're already teaming up with Cardi B to put out the word about universal child care.
Yeah, Cardi B is very progressive. I love Cardi B. Okay, Cardi B is great. She's not perfect, but she's great. Yeah, she's awesome. And I can't even do what she does. Whatever. But I really like Cardi B.
On day 8 of our admin, we secured an agreement with the governor, $1.2 billion. First time in New York City history, we're going to have free childcare for 2-year-olds.
Amazing.
Cardi B is going to be judging the jingle contest to get the word out about that childcare.
I like that.
So it's no contest.
Yeah.
Also, when you look back,
True, Alyssa.
and you think about who she had on her music years ago.
Right, Dolly Boy.
J Balvin, Bad Bunny.
He knows a lot about her. That's cool.
Way before a lot of people were on it.
There we go.
That's all I'm going to say. How's it going? I don't know where.
You're getting some love.
How you doing, Buzz? Thank you, brother. We haven't paid every few.
What do you mean, Corwin? The Cardi B attempt? What do you mean?
Yeah, we just pay people to stand there and glaze.
That's actually my Patreon.
Okay, that's cool.
Like and subscribe.
Okay, now it's time for story time.
Okay.
We dug up some photos.
Oh, my goodness.
You got to let us know what happened
Yeah,
here.
he does. You're right, Luis. He knows a lot about music.
The famous bowling picture This is a new one. What was going on here?
This was celebrating the end of the Naisna strike. We had been standing with nurses. They were fighting
Are
for
these
a living
nurses in the
wage.
background?
These are nurses in the background. These are nurses and their students.
Yeah, he did. He rapped for a little bit, didn't he?
There underneath me is allegedly the first brown boy who got it popping.
All right, so I was going to ask, have you seen the nav comparisons?
I've seen the nav comparisons. It's just two brown boys doing the same thing.
You just got to let them do what they do.
Shout outs. He went bowling at Astoria Bowl, which is one of the more random things.
So some of these pages on Instagram have been making it look like you guys were.
I mean, I better learn more. Like, if I were to ever run for office, if what you're saying is true, that more young people are going to be running for office and they're going to know celebrities, then for the sake of the stream and the channel and shit, I better start learning more about celebrities. God, you're making me start to feel burdened that I have to learn more, because now I have to learn about sports teams and like the difference between this celebrity and that celebrity. Oh, it just seems so obnoxious. But fine. I guess I'll do it.
They're together at the same time.
we gotta recreate it.
You guys got to make it happen.
Cater to the audience.
Come on.
Okay, we got to address the elephant in the room.
Ooh.
Young cardamom.
Okay, first of all, this is one of my funnier things.
Oh my God.
That's my friend Nick Hill, who's now.
Oof. Whew. Ooh, Zoran, jeez. Put on some clothes. Dear God, that's inappropriate for the stream.
Now forever immortalized in this music video.
Immortalized.
Top 5 dentist in New York City. Nikhil Sharma DDS.
Tap in.
Get
your teeth fixed.
Every 6 months you should go, by the way.
Can we get a couple bars? I know you.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you so much.
Can we get a few bars? I know you still.
I agree,
It's
Matt.
the same guy. He's following us. Security. Can we get a few bars?
Few bars. All right, you got to hit me with a beat. Uh-huh. Okay.
Bro, go.
You gotta keep going.
Okay, fine.
Look what?
100,000 potholes. 100,000 potholes.
Boom.
Done.
Love that.
Filled.
I was kind of expecting like.
That wasn't great. He could have added a few more lyrics. I don't know. Just saying 100,000 potholes over and over again doesn't really tell me much. But you know what? I'm trying to not be judgmental. I appreciate the attempt.
Some
Okay.
OG bars, but.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, Louise.
Next episode.
Okay, bet.
All right.
A million comments, and he'll be back.
Hi, guys.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, last photo.
I love that.
What's
New
going
York
on
City,
here?
baby. This is PSAL, baby. This is the top soccer league in the world.
Okay.
This is me, number 23.
Man, I think join the club, Corwin. You'll fit right in this community. Ask Sir Bart. I'm sure that he had all of us with the word pot, okay?
Me scoring a goal to tie up the game.
Through the man's legs.
It's around the 88th minute. Usually when you equalize in the 88th minute, you pick up the ball, run back so you can restart the game. I was so hyped at scoring that I took off. I think I did about 5 different
We
celebrations.
got the celly. He's running his hands through his hair.
And then people just jumped on me. We didn't even try and win the game.
That's him? That's Zoran Mandani? Interesting.
Beautiful.
It's just a tie.
When you're in the moment.
Shout out to PSAL A-League. Still bitter. Francis Lewis defeated us 4-2 in the playoffs.
Damn.
Eric Labradette had a great goal that game. Shout out
He
to
has
you,
a
Eric.
great memory.
Shout out Eric.
Shout out Eric.
You're still living rent-free in his mind.
Yeah, you're right here. You're right.
Nutmegging? What the hell does that mean, Mithril? What's nutmegging? What's called nutmegging?
Here. His incredible goal is like from half field.
I've never heard that phrase.
Okay, we've
Mithril.
got another segment called Reacting to Stuff.
Okay.
We dug up some comments people said about you online.
Ooh.
You can accept these claims, deny these claims, call them out, whatever you want to say.
Here we go.
Someone said Zoran's
Yeah, me
jump
too,
shot is
Corwin.
trash.
Absolutely agree. Horrific. Horrific jump shot.
Oh, when you put the ball through someone's legs? Oh, you mean Dolly Boy? It's a soccer term? You mean it's a soccer term? No, it's not. Okay, we don't use that in here in these United States of America. Okay, the proper term is soccer, and we don't use the term nutmegging. Okay, whatever that, I don't know what that is. What kind of weird term that is? Okay, I don't know what that means. So I don't know what that is, and I don't think it's a real thing. I refuse to acknowledge it. Although I will say that nutmegging, that I like nutmeg. Nutmeg is good, and you can get high off of it. But don't do that, kids. That's bad for you. Don't do that. I'm just saying. Anyway, okay, nutmegging. Yes, that's actually a good. I'm going to use that word from now on. Nutmegging.
Trash talk and my fouling incredible.
All right.
My jump shot, not good at all.
Put him on defense.
Put me on defense. I will foul out of the game immediately.
This one's pretty.
I was kind of violent when I played soccer. I probably shouldn't tell all you this because I'm tall. I'm 6'1", and so like when I was playing soccer, I was taller than a lot of the other guys on the team. And then like I think I sprained one kid's ankle and I broke another kid's ankle. I broke a couple ankles. Let's put that way. And I think I also like injured someone's hip, as I recall. To leave you, right? I'm looking for an excuse to leave you, barbarians. Mithril, hilarious. Okay, I'm just an asshole. So you used to. How did you kick them? No, I would slide tackle them. I would slide tackle. I would do a slide tackle, and just stop because I was defense. So I would take them out before they got near the goal. And I would do whatever was necessary to stop them from getting it. But I was not fouled in either case because my foot would only hit the ball, but then their foot would get stuck on the ball and they would break their ankle. And it happened like twice. And then I also hurt someone's hip. I injured a lot of people. I'm not bragging, Mayflower Kid. I'm just saying, all right, whatever.
Pretty nice.
Okay.
Brody's dimple, kind of cute, not going to lie.
Thank you.
Single, you just have one dimple?
Just one.
All right, I see it.
Yeah.
The dimple in question.
Yeah, dimple in question.
So you're cool with that?
I'm cool with that. I appreciate that.
Someone else said he smiles too much. I think he's hiding something.
Honestly, the cheeks hurt.
That's why the dimple popped up? He's not hiding anything.
I do smile a lot, though.
He does.
It's a lot.
Okay, and last one. Someone said, Zoran looks like the type of guy to eat a glizzy.
Matt Saigai, you sound like a serial killer. Matt Saigai's like, his skin is so clean. What are you, Buffalo Bill? This isn't like goddamn Silence of the Lambs, Matt Saigai, okay? That's his skin. He gets to keep it. All right. Shiv says, CR out there ending dozens of kids' career dreams like it's nothing. I was a kid, okay? I was a kid. I wasn't trying to end whatever. I don't know. I don't care. Maybe I did. Who knows?
With no bev.
Ooh. I think I'd probably.
Wait, seriously? Is a glizzy a hot dog? Thank you for asking that, Corwin. Corwin, again, you belong here. You belong here, Corwin. You're hilarious. I love you. I love having you here. I don't love you like that much because I don't really know you, but I love you in spirit. All right.
I think I could pull it off. Did you see that new thing of like the 20-foot glizzy?
How dare you, Mithril?
Of course, they're selling giant glizzies in ballparks now.
No, but there's like one stadium for sure, which is like, we got to bring that to New York City.
You got to take that one down with no bev.
Come on. No bev. All glizzy.
Okay, now we're going to spin the challenge wheel. Which is
Sir, I'm sorry, guys. I'm laughing too much at guys what you're saying in chat. Sylvie says glizzy fingers. LaQuaz says we stand glizzies. There's so many jokes I could make, but I'm trying not to. How dare you, Mithril, say F-U-Y-C-R? Mithril, I'm such an innocent little angel. I'm just a little victim. I never said anything mean to you, Mithril. I'm just stating a fact that it's soccer, not football, and this nonsense about nutmegging is just that, nonsense. You know I'm joking, Mithril. I just do. Okay, and then Sir Bart goes Gizly Gobbler over here. Sir Bart, who are you referring to? Because there's a lot of people in this chat that can go by that title, probably. Okay, and then we got, you know what I mean. Sylvie says, Glizzy Rizzler. Yeah, that's a good one, too. I love it. All right. Okay.
The challenge that you are going to get and you got to do.
How you guys doing? My man sound like Mario.
Whatever the challenge wheel lands on, you have to do.
Okay.
All right?
Well, within
reason. Of course. We abide by the law here.
All right.
There you go. Gary guzzles glizzies gladly. I love that. Right?
Challenge is...
I know a few people in here that'd be would gladly guzzle some glizzies, if you know what I mean. Okay, I'll stop. I'm sorry.
Take a selfie with a stranger.
Oh, done.
Do you accept?
I accept.
Here, I've got a phone for you.
These guys are. I know they're gonna be my boys soon, but kind of like my strangers.
I don't think that counts. I don't think the Side Talk crew counts.
Not the Side Talk crew.
We're kind of on the only quiet block in New York City. Yeah. So listen, we're gonna address the challenge wheel later.
No, okay. Dolly Boy. I didn't say any names. Dolly Boy. Okay, I would never do that, Dolly Boy.
Thank you, Challenge Wheel.
Shout out to the Challenge Wheel. Hopefully it happens. Although, honestly, You did take a selfie with a stranger.
I did.
Wow.
Sometimes you preempt the challenge.
He's ahead of his time.
You know?
Have there been any personal inconveniences you've dealt with since becoming mayor? Something where you were like, you know what, I don't like that about this city. Let me change that.
Okay. You know what I got to say?
What do you got?
I hate when workers' rights gets violated.
Gotta hate that.
So we have secured $8.5 million.
He is so good at this. Oh my God, he's so good at this.
$1 million in settlements from some of the largest corporations around who violated workers' rights, their work weeks, all of the things that they should be enjoying.
Right,
and even
Lacroix.
small businesses they were stealing from. And so for every
And I'm Oprah, Lacroix.
day we've been in office, we've put in an average of almost $100,000 back in the pockets of workers and small businesses.
We love that.
Don't violate the law.
Don't do it. He's warned you.
Even if it's on the challenge wheel, do not do it.
Don't do it. Okay, we got to talk about an inconvenience that you helped me with.
Hit me.
The Zoran.
Ooh. Day 6.
For our viewers who may not be familiar, there's a bridge, the Williamsburg Bridge. As you exit the bridge, there's this weird dip where you're like not supposed to go, but it's the only way to go. People were complaining about it.
Shout out Nolita Dirtbag.
Shout out to Nolita Dirtbag. You said you were going to fix this if elected.
Put that in the comments.
What did he do within the first 100 days?
Fixed it.
And
oh
then
my
did you
God, I
expect it
love
to be named
him. I love him.
after you?
Not at all. I did not expect we would still be talking about it 90 days later.
Honestly, every time I pass.
Of course not, Dolly Boy. I would never suggest that. I wasn't referring to you, Dolly Boy. What the hell do you mean? I'm sure. Yeah, right. Yeah, Sir Bart. Okay.
Oh my God, it's the Zoran. I took a picture of it. It's just like a little slab of asphalt or something.
Honestly, shout out to the DOT workers who put that together. They've been doing incredible work. You know, after filling the 100,000 potholes, they are now going to pave enough road to cover the distance from New York City to Miami.
Damn.
Shout out Pitbull.
Shout out to Pitbull.
Dale.
You're an avid city biker.
I am.
Much like myself.
Did you time this?
Duh.
That's incredible.
You're an
This okay, just imagine guys how much he has done in such a short amount of time. And like the last few mayors, these things are being complained about during their times too. What did they do about it? Right? I would bet that they were probably like, oh, we can't deal with it. Oh, can't do that. Can't do this. Da 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 da. He's done it all. Okay. So this is my point about it's important for Americans to know what is possible for a politician to do, because that'll show you what they are choosing not to do. And a lot of times Democrats claim to be doing a lot of stuff, but if you know what they could be doing, it becomes very obvious that they haven't been doing anything for you, right? Yeah, Cuomotos, right, Mithril? So they're always claiming like we did all this good stuff. No. Compared to what you could be doing, you did nothing. And Mandani is proving the point. He's doing all of this stuff, okay? Any mayor could have done it.
As we walk past the City Bike dock, can we get a little glimpse, a Side Talk exclusive glimpse at your City Bike stats?
Ooh. Okay, I gotta get my phone.
Do we have his phone?
Zane, could you pass me my personal phone?
Oh, he's like Kevin Gates. He's got
Hello,
two
Austin
phones.
Krasinski.
Well, Kevin Gates said he restarted that car
with his bare hands.
Then he said, "Kill my kids."
Yeah, he was like, "Strike."
I don't want to
strike him
I
down.
don't want to get into this.
Jesus.
So, folks, we're getting an exclusive look.
Here we go
at the mayor's City Bike stats.
Let's see, what do we got?
Oh my gosh, folks, this guy's legit.
This guy bikes.
This guy is legit.
I can't see it.
Look at these stats.
Come on, 444 hours.
Wow,
444 hours. Jesus.
Jeez.
Come on.
Damn. We thought you were going to be in the hundreds.
Are you serious?
We thought you were going to be in the
Let
hundreds.
me see yours.
Mine are cool.
My man's buffering right now.
Mine are no mayoral
What does he
stat.
mean? They thought he was going to be in the hundreds. That is in the hundreds. So technically he got it right. 400 is hundreds, right? I'm sorry, I'm being a teacher here, but is he just using the word wrong? Okay, like it's literally 400s means 400s.
But I'm not a joke
oh my
either.
God, you're a joker.
No, I'm not a joker, bro.
Joker.
We got people in double digits.
Look.
I don't claim to be the mayor of New York City, you know what I mean?
750 rides.
All right, folks.
My man's on a tricycle.
I'm on a tricycle. Hey, also, we'll talk about it, off camera. We got to get the City Bike prices down, but we'll deal with that.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No, hundreds can be hundreds. It's like hundreds, like 700 is hundreds. What do you mean, you lunatics? You don't know what you're talking about.
Later.
Next episode.
We've talked about the pothole blitz.
Yes, we have.
There's somehow hundreds of thousands of potholes in New York, and you've seemingly eliminated them within the last month.
Shout out to the DOT workers. They filled in 100,000 potholes in the first 100 days.
I swear to God, Dolly Boy,
I swear to God, Matt Sai guy. I swear to God, I'm going to start handing out bunks. JJ Love says, what? By the way, so JJ Love, you said another communist. You said ugh, and you said, what's disgrace? I'm not sure. So, how do I say this, JJ Love, in a way that is, you know, it's late in the stream. I don't really want to get into it, but that is not good English. That is not good English. So when you say what's disgrace, you mean what is disgrace? Do you want us to tell you what the word means? In which case, why don't you know what disgrace means? Or are you saying what a disgrace? In which case, it should be like that's not what that word looks like, and you should have spelled it better. I don't. If you're gonna be trolling, at least spell correctly and use proper grammar. As a teacher, I'm telling you, it really ruins the experience for all of us if you can't even get your insult across. So I don't know what you mean here. When you say another communist, where? Because are you talking about Zoran Mandani? Because again, you don't integrate and you don't indicate it in the sentence. And Zoran Mandani is not a communist. I don't know what you mean by that. But do you know what communism is? I don't. I'm very confused. And if I had to grade you, I'd probably give you an F. I'm just saying, try harder. I'm not even going to ban you. I just want you to try harder on the on your trolls. You're trolling, okay? For the sake of the community, please troll us hard. Troll better.
We haven't seen that many potholes filled in that short of a time period in more than a decade.
I guess so, look.
And first thing is, part of the reason why there are so many potholes is we had one of the toughest winters in recent history. We had not only our first winter storm in a while, but also the first blizzard in over a decade.
Oh, I know.
And yes, you know. And the thing about that is not just the extended cold that follows it, but also the fact that the city laid out more than 1 billion pounds of salt. And that degrades the roads. It creates for a lot of conditions that make potholes. And our DOT workers showed that they filled in more than 22,000 potholes in just 3 days.
Yeah, Dolly boy.
It's crazy.
Shout
I
out
would
to
have
them.
guessed there were like 1,000 potholes if you had me guess. 100,000.
That's because this guy doesn't ride a bike.
It's true. I stay in the tricycle lane. Well paved. Okay. Now we're gonna go to a segment called Yay or Nay.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring up a situation.
Welcome, Malcolm.
You let us know yay if it's
All
gonna
right.
happen, nay if it's not, and why.
Okay.
Yay
You
or
know
nay?
it, Corwin.
Halal becomes $8 again.
Yay.
Are you gonna be the man to make it happen?
We're gonna get those permits out, my brother.
All right.
There's already a guy who's selling it, I think, at 8, and he calls it the mayoral deal. Shout outs to him.
He's taking advantage of the opportunity.
Go for it.
Yay or nay? Trump invites you to play golf.
I think nay.
You guys kind of have a funny dynamic.
I don't know. I think Trump would, because I think Trump likes Zoran Mamdani secretly, because Zoran Mamdani really knows how to play Trump. I think he kind of likes it. So he might invite Zoran Mamdani to play golf.
But
a golf dynamic, though?
Nah, you're not that close.
I've never played real golf, but I'm pretty nasty at mini golf.
Yay or nay? Young Cardamom comes out of retirement.
It's going to be a nay. It's going to be a nay.
I mean, you do have a good thing going for you right now.
You know, we busy right now. Booked and busy.
Yay or nay? The Knicks win a championship during this term.
Ooh.
Don't we all, Dolly boy?
Gotta be yay.
Gotta be yay.
Hello, J-Mac. You say Trump likes him because he's not a loser. Literally the only reason. Right, J-Mac.
Gotta be yay.
I mean...
Well, but also, J-Mac, I think he's he has made Trump like him. He's really good at talking to people.
Jalen Brunson.
True, Corwin.
JB.
Mo Triawara. We're going to see my boy shine in the playoffs.
I believe it.
I don't know who these people are. Can we, who are these sports people? Are these sports people? Who are these people? I don't know. Are they interpretive dancers? I have no idea. J-Mac, he's sexually attracted. Yeah, totally. Okay. See here, if I wasn't here talking with you, I'd be out there working on your game. Hey, Colin, we appreciate you being here, right?
Okay, we've got our last segment here. As we pull up to Gracie Mansion, last segment, free advice. We had our viewers send in their problems.
Okay.
They're going to get advice from the one and only.
Hit me.
My lunch stinks,
That's
but I
true,
only have
Chip.
time to eat it on the train.
Ooh. You could do it, but don't run for mayor when you do.
Is that so?
We're going to pop
Sir
up the
Bart?
Subway burrito picture right now.
It was iftar. I was desperate.
Remember when the right wing lost their minds because he was eating eating rice with his hands, and they're like, "Oh my God, look at him! He's a barbarian!" Blah, 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 like all that insanity. Even though that's who cares? Really, who gives a shit how you eat your rice? And yeah, Okay, so anyway.
This guy to eat a burrito with a fork and a knife.
Okay. I didn't want to spill anything.
It's fine.
Anyway.
He's looking out for the MTA workers. We're almost done here.
Look,
Two more.
he can't do anything right. If he eats it with his hands, they say he's a barbarian. If he eats the burrito with a fork and a knife, they say he's being too nice and prim and proper. Okay?
How can I get
yeah,
my
exactly, Cor. Okay, right.
aura up?
No, I know, Matt Saga. That is how you eat rice. That's my point. It's like yeah, that's a lot of people. That's how you eat rice. It's hard to eat rice and with utensils because but okay.
God. This will sound corny as hell. Be yourself.
How dare you, Matt Saga?
So beautiful.
Come on.
So poetic.
Can't take nobody else's aura. It's yours. It's yours.
Our last one.
Hit me.
This girl is almost perfect, but she likes the Yankees.
Ooh, that's rough. I'll be honest, it was hatred of the Yankees that made me like the Mets. People are imperfect.
Yeah,
I
J-Mac.
represent some people who like the Yankees. It's tough, but I do it.
That's pretty funny.
Still want to fill their potholes, too.
Okay, Mayor Mandani, the floor is yours.
Oh my God, I want to make a joke. Should I make the joke? Someone else make it for me about filling a pothole. I want to make the joke. I was gonna offer the filling. Never mind. You know what? I'm not gonna go down that route. Someone can make the joke for me if you see where I'm going with it. There you go,
You've
Jolly
completed
Boy.
We Outside.
Okay.
You can tell the people whatever you want, whatever initiatives are going on.
Thank you,
Here we go.
for laughing.
We're coming up to the end of the first 100 days. In that time, we have shown that we're holding
Exactly.
everybody
I'm
accountable.
so
If you're a
inappropriate, I
delivery
know.
app ripping off your workers, if you're a bad landlord
Exactly,
violating
yes,
your
sir,
tenants'
Bart.
rights,
Thank you.
if you're a mega corporation stealing from consumers,
Look,
we're
well,
going
I
to hold
hate
you
you.
accountable. Because it's the most expensive city in the United States of America. We want to make it easier for New Yorkers to actually afford to live in the place that we call our home. And it's been a joy and a privilege waking up every morning being your mayor. I can't wait to do it for the
hate
rest of
you
this
all.
term. And I'm proud to be the only mayor to have ever been on We Outside.
It's an honor.
Thank you for having me.
Aw,
Thank you. Peace.
Melissa, thank you. I hope that cheered everyone up. Let's talk about something depressing. I'm kidding. I'm going to put my face up, guys. I'm going to put my face up. All right, folks. Well, thank you, Corwin. Well, guys, thank you. You know what? Mayflower Kid, you can look it up. Everyone needs, that's it. That's it. Everyone gets a bonk. Bonk. You all get a bonk. How dare all of you? We're not going to talk about what a power bottom is, okay? That is up to you. You have access to the internet. Just be careful. Don't search for this while you're on, don't search for this. What the hell is happening? Don't search for it while on a work computer, but still, okay? I will not teach you. All right? J-Mac, I swear to God. Okay. So, look it up yourselves, okay? I am not your dominatrix teacher or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, so guys, I'm going to go now. I love you all very much. And I will be back on tomorrow. Dolly boy, bonk! Why does my camera keep randomly going on and off? I must have hit this something. Whatever, who cares? So, what we're going to do, guys, I'm going to go now. Thank you all for watching. Okay, thank you all for watching. There we go. I love you all very much. You all know what I'm about to say, right? You all know what I'm about to say, guys. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. Free Palestine. By the way, free Sudan, free Ukraine, free Iran, free Venezuela, free all these countries, please. From the American Empire, from the Russian Empire, from any empire, okay? Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. And the Congo, yes. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, okay? Because I'm just a human being, guys. I make mistakes. Again, see what other people are saying. Don't ever fully trust anyone on the internet, okay? Don't fully trust anyone on the internet. Always see what other people are saying. We're not a cult, all right? We're not a cult. I mean, I know there's a cult around Dolly Boy, but there's not one around me, okay? We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith from their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms in this country.
You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't be a slug. Fight back against fascism. On the wall behind me is a sword. This is a real sword. It's from the Civil War. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. It's been passed down in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have and some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. And that means everywhere in the world, everywhere people in here have come from, there are people our ancestors made sacrifices for us, okay? Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I love you all very much. I will see you all tomorrow for our Friday fun stream. Hey, fun, 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 fun. Of course, if war is breaking out again, if like more bombing is happening, you know, more slaughter and things like that, we might not make it as fun, but we will see, okay? Hopefully it'll be a fun stream, right? Hopefully it won't be a fun stream where we watch about fireworks, like, you know, and by fireworks, I mean a girl's school exploding or something. Anyway, love you all very much. I love you all very much. Have a good rest of your day. Wait, Trump is doing a news wait. Trump is doing a news conference, Masai guy? You say Trump is doing a news. Let me double check. And if you're wrong, if he is, I will watch it. But oh my God, I keep trying to leave. Trump news. I know, I'm jumping around today. Conference. I don't see it. I don't see anything. I think you lied to me, Matt Saigai. I think you completely lied to me. Trump news. If he isn't doing a news conference, I swear to God. I swear. Okay, I see nothing. You're lying to me. You're a goddamn liar. You're a goddamn liar. Wait, so why would I look at Hassan's stream, Matt Saigai? I know you're always watching Hassan and me at the same time and shit, and you're always promoting Hassan in here. But why the fuck would I? Okay, you know what? Why did he find a press conference? I literally don't see any. I don't see any Trump press conference. Okay, you're gonna need to. Okay, Trump press conference. All right. Where? There's no goddamn.
Amazing. You know, we don't have an oil shortage. We have
withdrawal. Oh, wait. Okay, I take it back. It is on. There is a Trump press conference. What the hell is he talking about?
Wanting to rid the country of this malign influence called Hezbollah. And now that, Mr. President, under your leadership, Iran has been so degraded.
It's probably
the
nothing.
The possibility of degrading Hezbollah and liberating Lebanon from their occupation is real. So we hope that together under your leadership, we can formalize peace between Israel and Lebanon in the very near future.
Oh,
and we are just very thankful.
It's just the peace conference shit.
Thank you, and I look forward to having the next.
As if Israel is going to actually want peace.
With your great prime minister, he's a wartime prime minister.
I don't want to sit here and listen to Trump praising Netanyahu. Okay.
With Bibi and with the president of Lebanon, it'll be fantastic. I think lots going to happen. Madam Ambassador.
Of course. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, President Trump. Thank you for your leadership, for making sure to be presiding over this historic
glazing,
moment.
Austin.
I want to really say thank you to the United States under your leadership for all your effort to help and to support Lebanon. And I think
I don't think this is going to be a useless press conference.
We can make Lebanon great again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I like that phrase.
Sounds nice.
That's a good phrase.
Oh my God, would he shut up?
Thank you very much. I think we will. Any questions? Yeah, please.
You're so okay. Oh my God, Corwin, you're not wrong. Corwin, I love you. Corwin says yes, and yes, your balls are very large, and we all know my balls are huge, and I'd like to thank the size of the balls on the defense minister. Totally. Okay, it's just a kiss on. I didn't promise to watch. I never promised to watch it, Matt Saigai. I never promised to watch it.
How is it a crime? How?
And the Lebanese law, it's a crime.
Wait. What's a crime?
Clarifies again
Here we go. Listen to this. Just clarify. Here we go. Here's his bomb.
Just to clarify, I wanted to kill those children in that school. I aimed for that school specifically. And the press conference, the journalist is probably like, "Well, sir, that's a crime. You can't do that. That's against the crimes of war." And then Trump is probably like, "What do you mean it's a crime?" Like, it's going to be a waste. Okay.
2 sides agreed to here. 3 weeks ceasefire with the
3 weeks.
leaders coming.
Yeah, 3 weeks. And the leaders will most likely be coming here during that time. And I think when they do, that's a very historic meeting. They have never.
Wait, they're going to be having a Lebanon-Israel peace talk in 3 weeks? Is that what I'm hearing? Hilarious. Israel it hasn't finished its ethnic cleansing yet of southern Lebanon. So they're like, we just need 3 more weeks, Mr. President, to, murder all the Shia that are living there. And then we'll have a peace conference. We haven't finished dropping our bombs all over the place. Or is it a ceasefire? Okay, I'm trying to figure this out.
They haven't met for many, many years, as I understand it. Never. They've never met. Think of that. They're next to each other. They're great people.
That's true,
and
Jay,
they've
man.
never met. This should be an easy one. Okay? Good question. Thank you.
The Lebanese law, we can't communicate with Israel. What we can do about this law? Like, if we talk with Israel, it will be a crime for us as Lebanese. And this is a question on behalf of.
How is it a crime? How?
And the Lebanese law, it's a crime. They put you in
Well,
jail.
I think we have to end that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's something we're going to have to end.
What
I've
end?
never heard of that. But that's a good start. It's a crime to talk with Israel. Well, I'm pretty sure that'll be ended very quickly. Okay.
What?
I'll make sure of that. And
It is,
I know
J-Mac,
Lebanon
it is
doesn't
all the
want
way
that.
up,
We'll end
God
that.
damn it.
Will you work on that, please, everybody?
It's just
That's
that
crazy.
Trump has a little baby mouth that he uses to suckle on his baby bottle, and so it's really hard to hear him through these little pursed lips. Ooh, little pursed lips. That's what the issue is. It's not my goddamn audio equipment. It's the Mango Mussolini.
There was a gift for the Iranians in it. What was that in that ship? The one from China?
Yeah, well, we have. That's very top secret. Yeah, there was stuff in there, but it's top secret. I'd like to let you know. That's a good question. That's one of those little questions where, oh, this is not good. No, it's we have a lot of things that we got. That the strait, what we've done with the blockade is amazing. And nobody gets through, and nobody wants to get through. Nobody's trying. The one tried; they shut out the engine, but nobody's trying. We have complete control. Now they can drop their mines in there and do all those stupid things. It's just going to take longer for them to make money because the mines are going to affect them much more than they're going to affect us. But
Really?
and we don't know that they're doing that, but they could be that doing that. If they're doing it, it's a
Wait. He said earlier today that they had mining ships out there that he was threatening to shoot, and now he says that they're not sure that they were doing that. Oh my god! Why? Okay. Oh my! I can't stand watching this man. He's so dumb. Jesus Christ! Yeah, I know, right? Marzipan is humiliating.
very foolish thing to do.
My good
Just
Lord.
like for Iran to shoot at Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar, and Kuwait, Bahrain, all the different places.
What is this, a geography test? He's just like, oh, yes, I learned today. What did I learn this morning? Oh, yes, there's some countries in the region. There's Oman, and there's, what else? Kuwait, and there's Bahrain, and there's the UAE. It's like he's trying to remember what he learned this morning. Honestly, I've seen children do this when I was a teacher.
They shot. Nobody expected that. They thought they'd shoot at Israel in all fairness, but you didn't expect they'd be shooting at numerous other countries.
you,
I think
that's
that's a big mistake. If they're putting mines down, it's a big mistake for them, I will say.
Are you angry at China for what they sent Iran?
No.
So there's some reporting today.
No. I guess we do the same thing, don't we? With other countries.
Okay, hey, I'm all for that. Yes, please at least be honest about how we send arms to other countries too.
It's like one of those things, but nothing it wasn't earth-shaking. Yeah.
There's some reporting today, sir, that you intend to invite Vladimir Putin to the G20 in Miami. Is that the case?
No, but if he came, it would
How
be
dare you,
probably
Clark.
very helpful. I've said
sure.
a long time ago, when they made the G8, the G7, they threw Russia out.
It is so weird. That is like one of the weird, it is weird when he's honest about that. He's like, oh yeah, we send weapons to countries too. Like, yeah, okay, that's funny.
Before my time, that was Obama and a certain prime minister from a place called Canada, Trudeau. And I said, that's a stupid thing to do. And I was right. You know, I'd go to these meetings of the G7, and about 90% of the meeting was talking about Russia and what's going on with Russia. And I said, why'd you throw them out? You know, if they didn't throw them out.
Yeah, I know, you're Putin's lapdog. I know, I get it. It's fine.
They would have been much better off, in my opinion. You know, it should have been the G8. But when they threw out President Putin, he was very offended by that. He was rightfully, but he was very offended.
Oh, poor Putin was offended. Did you hear that, guys? Oh, poor little old Putin. Putin had his fifis hurt. I feel so sorry for Vladimir Putin. Okay, you know he's always a victim, isn't he? Such a victim. Yeah, yeah. Aw.
That I venture to say you probably wouldn't be having these problems if you didn't throw him out. Okay.
So he's not coming to the G20?
Not that I know of, but
Because there are senior administration officials being quoted in news reports this afternoon that says the Russians are being invited to at least ministerial.
Well, you're saying being invited as opposed to coming. I don't know of the invitation, but if he were invited, I don't know.
Would you like to
Hey,
come?
I'm of the opinion that you talk to everybody. I'm not one of these guys who, let's not talk to him. You know, there's a war going on. Let's not talk to him. I like talking to everybody.
I actually kind of agree with him there. You should talk to people, but that's not what. Okay, he's talking about something different, regardless.
If you're a smart person, if you have control over your emotions and all the other things you need control over, I'm somebody that believes in talking.
Yeah, then you should never talk with anyone because you have zero control over your emotions. I mean, we've seen your late night tweeting. Well, like at 2 a.m., he's suddenly screaming about, whatever the hell is on the top of his mind. Okay, like clearly should not. The phrase "in control of your emotions" should not even come out of this man's mouth, right? Yeah, the man is talking control. This is hilarious to me. You should, Matt Saiga. It looks like it's easy. You just bullshit all the time, right? I mean, not you, Matt Saiga, but I mean that's like seems to be. So, okay.
I don't know of that.
Don't you know, guys, Trump is very in control of his emotions?
Know that he's coming. I doubt he'd come, to be honest with you. I sort of doubt he'd come. But we're working on trying to get that one solved. That would be number 9. I've ended 8 wars.
Oh, God, here we go. It's down. It's okay. Wasn't it like 11 at one point? He's like, I swear, every time we hear him talk, he has a different number. He's like, I've ended 7 wars. I've ended 12 wars. I've ended 8 wars. Okay, can we? I don't know, Corwin. He's just making shit up. Like, I don't know what he's talking about.
That one is, but they continue to fight. The hatred between him and President Zelensky is extraordinary, I can tell you.
Can I ask you a FIFA question, sir? What do you think of this idea of replacing Iran with Italy in the World Cup?
I don't think about it too much.
There you go, Matt.
That's an interesting question. Let me give it. You know what? Let me give that a little thought. That's
Right,
all
Benny?
Is that what they're doing? They're thinking about replacing him?
Yes, and Doug, I
Let
forgot
Marco
about.
make
You're
his
right.
apology.
Marco, could you make a
first.
statement on that, please? What do you think of?
There's nothing from the U.S. has told them they can't come. I mean, the problem with Iran, it would be not their athletes.
Sylvie, I got sidetracked because my community yelled at me because Trump is speaking live, so I decided to watch Trump speaking live. I'm sorry, Sylvie. You can yell at Matt Saigai.
Be some of the other people that would want to bring with them, some of whom have ties to the IRGC. We may not be able to let them in, but not the athletes themselves. But I don't know where that's coming from, other than speculation that Iran may decide not to come, and then Italy will fill their spot. But if they decide not to come on their own, it's because they decide.
I agree, LaQual. The U.S. should be banned from the World Cup.
Decided not to come. What they can't bring is a bunch of IRGC terrorists into our country and pretend that they're, journalists and athletic trainers.
Sir, is the government going
We
to
would
buy-
not want to affect the athletes.
Is the government going to buy a stake in Spirit Airlines?
So Spirit is
Yeah, he did.
an
Wizards.
airline that's had some trouble. They were going to merge with People Express, or one of them, a number of years ago, and Barack Hussein Obama decided it was a bad idea. How did that work out?
I love how he always says Hussein because he's such a monster. Trump is, so he always has to, do casual Islamophobia, okay, racism.
For both of them, that would have been a natural merger, not United and American, but Spirit and the other. We're looking at helping them. We have 18,000 people that live in this country that are great people and great employees, and we're thinking about doing it, helping them out, and meaning bailing them out or buying it. I think we just buy it. We'd be getting it virtually debt-free. They have some good aircraft and good assets, and when the price of oil goes down, we'll sell it for a profit. I'd love to be able to save those jobs. I'd love to be able to save an airline. I like having a lot of airlines, so it's competitive. So we are looking at Spirit. It's in a bankruptcy. It's in bankruptcy court, and we're looking if we could get it for the right price. I'd do it to save the jobs, and we have somebody that wants to run it.
No, it's not, guys. It's not about saving the jobs. It's about preventing let's bail out we always love bailing out the corporations, don't we? It's not about saving jobs. It's about preventing a domino effect where investors that have investments in their Spirit suddenly lose their investments. It's about protecting the elites and the wealthy who have investments in Spirit Airlines. Okay, I get. Yep, Lacroix. Of course, that sounds like what he's implying. Lacroix. I guess we're going to nationalize Spirit Airlines. We won't. We might bail them out because that's yep. As we always do. We have guys. It's socialism for the big companies and the rich, and capitalism for the rest of us. Right? Okay.
And if they run it properly, and if prices come down, all of a sudden it's a valuable asset. And they have some very good slots too, which are pretty valuable.
Yeah, it does. It does need to die, Corwin.
Because we're building a huge U.S. embassy in Lebanon. Are you there?
Oh my God, Corwin, that would be amazing. We should do that. I didn't say that, Corwin, but you said it.
Launch it for opening or attending for the opening.
Yeah,
you want to answer that?
Well, we're working on it. It's not done yet, but once it's done, I will ask the president to come and cut the ribbon.
We'd love to have you, Mr. President.
I have no objection to that. Go ahead, please.
In the UK today, they've just announced a total of $1.3 billion in return from digital service tax, which you in the past have called an unfair tax on American companies. You know very well. You previously called for investigations, but so far as we can tell, there has been none. Would you call
so what tax is this?
A digital service tax is the kind of nicknamed the tech tax.
What are we talking about? This is boring, Matt's eye guy.
War, and during a war, we have the highest stock market. I have to protect this country, so if they want to do the service tax, France did it also, and some others. And
I know, Mutual Wizards books.
Literally, I have a meeting after this having to do with that exact question.
Okay, I'm gonna go. What's happening? What happened? Anything happened?
Thank you very much, everybody.
Republicans are saying that they don't want to vote for a bill that just has the Homeland Security funding. Would you support them expanding that to include other tax and defense?
Well, I'd love to see one thing. You know what that is? Save America. I'd love to say the Save America Act, which is voter ID.
Yeah, which is voter suppression, all right? So the Save America Act, very dystopianly, I don't know if that's a word, named, is voter suppression.
Which is proof of citizenship, which is, by the way, no mail-in voting, which is a fraud. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you're going to have a fraudulent election. But I'd leave it for military, mail-in voting for military, for people that are sick, for people that are traveling, like business or whatever, different things. But disability, where they have a problem.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a word, dystopian.
No mail-in ballots. We added a couple of things. No men playing in women's sports. It's unrelated, but it's a popular thing. And no transgender mutilization of our children.
There's a new one. Transgender mutilization. Okay, by the way, the correct word is mutilation. And even if that's the correct word, it is a lie. Okay? Transgender mutilization, not a thing. Okay? Although I do support the idea of transgender for everyone, right? As I've always said, guys, transgender people are a superior form of human being. They're more advanced than the rest of us. And I think we all should be transgender. That would be that's the future that I hope for, okay? That'd be lovely, in my opinion.
regardless, it is unfortunate that there is so much transphobia out there, and that how dare this man put the name of transgender people in his mouth and even say that, okay? This is just scapegoating. This is just bullshit. And remember, we saw that 80% of anti-trans organizations are funded by the fossil fuel industry. Okay? 80%, I'll say that again, 80% of anti-trans organizations are largely funded by the fossil fuel industry. Why? Because it's a distraction, right? You talk about nonsense issues and then people won't start talking about taxes on the rich or climate change or anything else, okay? It's very obviously a distraction because there are very few trans people in this country to begin with, okay? It's like an obsession with trans people, okay? All right, and it's really gross. Yeah, shocking, Lacroix Bois. You're saying that transgender panic is astroturfed? Ooh, shocking, right? Yeah. Okay, obviously. It is. Yeah, right, Sylvie? So, anyway, just a note there.
So that's it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, that's that, guys. We're done with that. That's the end of it. All right, guys, now I am leaving all of you. I'm hungry. I need to go eat. If anything horrible happens, I will come back on later, all right? I'll come back on later if anything horrible happens. I love you all very much. Okay, no more. I'm done. I'm done, J-Mac. I'm done. Okay, I'm tired and I'm hungry. I love you all very much. Okay, you all have a good rest of your day. I already said the goodbyes, so I'm just going to thank you, Corbin. Please rejoin us, Corbin. By the way, guys, if you like the content, please join our Discord. It's linked to the top of the YouTube and the Twitch chat, okay? So please do that. Free Palestine. I said everything else I was going to say, so I'm just going to say bye now. Go have fun watching Hassan, Matt Sai Guy. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually send you guys to someone on Twitch. Let me find someone to send you to. Okay, have fun, Lacroix. I like actual Jake, so. All right. All right, I'm going to send you to Very Nice TV because she sent her people to me recently, so we'll do that. Copy. All right. Okay, so for those that are on Twitch, get ready to raid. I'm sending you to Real Nice TV. Raid. We love Real Nice TV. She raided me recently, so there you go. Okay, please join the raid if you're over on Twitch. Help get out the word. Spread the good word of the jester. Okay, I guess because I'm a prophet now or something. Spread the word of the Dolly Boy cult or whatever. And if you, I might come back on later. Keep an eye out if I do come back on later. If something happens, all right. I love you all very much. Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. See you all.